Chapter 1661. Someone comes to Wuxia. After a few days, many creatures and spirits had come to harass the shelter. There hadn't yet been any elites, though. Still, with ancient sky mirror there, Hansen didn't lose much. The place did not have the power of Moon Spring, but ancient sky mirror had many super elites inside it. When the mirror started to lose energy, Hansen could refine the souls inside for nourishment. As a result, there was no need for concern with the mirror's energy. Of the creatures that were killed, some were eaten and some were absorbed by the mirror. It wasn't much energy, but it was better than nothing. Hansen kept on practicing with the Dongxian Sutra. He needed his bulwark umbrella to become super, and when that was done, he could focus on leveling up to reach the fifth sanctuary. The fourth god sanctuary could not help him much more, so Hansen didn't want to delay his ascension any longer than was necessary. He needed to go to the fifth sanctuary so he could get his Geno armor. His position until then wouldn't be ideal, as going up against god-class sorts wouldn't be easy. A person came to Shadow Shelter, waving and shouting at Sheep who stood atop one of the towers. "Wait! I come in peace." Sheep saw the human below, and so he went to tell Senator Hansen came out and learned it was God's retribution. A long time had passed since they had last seen each other, but the man hadn't changed much. "God's retribution, what are you doing at Shadow Shelter?" Hansen stood atop the tower and spoke to the man below him. He didn't invite him in. "We are old friends. Are you going to treat me like this? Invite me in so we can have a cup of tea together," God's retribution said with a smile. "This is bad timing, unfortunately. I can't invite you in. Say what you have come to say and then leave. Otherwise, the creatures out there might believe you're one of us. And that won't bode well for you," Hansen said. "I am here to talk about the prospect of cooperation," God's retribution said. "Cooperation? In what way?" Hansen looked surprised. "How about finding someplace quiet we can discuss this?" God's retribution asked. Hansen asked someone to invite him in. With the power that God's retribution wielded, it'd probably easy for him to break Shadow Shelter's defense, anyway. He was being polite by not immediately smashing his way in. "So, what do you mean by cooperation?" Hansen sat down and asked him in the hall. God's retribution smiled and said, "I am here to talk about Blood Legion. If you are willing to help us, we are willing to help you with your predicament. What do you guys want?" Hansen didn't think God's retribution would help him out of the kindness of his heart. He was here for something. "I love talking to people like you." God's retribution looked right at him and continued by saying, "We want Snake Witch's Geno armor. If we get that armor, Blood Legion will help you through this." Hansen looked confused, and he asked, "Snake Witch? Who is that? I've never heard of her." God's retribution frowned. "Do you have to do this? God's organization sent Snake Witch to steal your son, Little Flower. I don't know if she's dead or alive, but don't tell me you didn't do it." Now Hansen realized who Snake Witch must have been, and he knew she must have been an elite who had Geno armor. Bauer did it. She killed an elite with Geno armor. Is she really that strong? Hansen was surprised. He thought Bauer simply killed a high-tier demigod. His little baby was scarier than he originally thought, and God's organization was stronger than he thought now, too. They had members with Geno armor. "If you give us the Geno armor, Blood Legion will help you sort this problem out," God's retribution said. Hansen looked at him with amusement and asked, "Aren't you considered a traitor to Blood Legion? Since when have you begun representing them? Blood Legion is different now. The leader has a few descendants, and I'm okay there with them." God's retribution touched his nose. "Anyway, don't change the subject. Just tell me if you want to cooperate on this." "I would like to cooperate with you guys, but I don't have the Geno armor." Han Sen shrugged. You don't? How? I thought you killed her. God's retribution shifted his eyes across Han Sr. I'm not that powerful. Han Sen smiled. God's retribution looked at him with disdain and said, stop pretending in front of me. I know you already got armor from Tina, and you can already use it. Aside from you, who else might be able to kill Snake Witch? Believe me or not, but I didn't kill her. And I don't have her armor. Han Sen put out his hands. God's retribution looked at Han Sen and said, I can only suspect you don't understand how serious these matters are. The people who want to get rid of you are not just the elites in the sanctuary. Both God's organization and the new community want you gone, as well. Without our help, even if you survive what comes immediately next, Shadow Shelter and all your followers will die. Do you really think the mirror can stop the forces of all the Fourth God Sanctuary? I really want to cooperate with you, but again, I don't have the armor. If I did, I'd be giving it to you right now. Han Sen looked sincere. Han Sen wasn't lying, though. He hadn't seen Snake Witch, and Bauer said she killed a person who wished to kill her. She said she broke the woman. It didn't sound like a Geno armor was left. You should still think about it. God's organization has decided to kill you. It does not matter even if you are related to Han Jinji, aside from Blood Legion, no one can help you. God's retribution did not believe Han. Senator Han Sen asked, what grudge does God's organization have with me, anyway? Why do they want to get me? And why do they want my son? Do they just want to use him to threaten me? You might be Han Jinji's heir. And that is a sin. If they had been able to identify you and use you to draw Han Jinji out, you'd have been killed a long time ago. God's retribution sighed. They want Little Flower because he is special. He might be able to prove you are Han Jinji's heir, even if you don't look like you are. They can use him for confirmation. Special? What is special about him? Han Sen was shocked. Did they find out that Little Flower is already stronger than most people? Chapter 1662 The truth, after 10 years, she hasn't grown up. Don't you think that's strange? God's retribution said. Han Sen sighed, and he knew this was something he couldn't hide from. He was prepared for such questions, though. That being said, what is the grudge between Han Jinji and God's organization? Why do they want to kill Han Jinji and his heirs? Han Sen did not talk about Bauer and just shifted the subject. We have investigated this for a while, but we don't have answers. We can only presume Han Jinji stole something from them, but they don't actively go around killing others. They simply want this item back. If they wanted to kill mercilessly, you'd have been killed a long time ago. That was a sickening thought. Han Sen asked, what did Han Jinji steal? I don't know. It must be some kind of gene or something. Otherwise, they wouldn't care about you and Little Flower. They want to investigate Little Flower's body once they get their hands on him. God's retribution then paused for a moment. How about we cooperate? It'll benefit you. Just one Geno armor, right? You already have a spare. Han Sen gave a wry smile and said, brother, if I had it, I'd give it to you. But I really don't have it. I really did not kill Snake Witch. I have never even seen her before. God's retribution stared at Han Sen for a while, and it really seemed that he wasn't lying. God's retribution frowned. Well, if it wasn't you, who else might have killed Snake Witch? I don't know. Many can do that in the Alliance, right? Han Sen said. God's retribution said, not many. Aside from a few members in Blood Legion, it'd be people who had Geno armor. Not many Geno armors exist in the Alliance, and they are mostly controlled by God's organization. Aside from you, I'm not sure who else might have done it, and God's organization is certain it was you. If I'm right, the creatures in the Fourth God Sanctuary go to the Alliance when they level up. Han Sen said to God's retribution. God's retribution did not hide this. He nodded and said, "You are correct, the fourth God's sanctuary is the end. Once you're done here, you're back to the Alliance. But don't think that going to the Alliance requires Geno armor. That is incorrect. Creatures that go from the fourth God's sanctuary to the Alliance will have their fitness decrease. That is because evolving the body requires energy. It will, however, purify your genes. Your body will end up stronger, but your fitness will be much lower. Then you practice, and eventually you level up and get your Geno armor." How many members of Blood Legion have Geno armor? Han Sen was not surprised by what he was being told. He already knew this stuff. None. Blood Legion is different from normal creatures. You know, we have the powers of blue blood. When we go back to the Alliance, we don't rebuild our bodies. So, we don't generate Geno armor. God's retribution gave a wry smile. Han Sen was shocked by this revelation. He did not expect Blood Legion's members to be that special. Han Sen thought the blue blood power was special, yes, but that its effectiveness was reserved for the sanctuaries. Let me tell you a secret, while I'm still here. God's retribution squinted his eyes and said, "The creatures that rise from the fourth God's sanctuary, aside from Blood Legion and rare creatures, are captured by God's organization. That isn't a secret. I already know that." Han Sen lifted his lips. "Then you must not know that the creatures of God's organization, when they generate Geno armor, disappear and never appear again." God's retribution squinted his eyes. Really? Han Sen was shocked and his face changed. Those words made him understand a lot. The leader of the new community told Han Yufei that if he generated a Geno armor, he would know the truth. Stay Up Late told Han Sen that the Alliance was a part of the sanctuaries. The sanctuaries were something more akin to a kindergarten. They protected different races. And after the things Han Sen had seen with Guardian Spirit, he now understood a lot more. Gathering Geno armor can force you out of the Alliance. That means when Dad gets his Geno armor, he'll face a crisis. Han Sen was shocked. That isn't right, though. If things are like that, then why would so many Geno armor elites be in God's organization? Wait, no. The creatures in God's organization are not the real Geno armor elites. They are just creatures that reached the fifth sanctuary. They haven't generated their own armors. The Geno armor they possess comes from places like the Hero's Spirit Hall, left over from Geno armor elites. Now Han Sen understood everything. After Han Sen understood this, he almost jumped out of his chair with his racing heartbeat. In that case, Han Yufei thought he was finding answers, but he was actually dying. Now Han Sen knew why God's organization was strong. They still could not control the Alliance. They wanted to, but they couldn't. Or they just did not have the chance. Once their members got Geno armor, they would be out of the Alliance. And that would be useless. The creatures without Geno armor were strong, but they were not strong enough to be invincible. Even if they used a set of armor that didn't belong to them, they could not use its entire strength. At least the members of Blood Legion could fight them. Han Sen wished he could find Han Yufei and tell him the truth. Tell him not to generate the armor. Otherwise, their family would never have a reunion. Based on what Han Sen had seen in the Hero's Spirit Hall, many elites had been lost in the outside. The chance Han Yufei could come back was very low. But Han Sen didn't know how to contact his father. He didn't even know how to contact Blind Man. Chapter 1663 Death is coming. Because Han Sen could not provide the Geno armor, he was unable to strike a deal with God's retribution. But Han Sen wasn't expecting anyone to help him in the first place. He might be in danger in the Alliance, but he didn't think God's organization could bring him any harm in the fourth God's sanctuary. After sending God's retribution away, Han Sen returned to the Alliance. Then, he allowed Zero to follow him back into the sanctuary. When Zero entered the sanctuary, she appeared next to him. Han-sen told her to look after the shelter in his absence, and if anything awry occurred, to contact him as soon as possible. How do I call Dad and tell him not to generate a Geno armor? Han-sen thought to himself. Unfortunately, he was unable to come up with a solution. To prevent God's organization from finding him, Han Yufei did not leave a way for Han-sen to contact him. It looks like I'm going to have to go to planet Tariq. Han-sen prepared to fly his unicorn beetle to planet Tariq. It was the headquarters of the new community. Before Han-sen left, Zero came from the shelter and told Han-sen something had happened. Han Yufei had said it would take him 2 years to generate the Geno armor, so he wouldn't be done yet. Han-sen decided to run back to the sanctuary. Ancient Sky Mirror was in Han-sen's shelter. The creatures there could not be harmed, but a few creatures had been killed not too far from the shelter. Boss, you are here. Black Steel Wolf died somehow, and there were no wounds. Cheap Sheep had some people guarding the body, and he ran up to Han-sen when he showed up. The creatures in Shadow Shelter were very proud and fearless because of the presence of the Mio. Now that the mirror no longer seemed to work and a creature had flat out died, fear started to take hold. Even the sheep was scared. Han-sen didn't say anything. He walked to a few corpses and asked Gu Qingcheng, who was looking after them, "Sister Gu, how did they die?" Gu Qingcheng stood up and shook her head. "I don't see a wound on any of them. Even if there were wounds, with the mirror there, they shouldn't have died." Han-sen frowned. Gu Qingcheng did not have an answer either. If the mirror hadn't protected them, then the way they died must have been unique. Han-sen squatted and checked the dead bodies. Even while using his Dongxian aura, he was unable to discern anything. Han-sen did not hesitate as he drew out Taya. He cut open Black Steel Wolf's body to get a look inside, and see if there was anything the others had missed. There was nothing to be seen that way, either. There was nothing out of the ordinary, and it seemed as if they had died of natural causes. "Bury them," Han-sen commanded Cheap Sheep as he stood up. Then he went on to say, "Get everyone back to the shelter. No one leaves the shelter without my permission." Cheap Sheep and Green Cow went off to do their thing, while Gu Qingcheng and Han-sen went back to the shelter. "Found anything?" Gu Qingcheng asked. "No." Han-sen shook his head. He couldn't tell how the enemy had killed Black Steel Wolf. The only thing he knew for certain was that the power could defy the mirror. Han-sen also knew that if the enemy could now circumvent the mirror, they wouldn't stop killing anytime soon. So, Han-sen made sure everyone returned to the shelter to see if he could draw the enemy out that way. If he was able to learn what power they were using, Han-sen could figure out what would best work against it. Back in the shelter, Han-sen sat in the spirit hall using his Dongxian Sutra. He was able to watch the movement of every creature in every corner of the vicinity with a close eye. No movement would be able to escape Han-sen's attention now. So he waited for the enemy to strike again. "Father." As Han-sen took a swig of tea in the hall, Death Goddess approached. "Menger, come have tea with me." Han-sen beckoned her near and got her to sit down. Then, he poured her a cup of tea. Having been with her for a while, Han-sen noticed how sincere she was when she referred to him as her father. Her mind was surprisingly naive, and she wasn't really all that evil. Han-sen took her as a daughter and gave her the name Han Menger, in return. Han-sen wasn't very good at naming things, so it was something simple enough. Death Goddess was now his daughter, and with everything feeling like a dream lately, he used that name. Death Goddess sat down near Han-sen and downed her tea in one shot. She was like a robot, and it didn't look as if she was enjoying the tea. "That is not how you drink tea. You need to slow down." Han-sen smiled and poured her more tea. Then, he showed her. Han Menger looked at Han-sen, and then looked at his face. She tried to mimic his manner of tea etiquette, but she still looked rather robotic in her attempt. Is there a special meaning behind the way you drink? After she drank it, her black eyes showed visible confusion. To her, drinking tea like that was simply slower. The sips were smaller, and that was the only difference. Han Sen smiled and stroked her hair that was like a waterfall. He told her, "You are still young, so I don't expect you to understand right now. You'll get it when you grow up." Han Menger nodded. She still tried to drink as Han Sen did, but that confusion never left her face. Han Menger looked at Han Sen and copied a lot of his precise movements. Han Sen brought her some dim sum. She looked powerful in the fourth god's sanctuary, and thus far, no one had been able to beat her. And that was with her being a kid who had only just been born. Bauer came out of nowhere and sat on Han Sen's chest. She said, "Daddy, Bauer wants dim sum." Han Sen gave some dim sum to Bauer then, and the three of them ate merrily. Days like that were lovely, and it would only have been more perfect if Ji Yanran and Little Flower were there. But not long after, Han Sen's face changed. He stood up and teleported to the tower. He saw a guard, Bone Witch, who had a gold Geno core, was lying dead on the ground. But there were no visible wounds. Chapter 1664 Ringtone. Han Sen looked glum. He had been keeping an eye on the entire shelter, and Bone Witch died under his watch. What's more, he couldn't even tell how. Although he had been drinking tea with Han Menger and Bauer, Dongxian aura was on the whole time. It was surveying everything. Han Sen saw Bone Witch clearly. She had been watching from atop the tower, and as she was on her patrol, she simply died. There had been no warning signs. And Han Sen did not witness any external power come to kill Bone Witch. It was like she had suddenly died of old age. Gu Qingcheng arrived at the tower, and she didn't look too happy, either. She had been watching the shelter as well. She had no idea how Bone Witch died, and that made her even angrier than Han. Senator Queen and Lin Feng came running, but they did not speak when they saw the body. This had exceeded everyone's expectations, and no one could tell how Bone Witch had died. Ancient Sky Mirror was there, and if Bone Witch had been hurt by anything, she should have respawned at the mirror. But there she was, undeniably dead. Everyone in the shelter was now very afraid. They thought that with the mirror in their shelter, they had no reason to fear death. But now that the mirror had lost its effectiveness, their nerves started to creep up on them. Now that they did not seem to have the mirror's protection, many creatures were very scared when they thought about the elites that were coming for them. They thought that their days were numbered. They buried Bone Witch's body, and then Han Sen called for a gathering where every key figure of the shelter had to attend. Queen, you and Lin Feng should return to the alliance. I will call you back when things are resolved, Han Sen spoke to the humans. Queen shook her head, and Wang Yuhang said angrily, "Little Han, who do you think we are? Do you think we are the sort of people who leech off others and run off at the first sight of danger?" Lin Feng patted Wang Yuhang on the shoulder, and added, "Calm down, little uncle. You know that is not what he was implying." After that, Lin Feng spoke directly to Han Sr., "This situation is grim. We don't know how they managed to get Bone Witch, but there are certain predictions we can make." What is there to predict? Tang Zhenliu did not understand. Lin Feng smiled and said, "The situation seems dire, but if you were an enemy that could kill others randomly and at will, would you go for a simple guard? It means that there is a limit to the enemy's power. This foe is unable to kill anyone they wish to. Maybe he wants to play catch. Maybe he just wants to scare us to death." Tang Zhenliu said. "No. From Black Steel Wolf to Bone Witch, the truth is, the creatures that have died aren't very important. If I was the enemy, I'd go after someone like Cheap Sheep or Green Cow," Jing Jiwu said. "Why us? Why not kill you first?" Cheap Sheep and Green Cow fired back angrily at Jing Jiwu. That is because you are Han Sen's right and left hands. You two are integral. If they wanted Han Sen to die of fright, they'd at least go for you two first, Jing Jiwu said. When Cheap Sheep and Green Cow heard this, they patted their chests. Right. They don't kill important people like us. That must mean the enemy's power is limited. A few people around the table smiled. Even though Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were very important members of the shelter, they were probably the easiest to kill. That was what Jing Jiwu was saying. If they weren't dead yet, it meant the enemy did have a limit and could not kill any they desired to. We need to find out how this enemy is killing our people. We also need to learn what this limit is. Lin Feng thought for a minute, then said, there are no leads for us to follow now, so we'll have to wait and keep our eyes out for something. What if someone else dies and we still can't learn anything new? Cheap Sheep felt quite worried. If many people die, we may not be able to see how they are killed, but more info can lead to better predictions, Lin Feng said. What kind of method is that? Cheap Sheep exclaimed. Do you have any better ideas? Jing Jiwu looked at Cheap Sheep. The sheep stopped talking. Even Han Sen and Gu Qingqing hadn't been able to find out how Bone Witch had died. Lin Feng and the others did not want to go to the alliance. Han Sen spoke to them about changing the patrols slightly. One night, when there was no killing, Han Sen brought Bauer with him on patrol. When he saw Cheap Sheep and Green Cow, he almost jumped out of his skin. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were covered in yellow paper. The pieces of paper were charms with words scribbled upon them. The charms were planted on their heads, bums, and every bodily crevice. Green Cow even had one that looked like a skirt. It was very obvious. Where did you get these from? Han Sen asked with surprise. Boss, we asked Wang Yuhang to buy them for us. Apparently, it cost quite a bit. He said they had been blessed by a god. They can keep us safe and prevent evil from ever touching us. We have lucky charms, too. If you wear them, your fortune increases. Even if we end up in a battle, I am sure we will be the last to fall. I bought this for you, boss. You should wear it. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow spoke with mystic tones in their voices. Cheap Sheep moved forward to present the charm to Han. Senator Han Sen did not know what to say, though. Wang Yuhang had obviously scammed a lot of money out of Cheap Sheep and Green Cow. Thanks a lot. Han Sen took the bag that they offered. You are our boss. We don't want anything bad happening to you, Cheap Sheep said. We will live until the very end, Green Cow said. We will all live, Han Sen said, and placed the charm in a bag. Then, Cheap Sheep said, Boss, you need to hang it on your chest. Let me do it for you. And I also got this charm for Bauer. As Cheap Sheep spoke, Han Sen looked increasingly glum. He looked beyond the walls of the shelter and heard a bell ring. Chapter 1665 Killing People and Sending Your Love in the distance, Han Sen could see a pure white donkey walking towards Shadow Shelter. The donkey was the size of any average donkey, but not a single speck of dirt muddied its pure white fur. A bronze bell was hanging around its neck, and whenever the creature moved, it gently tolled. On the donkey's back, a human-looking person was riding it. It was difficult to discern his race from that distance, but he seemed to be clad in green clothing. The man was sitting with his legs crossed. He had one hand in front of his chest, with another clutching a necklace. He rubbed it a lot. If you looked closely at the orbs of the necklace, you could see they weren't what they initially seemed. They were very small skulls. Strangely small. But the skulls were rounded and polished like smooth stones. Most likely a result of long years of rubbing. It was like they were painted. But in the eye of every skeleton, you could still catch sight of a queer red light. Looking at the light in their sockets would make any observer feel nervous. It would almost feel as if the eye socket was ready to suck you inside. As the man fondled the skulls, he chanted something with his eyes firmly closed. He looked very calm, as if he was simply sunbathing. The donkey was approaching Shadow Shelter now. The creature's big eyes were fixed on Han Sen, who stood atop the tower. The donkey looked like a proud animal, and it looked at Han Sen from the corner of its eyes. It was like the creature was saying that, aside from the man on his back, he was the greatest there. F***CK. Someone is waltzing up to the gate. I'm going to take people to kill them, Cheap Sheep shouted, looking at the man and the donkey. I won't stop you if you want to die. But don't take others down with you, Gu Qingcheng said coldly. She didn't look at the sheep when she spoke, her eyes were attached to the man on top of the donkey. Cheap Sheep was suddenly shocked, and he realized that the man below might be someone that he really shouldn't offend. Han Sen looked at the man on the white donkey, and he could tell it was the man Gu Qingcheng had mentioned before. It was Ancient Devil. Although Han Sen had never seen Ancient Devil himself, the emperor had left a replica of himself in his old shelter in the third god sanctuary. That shadow looked exactly the same as Ancient Devil did. The only difference was the feeling of him. The shadow looked very holy, but Ancient Devil himself looked like an average guy. Aside from the skull necklace he clutched, he looked like a standard religious person. If Han Sen hadn't known that the being in the third god sanctuary was only Ancient Devil's shadow, everyone would believe it was the real Ancient Devil. Seeing that the donkey was now only 200 meters away from the gate, Gu Qingcheng's eyes looked icy as she drew out her sword. She sent out a sword light that looked powerful enough to sunder the entire earth. The donkey acted as if it didn't see the attack coming. It maintained the same speed as it trotted toward the gate. When the sword light was just about to reach Ancient Devil's head, he lifted the hand that was on his chest. With only his thumb, he reached out defiantly and touched Gu Qingcheng's sword light. When the skin of the thumb came into contact with the sword light, it made the attack blend into his other 4 fingers like water. In that moment, the sword light was absorbed. Ancient Devil then opened his hand, revealing the residue that was left. Ancient Devil opened his eyes and blew at the remains on his hand. The dust scattered with the wind and disappeared from sight. The donkey came to a halt then. Ancient Devil looked up at Han Sen, who was atop the tower, and smiled. I am from Non-Pure Mountain. I am Ancient Devil. Are you Sky Sword Han Sen? I am. What are you doing here, Ancient Devil Emperor? Does every elite want a shot at my life? Han Sen said, looking at Ancient Devil. Han Sen would not underestimate this character, though. A man who had planned to kill God needed some respect, even if his attempt had not succeeded. His subordinates had been scary people, too. Sky King, Yiksha, Xiang Yin, Dragon King, and Azura. None of them were weak. As the master of those elites, he might have been betrayed by Azura, but he survived and thrived. He became a demigod after that. He was a legend of sorts. Ancient Devil smiled and said, I am not an enemy of yours. A friend has asked me for a favor, and it concerns you. Whether I can help depends on your friend, and what you'll be asking of me, Han Sen said coldly. But he already knew the answer. The leader of Sacred is a good friend of mine. His young daughter Goddess was ignorant and naive. She offended you. I was hoping if you'd be kind enough to let her go. If you do this, I would appreciate it. Ancient Devil bowed towards him. And what if I don't? Han Sen asked him. Ancient Devil, with his head still lowered, sighed and said, you can save 3,456 lives. It'd be a good deed. If you're a smart person, you'll know what to do. Hearing Ancient Devil say this, Han Sen looked murderous. The shelter's population was 3,456. No more, no less. Did you kill Steel Wolf and Bone Witch? Han Sen asked, his voice hard. To give you a favor, I had to sacrifice those lives. Ancient Devil looked remorseful. You killed my people and say you are doing me a favor. Han Sen laughed at him. Ancient Devil responded, if I hadn't killed them, how would you know that I can kill 3,456 lives? Now you know I could have killed everyone, but I didn't. I have done you 3,456 favors. All these favors in exchange for goddess life seems fair. Everyone in the shelter was very angry, and Han Sen just laughed. Good math, but you forgot to carry the one. What am I missing? Ancient Devil looked confused. You didn't count your own life. Han Sen teleported in front of Ancient Devil with his split blade aimed at the man's head. Chapter 1666. Born Invincible. The attack did not look like Gu Qingqing's sword light, which was obviously ridiculously powerful. But that was the good thing about Han Sen's attack. It looked simple, but it left Ancient Devil with no option other than receiving the strike. Han Sen still didn't know how Ancient Devil had killed Bone Witch. Killing him would prevent him from harming any more of the inhabitants of Han Sen's shelter. The white donkey Ancient Devil was riding, however, moved and dodged the attack. It made Han Sen freeze. Han Sen was great at prediction and judgment, and that strike had been set up a string of events that would lead to one singular outcome. It made sure Ancient Devil would have to get hit. But now the white donkey had broken this. It had subverted his predictions. This was not something Han Sen expected would happen. Han Sen knew it was hard to predict stuff, and he knew not to be arrogant enough to claim that he could predict everything. He would, of course, get things wrong occasionally. Han Sen attacked Ancient Devil without reprieve. Every strike used Han Sen's prediction and judgment to the max. Every strike was delivered to Ancient Devil with a rhythm. But Ancient Devil sat perfectly still. It was the donkey that kept moving its legs to avoid Han Sen's strikes. The donkey moved like it was performing ballet. It kept on dodging Han Sen's attacks. Han Sen looked glum, and this actually surprised Queen. Queen thought Han Sen used Heavenly Go very well. It was perfect, as far as she could see, but the donkey somehow always managed to dodge him. It always found somewhere Han Sen hadn't calculated and avoided a strike by the split blade. This donkey is nothing simple. Does it have power like the Dongxian Sutra, that allows it to predict things? Han Sen thought to himself as he continued to swing his blade. Somewhere far away, up in the mountains, the leader of Sacred watched the fight alongside a number of elders. Ancient Devil is strong. It is no wonder he crushed 6 paths before. Even just his pet is able to do that. An elder complimented the spectacle. Sacred's leader laughed and said, don't underestimate that beast. It is a born berserk super creature. It was born with an invincible ability. Sky Sword won't hit it. Not even Dollar could, if he was here. If it is so strong, how come we have never heard about it before? The elder looked at the white donkey in shock. It followed Ancient Devil immediately after its birth, and it has never really shown its powers to others. I only saw its powers in God's ruin, when I explored it alongside Ancient Devil, Sacred's leader said. That means Ancient Devil cannot lose. Let's see how he might strike back. Elder Een looked at Ancient Devil, and went on to say, Ancient Devil is a special person. He was able to circumvent the power of Ancient Sky Mirror and gain the loyalty of this mount. We just don't know if he can defeat Sky Sword. We don't know if he can win. Why is he not striking? Ghost Eagle Emperor frowned. He is watching and evaluating Skysword's power. When he does choose to strike, he'll kill his enemy. It looks like he is almost done watching, though. He will strike soon, Sacred's leader said. Weird. Why doesn't he fight back? Cheap Sheep asked. The white donkey kept on dodging, and even Cheap Sheep noticed what was going on. It's not that he doesn't want to strike, it's just that he can't. Queen looked across the arena. He can dodge Han Sen's attack, but Han Sen's own formation is not exposed. He can't find a chance to fight back himself. All he can do is wait. Queen was familiar with Han Sen's skills, so she was able to speak for him. Does that mean we can't find out who is winning? Cheap Sheep sounded quite happy. He originally thought that Han Sen was having trouble just fighting Ancient Devil's pet, which would indicate that Han Sen was likely to lose. No, Han Sen is still at a disadvantage, Gu Qingcheng said suddenly. Queen and the others turned to look at Gu Qingcheng. Queen understood some of Han Sen's abilities, but she was not super class. There was something she was missing. Gu Qingcheng looked grim, and she said, Han Sen hasn't exposed anything, which is why Ancient Devil hasn't attacked. That means he is at a disadvantage. Sister Cheng, could you explain that with a little more clarity? Wang Yuhang couldn't help but ask. Gu Qingcheng looked over to their fight and said, Han Sen's attacks aren't allowing an opening because he keeps striking. The attacks are too continuous to allow a response. Queen understood and said, that means Han Sen is forced to attack, and if he stops, he'll be attacked by Ancient Devil. Gu Qingcheng nodded and said, Ancient Devil is like a viper in a cave. If Han Sen's attacks develop a flaw, things could get ugly. That's easy. He can just keep on attacking until he kills the enemy, Cheap Sheep said. It's not that easy, and Han Sen can't touch Ancient Devil. And the beast has a strange power. It won't be weaker than any elite, Gu Qingcheng said. While they were talking, Han Sen's body stopped for a moment. At that moment, Ancient Devil attacked. The hand he held against his chest was pressing forward towards Han Senator. It felt as if the entire world rested in that palm. One flower, one world. One leaf, one Bodhi. Ancient Devil's hand was like a hand that was picking up flowers. It felt like the entire world was in his palms. Han Sen's eyes looked clear, though. He wasn't afraid of this move, and in fact, he had been waiting for it. As Han Sen was waiting to strike, he felt a movement inside his Sea of Soul. Chapter 1667 Battling Ancient Devil. Han Sen's mind was like steel. He focused and did not allow the Sea of Soul's discord to affect him. He punched towards Ancient Devil's hand. This was an opening for Ancient Devil, but Han Sen also thought that it was an opportunity. His Dongxian aura was not maxed out yet, and because of that, he was unable to place one finger on the donkey. It was best to end these proceedings than continue with a stalemate. Fists and hands swung through the air, but there were no collisions to be seen. Han Sen felt as if he was powerless, like he had been sucked into an infinite hole. His power was being drawn, but nothing else happened. This drain sapped his power and nothing else. Han Sen used some of his power and realized he could not escape Ancient Devil's hand. His power kept on getting sucked into Ancient Devil's body. The rumbling inside Han Sen's Sea of Soul was getting stronger, as well. Eventually, he noticed that the activity was coming from Destiny's Tower. But it wasn't the tower itself making the fuss, it was the armored man that had been trapped inside it. He was casting ice and fire spells, thrashing around his prison inside Destiny's Tower. He couldn't break the trappings, but it made the tower shiver and shake, all the same. Han Sen was surprised. When Armored Man was first captured, he tried to break out to no avail. And in that process, he had ended up hurting himself. But ever since then, there had been no further activity from him. If he was causing a commotion at this moment, perhaps he knew Han Sen was in the midst of a fight and that there'd be no chance of containing him if he managed to break free. But Han Sen did not think this was the case, either. Armored Man was trapped inside Destiny's Tower. He could not see what was outside that prison, so there shouldn't have been a way for him to know Han Sen was in the middle of a fight. Han Sen did not have to think right now, though. His power was like a river, all going into Ancient Devil's hands. If this were to continue, he'd eventually dry up his reserve. Han Sen summoned Bulwark Umbrella and used it to take stabs at Ancient Devil's hands. Ancient Devil tried to grab the umbrella, and just like earlier, he wished to take it. The Bulwark Umbrella then opened up. Ancient Devil's hand made contact with it, and yet, there was no shockwave. None of the Geno Core's power was absorbed. A light appeared, separating Han Sen from Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil's hand was unable to absorb Han Sen's power now, which meant his hands were free. Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen's Bulwark Umbrella in immense shock. Then he changed his momentum, and when he did, a burst of air came out from him. His hands were collapsing onto Han Sen. Next, Han Sen frowned, and he saw a red light appeared around Ancient Devil. It was the power of Han Sen's god Geno Core. Now Han Sen knew Ancient Devil could absorb the power of his enemies, and even make use of it. It wasn't just that, either. Ancient Devil's own power was stronger than what Han Sen was losing. When he absorbed the powers of his enemies, he could put his own power into the element of what the enemy had been using. It was practically cheating. Now Han Sen knew why Gu Qingcheng had said Ancient Devil could make use of any element. It was too easy for him to make use of other elements. Pang! Ancient Devil threw his palm forward at the umbrella. The umbrella curved like a broken drum. But after that, the surface bounced back into a correct position. It hadn't been broken. Ancient Devil continued to slap the umbrella, as a red light doused the entire area. The umbrella was repeatedly curved, expelling thunderous noises. But no matter how strong Ancient Devil's powers were, he could not break a gemstone-class umbrella. The situation had been changed. Han Sen had initially been attacking, but now Ancient Devil was on the offensive. Han Sen used Bulwark Umbrella to block each and every attack. The umbrella is strong. Where did it come from? Ghost Eagle Emperor looked at the Bulwark Umbrella in shock. Ancient Devil's palm was strong, and every strike was like a red sky falling. Each blow deformed Han Sen's defenses, but the umbrella still bounced back every time. Sky Sword has good sword skills and a good Geno Core, Elder Een grumbled. He actually looked greedy when he looked at the Bulwark Umbrella. Ancient Devil was suppressing Han Sen like a demon. Every palm was a shocking spectacle, but none of them could harm Han Senator. Everyone knew it was because of the umbrella. It was such a powerful defense Geno Core, and many elites thought it was keeping him alive. I wonder what Skysword's self Geno Core is. Sacred's leader frowned as he watched the umbrella. Han Sen had used a few different Geno Cores, and each one was powerful. They couldn't tell which one had actually come from Han Senator. No one thought it was actually the Bulwark Umbrella. It was famous, but it was only gemstone class. They didn't think something like that could break Ancient Devil's powers. Sacred's leader thought Bulwark Umbrella was a super Geno Core. Han Sen did not expect the umbrella to be so strong either. Ancient Devil had taken Han Sen's god Geno Core power, and so his strikes were stronger than anything that Six Paths could deliver. And yet, a gemstone-class Bulwark Umbrella was able to block it. Han Sen was shocked to see that it had not been damaged. It is no wonder it is Dongxian Sutra's Geno Core. It is so strong. Han Sen complimented his own blade. Han Sen used the defense of the umbrella to wait for the right time to fight back. So far, Ancient Devil hadn't used his Geno Cores. It had been a while since Han Sen went up against a strong enemy such as that, though. If he was unable to win, he'd use Super King's Spirit and summon Destiny's Tower to suppress Ancient Devil. Speaking of that, Han Sen turned his attention to the armored man who was in the tower. He was still shouting. The ice and fire powers were gunning like active volcanoes. His body kept slamming against the barriers, but he could only shake the tower. That was bad, as his body kept getting cut by the vortex whenever he slammed into it. The hard armor was unable to withstand the powers of space. He kept on getting cut even now. His blood was flowing like streams of white lava, seeping through the gaps of the armor, even. It went everywhere. Armored Man would not stop, though. It was like he had completely lost his mind. Chapter 1668 Armored Man's Seeker. What is wrong with that guy? Has he been locked up for so long that he wants to die? Han Sen wondered. But seeing Armored Man's face, he didn't look quite crazy. Ancient Devil's palm was getting heavier, and Han Sen couldn't think of a way to repel it. So, he used his bulwark umbrella to brace against it. Seeing Ancient Devil's incoming attack, Han Sen thought to himself, Armored Man seems to have gone crazy right after Ancient Devil decided to attack me. Is there a connection between the two? Bulwark umbrella blocked Ancient Devil's move. Then Han Sen spoke to his Sea of Soul, which was rolling with thunder. Are you related to Ancient Devil? Armored Man, who had thus far refused to talk to Han Sen, was enraged. He exclaimed, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be like this. Let me out, I want to kill him. After that, Armored Man kept thrashing about. He didn't care for his wounds, he just desperately wanted to get loose, get free, and get out. Then tell me, what is your grudge with Ancient Devil? Han Sen needed to hear more of the story than that. Armored Man was unable to get free. He gritted his teeth. I am a born emperor created by Ancient Devil. I was in the Chimenia, refining for eternity. The tone of voice was one that possessed intense hatred. It was obvious that he wanted to skin his enemy alive. Han Sen was surprised, though. He wasn't a terribly trusting individual, but Gu Qingqing told him Armored Man's powers were the work of a Qigong master. But now, Armored Man was saying that he had been imprisoned inside the Chimenia by Ancient Devil. Both stories were vastly different. Ancient Devil did not look like a human Qigong master, so why would he have an immortal Chimenia? He couldn't use Qigong. Weird. How was Ancient Devil able to imprison you? He didn't kill you. He just made you stronger. And he even let you out. Why would you create trouble for him? Han Sen didn't believe him. Armored Man roared, he didn't let me go. He just didn't know I'd grow that much. He didn't know I'd become strong enough to slay his guardian. Han Sen's heart then jumped, and he asked, is Headless Rockman a guardian belonging to Ancient Devil? No. Headless Rockman was damaged by Ancient Devil himself, it is why he was like that, Armored Man answered. That surprised Han Senator. He went on to ask, who is the Headless Rockman, anyway? I don't know, Armored Man replied. Ancient Devil wanted Destiny's Tower. He turned the owner of the tower into the Headless Rockman, but he was still unable to take the tower. I became strong once I was released, and I did my best to defeat Headless Rockman. I didn't want Destiny's Tower to be lost either. Somehow, you managed to come into its possession. Han Sen then got to mulling what he had been told and determining whether or not Armored Man was telling the truth. Ancient Devil was an even scarier figure, if so. Ancient Devil had already caused a lot of trouble in the third God's Sanctuary, and he had killed the Master of Destiny's Tower in the fourth God's Sanctuary. He also created Armored Man. Trying to comprehend what his true goals might have been was a baffling endeavor. While Han Sen thought this over, Armored Man was still as desperate as ever. He kept roaring and thrashing around. He said, let me out, I'm going to kill him. Calm down. Ancient Devil is strong, and you are still injured. If I let you out, you won't be able to defeat him. Wait until I find the right opportunity, once I have, I'll free you. Han Sen did not let him out. Han Sen did not trust Armored Man, and he had used Dollar's identity when capturing him. If he let him out, it would expose Han Sen as Dollar to everyone. But Armored Man would not give up. He kept on thrashing about. It didn't concern Han Sen much, though, as there was no chance of him getting free despite the effort. Ancient Devil could not finish off Han Sen, so he ultimately decided to leave. It looks like we have come to a draw today, so there is no point in us fighting. I implore you to consider handing Goddess back over. If you need me, just shout to me outside the gates." After that, Ancient Devil rode the white donkey away. Han Sen could not stop the white donkey, so he just let them go. There'd be no point giving chase. Seeing Ancient Devil leave, Han Sen felt strange. Ancient Devil hadn't used all his strength, and yet he was already leaving. That was surprising. After Ancient Devil left, he went to meet up with Sacred's leader and a few others. "Leader, I am sorry. I was unable to kill Sky Sword and rescue Goddess." Ancient Devil sighed. "I am grateful you were willing to help, and it's okay if you were unable to kill him. With your Ancient Devil power, you can just kill one creature every day." "It won't take long," Sacred's leader said. "Unless he kills Sky Sword, selecting targets will be difficult. But if he kills Sky Sword immediately, the ancient sky mirror would be useless and he wouldn't have this much trouble," Ghost Eagle Emperor said. Elder Een said, "It was Illusion Elder's mistake. He did not kill Death Goddess, and he allowed Sky Sword to take the ancient sky mirror. If he hadn't, we would have already wiped out Sky Sword." "Don't worry, we will soon seize the shelter and kill Sky Sword," Sacred's leader said. "It will be difficult. We cannot kill Sky Sword, and we cannot use the ancient sky mirror. Ancient Devil killing one creature a day would still take forever because they have so many there," Elder Een coldly said. Ancient Devil looked very upset, and he said, "To be honest, my Ancient Devil power can only take down the weaker creatures. People like Sky Sword. I can't do much from a distance." Hearing Ancient Devil say this, they felt relieved. If Ancient Devil said his power could kill anyone from any distance, they would be very afraid. "Kill as many as you can, anyway. We'll find another way soon," Sacred's leader said. "But it won't be difficult to kill Sky Sword. My power is just not enough to break through that umbrelooking Geno core. If everyone helped, we could break it easily," Ancient Devil said. "Ancient Devil Emperor, he has the ancient sky mirror. Even if we broke the umbrella and killed him, he could just respawn," Ghost Eagle Emperor said. "My Ancient Devil power can't just kill someone like that, but I can still circumvent the mirror if I kill him myself." "I can kill him," Ancient Devil said coldly. "We can try it. If we cooperate, we will destroy the umbrella easily," Ghost Eagle Emperor said. Chapter 1669. The army comes. After Han Sen returned to the shelter, he asked the armored man more about what happened. Armored Man was very angry, and he had no way of releasing his rage. He started ranting, and Han Sen understood what had happened. Armored Man was a born emperor that was actually called Inferno Skeleton Emperor. Ancient Devil destroyed his shelter and claimed his spirit stone. He had no choice but to obey. But after submitting to the service of Ancient Devil, he was placed inside a chimenea. While imprisoned, he was burned with ice and fire for a very long time. Inferno Skeleton Emperor could not die inside the chimenea, but he had to endure incredible agony the entire time. Some urgent matter pulled Ancient Devil away, and he left. For a long time, it was only the Guardian that was left there, so there was nothing Inferno Skeleton Emperor could do to escape. But despite all that, he still earned something after the ordeal. During the time he spent in the chimenea, the Emperor's body was reinforced. He also learned to command the powers of ice and fire, as well. When he gained control of the chimenea, he absorbed much more ice and fire. That was how he had made himself an overwhelming contender in Divinity's bout. But before he could gain his revenge and go up against Ancient Devil, Han Sen claimed him and trapped him inside Destiny's Tower. Armored Man didn't know much about Headless Rockman and Destiny's Tower, but he knew that the feud between Headless Rockman and Ancient had been going on since before he was forced to serve Ancient Devil. One thing Han Sen learned, however, was that Ancient Devil was apparently afraid of Destiny's Tower and Headless Rockman. And Ancient Devil was unable to defeat Headless Rockman, who controlled it. When Inferno Skeleton Emperor was made free, so was Destiny's Tower. Inferno Skeleton Emperor knew that Ancient Devil was scared of Destiny's Tower, so he wanted to take that tower with him in his pursuit of revenge. After trying many times, he finally managed to defeat Headless Rockman, but unfortunately, he did not receive the tower he had been so desperate for. Han Sen was the one who got it. Let me out, Inferno Skeleton Emperor was raging. He hated Ancient Devil more than he hated Han. Senator Han Sen kept him within Destiny's Tower because his struggles had weakened him. Han Sen ignored his repeated plight, but after a while, he said, although you are strong, you cannot be Ancient Devil. But Ancient Devil, you said, could not kill Headless Rockman. Yet you managed to kill Headless Rockman. Perhaps he put you in the Chimenia to strengthen you, so that he could use you to defeat the one opponent that he feared. Then, he could have Destiny's Tower. Inferno Skeleton Emperor froze. His eyes flared with an icy fire, and he said, regardless of what his purpose was, I have to get my revenge. I have to kill him. You can have your revenge, but he's not here right now. There is no point of you conning out. And even if you did find him, there is no way you could catch up with the beast he rides. Even I was unable to chase him, and you're not very speed efficient. Or at least I don't think you are, Han Sen said. After he heard that, Inferno Skeleton Emperor went silent. Then he got back to roaring. Wait a bit. If the opportunity arises, I'll let you get the revenge you seek. Han Sen provided him a little comfort. There really was a chance he could be a useful half-ally further down the road. Inferno Skeleton Emperor's physical power was most certainly as good as Ancient Devil's. His strength must have become quite impressive over the years. Unfortunately, his skills were too simple. If he did go up against a mysterious elite like Ancient Devil, things would turn awry. Not long after, Cheap Sheep appeared. He had come with a report, and he looked glum carrying it. He said a creature had just died inside the shelter. And now, all the creatures there were scared. No one knew who might be next. Some creatures had even sneaked away from the shelter to escape, but their attempts hadn't worked out. Elites were outside the shelter, so none of the escaping creatures made it very far. Han Sen called a meeting in the Spirit Hall to discuss how they should proceed. Ancient Devil is scary, and we're in a bad situation, Gu Qingqing said. There is a limit to his power. He can kill one of us every day, but he won't be able to select the target at will. Even so, that is bad. If he kills one of us a day, it won't take long for everyone to die. Cheap Sheep sounded scared, and he was one of the weakest there. He could be brought down with ease. If you are afraid, go and obey Ancient Devil, Han Sen told the sheep. Cheap Sheep jumped up and said, what is that supposed to mean? I am your sheep, and I always will be, dead or alive. Cheap Sheep wasn't that loyal, though. There were so many people outside the shelter, he was just worried that if he did try to switch bosses, he'd be killed before he could explain himself. And right now, he thought Han Sen was just testing his loyalty. Han Sen actually wanted Cheap Sheep could go and serve Ancient Devil as a boss. Perhaps there was a chance Ancient Devil could die before striking again. But he knew there were too many elites out there, and Cheap Sheep was too weak to do much of anything. He'd probably be eaten before opening his mouth to speak. He wouldn't even catch a glimpse of Ancient Devil's face. It's a shame Ancient Sky Mirror's power is limited. Otherwise, I would go and fight them, and kill as many of them as I can, Tang Zhenliu said. While they were talking, Green Cow barged into the meeting and said, Boss. The enemy is coming, they are almost before our shelter. Han Sen was surprised by this. He looked at Gu Qingqing, Lin Feng, and the others. If they were striking now, that meant they had found a way to ignore the Ancient Sky Mirror. If things go wrong, you guys all return to the Alliance. I'll find a way to make it out of here, Han Sen said to Lin Feng. Then, he ran out of the Spirit Hall. The sky above the shelter was clouded by countless flying beasts, and creatures swarmed across the ground like the tumultuous waves of the sea. There were so many scary life forces to be seen amidst them. And in the front, there was Ancient Devil and Sacred's leader. And there were many more spirits and creatures Han Sen did not know. But even without knowing, Han Sen could tell they were things to fear. Chapter 1670. The battle begins. Buzz. Han Menger, who was next to Han Sen, fired her death bone. An arrow was loosed and it slew a creature that was quickly approaching. She strung her bow again as a beast from Ancient Devil's side leaped forward with a roar. Its body was running to meet with the arrow. That monster looked like a bull, but it was covered with green armor. Its horns glistened like golden screws. There was a horn on its nose, too, like that of a rhino. The beast flew towards the arrow and smacked it with its head. The arrow did not hurt the beast, and it was simply knocked away. Han Menger frowned and fired her bow again. Wherever she fired an arrow, it was pulled toward the horn of that frantic beast. Those powerful arrows generated shockwaves when they came against the horn, but no matter how many times it happened, she could not damage the tusk. Horn Beast Alpha is powerful. It is no wonder why he is said to have the strongest horn in the world. Ancient Devil complimented the creature. Other alphas also complimented the performance. They planned to let Horn Beast Alpha deal with Han Menger. Aside from Horn Beast Alpha, no one else was confident in dealing with Han Menger's arrows. Horn Beast Alpha's horn was indestructible, and he had a magnetic ability that could absorb things in his proximity. It allowed him to capture Han Menger's arrows. Han Menger was powerful. Her strongest skill was her empty shot, which enabled her to shoot wherever she wanted to. Unfortunately, all the arrows were being snared by the horn and there was nothing that could be done about it. I will deal with Gu Qingcheng. Elder Yin drew his sword and went towards Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng's eyes looked cold, and she drew out pure. Then, she went to Yin Elder. If Gu Qingcheng's sword skills were overbearing, then Yin Elder's skills were soft. The delicate nature of his sword and performance nearly made him invisible. He didn't touch Gu Qingcheng's attacks and moved around her like water. He was a tough target to face. Gu Qingcheng couldn't kill Yin Elder, and so she was trapped. Han Sen frowned. Horn Beast Alpha and Yin Elder were stronger than Illusion Elder. They must have been the elders of larger and older tribes. Han Sen heard a long cry come from the shelter, and it boomed and drowned out the sounds of all else. Han Sen saw Red Pony standing upon the tallest point of Shadow Shelter. Its small neck arched proudly as it whinnied loudly. Han Sen felt safe. With Red Pony's sonic protection, not even the alphas would be able to get close to the shelter. Even if Ancient Devil had discovered how to break the mirror, he couldn't do it now. But they circumvented Han Sen's expectations. Ancient Devil and the others did not make the shelter their target. Instead, they all went for Han. Senator Han Sen understood what they sought to do. They wanted to kill him first, so they could get the mirror easily. Han Sen was not afraid, and he felt calm. He had been worried the mirror would end up destroyed, and so it was a bit of a relief that their first target wasn't the item. Han Sen summoned his overbearing shield. With his other hand, he summoned the bulwark umbrella. Ancient Devil was hard enough to deal with, but now with all the others coming, he absolutely had to have the umbrella equipped for defense. A spirit elder came forward with a spear. The spear turned into a black dragon as it approached. At the same time, Ancient Devil used his palm and Sacred's leader used the cane he held. It released a golden light that was like a holy punishment to Han. Senator A dozen Alpha-class elites surrounded Han Sen, and with so much power coming down from the sky, he had nowhere to run. Lin Feng used the power of the ancient sky mirror to fight the creatures. He killed many creatures in between dying many times. Without the mirror and Little Pony, he would have been permanently dead long ago. Creatures and spirits covered the whole of Shadow Shelter. It looked like a hell's cape. There was screaming, and rivers of blood were running everywhere. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky. The shockwave vaporized the creatures and spirits in the vicinity of 100 miles. Nothing was left. In the center of the explosion, Han Sen was holding his umbrella and overbearing shield. His mouth was bleeding, and there were cuts running across his face. His overbearing shield looked to be in a worse state, and it seemed as if it was going to snap in half. Fighting a dozen alphas, even Han Sen's bulwark umbrella and overbearing shield could not keep him protected. He was damaged a bit. Han Sen did not say anything, though. When his body moved, he was headed for the alphas. Others might have been afraid of taking on such numbers, but this was something Han Sen was good at. After he blocked a strike, he ran into a bunch of people, opening and closing his umbrella constantly. Sometimes it was used for defense, other times it was used as a weapon. Combined with his overbearing shield, none of the alphas were able to kill him. Han Sen's desire to fight was high. Blood was everywhere. Shadow Shelter and the encompassing few thousand miles became a bloody hell's cape. The mountains were breaking beneath the pressure and power. The blood was like rain as the sky turned red. Bodies were mounting and piling up outside the shelter. Han Sen bet no gold shelter had ever survived a glorious fight like this. Even a super shelter would be horrendously damaged by now. Ancient Devil's target was not the shelter, though, and Red Pony was using its sonic protection. If these had been reversed, Shadow Shelter would have been flattened. It would have been wiped off the map of the fourth god's sanctuary and vanished without a trace. Even if Shadow Shelter was destroyed, with the mirror there, they could still be safe. Arg, I'm dead. A creature came running towards Cheap Sheep, and the sheep screamed. He fell to the ground with his neck broken, eyes rolling to the back of his skull, and tongue hanging out. The creature looked surprised. Then, it went forward. But when he ran past Cheap Sheep, another Cheap Sheep appeared. Cheap Sheep summoned his horn scimitar and shoved it up the creature's bum. Arg! The creature suddenly jumped up and screamed. Chapter 1671 Operation Star, Come and Hit Me, You Dumb *SS. Wang Yuhang ran, shaking his *SS vigorously as he went. Many creatures were behind him. It looked risky, but Wang Yuhang could run like mad. He may have been dealt a number of injuries, but none of the wounds put him in critical status. Queen's beautiful legs were swinging to chop foes like axes. They managed to cut a sacred blood creature in half with a combined chop, spraying blood across her limbs. Two more creatures, like maddened tigers, came leaping towards Queen, who was now starting to show signs of exhaustion. But she disappeared, and the two creatures ended up jumping into each other. When Queen showed up again, she was beside them. With hands like blades, she sliced both of their heads off. Queen was like a killing machine. The ghost/technique Han Sen had invented was even scarier when she used it, due to her natural dexterity with the time and space elements. Lin Feng was colored gold, and he looked almost like a Buddha. Jing Jiwu's powers were slightly weird, and they were used in tandem with Lin Feng's. If he threw a punch, an enemy would get trapped and become unable to move, letting Lin Feng finish it off. Through their cooperation, they were an unstoppable force that produced even more blood for the field. A super creature came with a roar, interrupting their killing spree. Elysian Moon's Elysian umbrella opened, and every time that occurred, a new creature was sucked onto its surface. It was very strange. Little Star was too tame, though. It didn't even fight. All it did was use Starsea travel to run around and avoid all damage. Due to it not being able to get hit, Little Silver stood atop Little Star, as Little Star navigated the field. The furry creature cast many bolts of silver lightning to electrify the enemies below. A few super creatures tried going after Little Star, but they couldn't get him. Bauer was also on top of Little Star. She kept looking around, as if in search of something. Wherever little fairy flew, a blizzard accompanied her. Many flying creatures were frozen in the air, and they fell to the ground and shattered like hailstones. Gu Qingqing's face was cold. Her sword skills were powerful, but she was unable to hit Elder Een. He was like bubblegum. Whenever you attacked, he fell back. Whenever he attacked, you fell back. His skills were very powerful, too. Han Menger kept on firing arrows, as well. They kept on getting attracted to the horn beast Alpha's horn. Many explosions were created between the two, but a victor did not yet seem decided. Han Sen was running in between a dozen elites that hounded him. Even though he wasn't afraid of taking on large numbers alone, he still felt a lot of pressure now. All of his enemies were powerful, and Ancient Devil kept breathing down his neck, making him feel much worse. He was still making use of Bulwark Umbrella and Overbearing Shield to block the attacks that came his way. Bulwark Umbrella's surface had a small crack running across it, but Overbearing Shield was wreathed with far more. It looked as if it'd break soon. Han Sen was using his fallen slaughter body and butterfly wings to dodge an attack of an elder. He shouted to Sacred's leader, "Hey, look at who is in the ancient sky mirror." Sacred's leader turned around to look at the mirror, and in that big mirror, Goddess was visible. She looked terrible. "Let her go." Sacred's leader roared. "Sacred, if you don't leave now, I will kill her," Han Sen said coldly as he dodged attacks. "If you touch one hair on her head, I'll make you." Pang! Before Sacred's leader finished, the noise of an explosion sounded. Goddess exploded, becoming nothing more than a bloody mist across the mirror. "I'm going to kill you." Sacred's leader's eyes turned red, and he became incredibly angry. Han Sen was so cold, and his face didn't change. As he continued his fight, he coldly said, "Elder Mo He, if you keep moving, 2 of your people will suffer the same fate. I will kill you today." Elder Mo He gritted his teeth. He didn't fall back, and he simply attacked even harder. Han Sen's heart jumped, and then, the 2 people that belonged to Mo He exploded. They became a source of energy for the mirror. Han Sen kept on killing the others, because he didn't think the alphas would leave. Those were their kids he was now killing, but they had many children. They weren't going to fall back on account of 2 lost ones, however. Han Sen wasn't killing their children just to make them mad, though. He was hoping to take advantage of their emotions, but that aside, Ancient Sky Mirror required a lot of energy to keep reviving his teammates. Many elders were enraged by the actions of Han Senator. They were able to maintain their powers, but their usage was now emotional. Han Sen grabbed hold of the raw emotions he could and weaved his way through the elites. He was like a fish that was swimming upstream. It was a difficult situation to be in, but it was at least a little better. Dong! Ancient Devil threw his palm against Overbearing Shield. It reversed the power back onto Ancient Devil, but it didn't succeed in hurting him. And the shield itself wasn't able to fully sustain the shock. The shield ended up breaking while it was still attached to Han Sen's arm. This made Han Sen feel terrible. Ancient Devil was near Han Sen now, and he was a far more dangerous threat than the others were. But try as he might, Han Sen could not figure out a way in which he could rid himself of Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil was a powerful nemesis, but the white and unassuming donkey he rode was also a tricky fiend. Han Sen couldn't figure out a way to deal with the two. Inferno Skeleton Emperor could now feel Ancient Devil's presence from inside Destiny's Tower, and this made him a little nutty again. He kept on slamming the locks, wanting to fight Ancient Devil. But Han Sen wasn't willing to let him go free. And more than anything, Han Sen didn't want to expose the fact that he himself was Dollar. He was invincible in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, but the Alliance had organizations Han Sen would not be able to deal with. If people figured out Han Sen was Dollar, there was sure to be big trouble. And as all this occurred, In a base somewhere in the Alliance, a black tiger creature came to the man that looked like God. "Sir, they have started their operation. They are attacking Hansen and Shadow Shelter," the black tiger said. "Good. Let us start, then." The officer spoke coldly, but he looked interested. "Yes, I will travel to Han Manor," the black tiger said quietly. With his black Geno armor to veil himself, he went to see the Han family. Chapter 1672. He is different inside Han Manor. Ji Yanran was holding Little Flower and talking to Luo Lan. Zero was sitting near them. Suddenly, Luo Lan stood up from the sofa, her face grim. Ji Yanran looked at Luo Lan and noticed something was amiss. She held Little Flower tight and stood up off the sofa, as well. Pang! One side of the house was blown up, and the garden went with it. A giant black tiger that was the height of a grown man approached them from the outside. He was wearing black crystal armor, and he didn't walk robotically like an owl would. "Give me the kid," the black tiger said, looking at Little Flower. "Animal, how dare you?" Luo Lan stood in front of Ji Yanran and Little Flower. She spoke back to the tiger harshly and gestured for Ji Yanran to run off with the baby. Ji Yanran did as instructed and fled. Before she could leave the room, though, the black tiger roared and leaped towards them. But due to its speed being so great, Ji Yanran only saw the black tiger disappear. She felt nervous. D***mn. Luo Lan's face changed. She moved her hand and heard a dong sound. She had hit something. The black tiger's body reappeared inside the house. Luo Lan had hit the tiger's forehead, but she had not hurt him in the slightest. There was not even a mark on his armor. Luo Lan was shocked that her falsified sky powers had done nothing to the black tiger. It wasn't as if falsified sky powers were useless, it was just because Luo Lan's strength was far outclassed by the black tiger's. She couldn't break the armor. The black tiger swung its paw and claws towards Luo Lan in retaliation, looking at her with great disdain. He had been in the fourth god's sanctuary and obtained that armor from an officer. His power placed him among the Alliance's best, and the powers of a surpasser would not be a concern. The black tiger's attacking paw was something Luo Lan could not dodge. There'd be no chance for her to escape. Dong! A bone knife appeared beneath the paws. Zero had blocked the strike, but the force sent her flying back into Luo Lan, and both of them crashed onto the ground. Boom! Zero stood up off the floor bleeding, but her blood was purple. Her eyes turned purple, then her hair followed. A pair of purple horns grew out of her skin. Shura. The black tiger looked surprised, but it did not care. It did not matter who she was, as long as she did not have Geno armor, there was nothing to be concerned about. He increased the strength in his paws and leaped at Zero. Zero's hair moved like it was dancing. She evaded the strike of the claws and retaliated with a cut of the bone knife across the creature's face. Dong! The falsified sky power backed by the bone dagger was unable to penetrate the defense that armor provided. The black tiger headbutted Zero, and she slammed into a wall and broke it. Luo Lan jumped towards her and pulled her out of the rubble. Zero slowly stood up, staring at the black tiger, and said, "Leave now." After that, Zero leaped toward the black tiger again. Luo Lan tugged at Ji Yanran, prompting them to leave. But before they could get very far, the black tiger's claw came down on Zero. She was delivered 3 deep clefts in her skin, and she was suddenly bleeding quite a lot. Zero dodged the next direct attack, but the force still sent her flying 1,000 meters with deep marks across her. Seeing Zero bleeding and still wanting to fight the intruding black tiger, Luo Lan shouted to Ji Yanran, "Take Little Flower and run. Don't look back." After that, Luo Lan jumped towards the black tiger. She knew Zero wouldn't last in her current state. "Mom!" Ji Yanran was shocked. Go, little flower. Luolan said and flew, using her falsified sky power against the black tiger. Dong! But Luolan was just a surpasses, she wasn't even a demigod. Her powers were far weaker than the black tiger with Geno armor. She couldn't even leave marks on its head. The black tiger was irritated by Luolan, though. He attacked her before she could even react. Zero pushed Luolan away, and her back was delivered a few more cuts. The shockwave from the claws tore a nearby building in half. That building was a dozen stories tall. Blurg! Zero fell in front of Luolan, bleeding profusely. There was a deep wound across her waist, which revealed the organs inside. Luolan picked up Zero with the intent of taking her away. The black tiger saw Ji Yanran get into an aircraft. Since he was now short on time, he looked at Luolan and Zero and decided to stop trying to kill them. He jumped over to Ji Yanran. Dong! A bone-forged dagger fell from the sky and hit him on the head. The black tiger looked back and saw Zero being held by Luolan. Her hand was still extended from where she had thrown the knife. The black tiger was enraged, and he attacked the aircraft and destroyed it. He turned around and jumped back to Zero. It looked like her hit had made the creature even angrier, and he wished to finish her off first. Zero pushed Luolan away. She felt nothing in the face of that scary black tiger. But Luolan pushed her to the side, smiled, and said, "You are like my daughter." And no mother would willingly watch her daughter die. Zero, who always looked emotionless, now had a conflicted expression. She wished to save Luolan, but she was too injured to do so. Before she could get up, the black tiger was in front of Luolan. The black tiger wanted to kill Luolan right then, but he suddenly stopped and looked at Ji Yanran. The baby in Ji Yanran's arms began to cry. And there was a scary presence in those tears. That was what made the black tiger stop. The black tiger saw the life force and looked at it in disbelief. Little Flower's body was glowing with a holy light, the pupils were all white and the hair grew obscenely long and white, too. The baby had suddenly become much stronger. He is different. The black tiger looked very excited, and he ran straight for Little Flower. Dong! He crouched to leap forward and felt something hitting his legs. Luolan was hacking at them. And even though it may not have hurt, it was annoying. The black tiger was going to grab the pesky Luolan and get rid of her. Take Little Flower. Luolan knew she couldn't run, so she just shouted at Ji Yanran instead of evading the incoming claws. As the claws were about to land on Luolan, a hand suddenly appeared. It stopped the death-bringing claws in their tracks. Chapter 1673. Killing the tiger. Inside the cafe, Stay Up Late was wearing his uniform as he researched coffee. He suddenly frowned. He put down his tools and took off his apron and placed them on the counter. Stay Up Late, where are you going? The manager looked at him strangely. I'm going to the bathroom, I'll be right back. Stay Up Late smiled at the manager, and then walked away. He walked out the back door, and as soon as he stepped out, he ran straight back towards Han Manor. There, he saw the black tiger doing combat. The black tiger was about to strike Luolan, and Stay Up Late sighed to himself. He said, "This woman doesn't even have Geno armor, and yet she's that cocky. Humans are so weak. But I promised Han Sen I'd keep his family safe. I'll have to kill that guy." Just as Stay Up Late was about to get closer, he stopped. He looked towards Luolan. Seeing the black tiger going to land a finishing strike on her, Ji Yanran and Zero looked on in shock. A hand had stopped the descent of that paw. The claws were held fast and unable to move. A strong human body was in front of her now, blocking the tiger. It was a man. He looked young, but he should have been middle-aged. The man's face looked like ice, but there was a fire burning in his eyes. Luolan only saw his back, but the moment she saw it, she looked so happy. She was too excited to speak. "Touch, my woman, and die." The man sounded very cold. His power was like that of a volcano, and he blasted the black tiger away. The next second, the man disappeared and teleported in front of the descending black tiger. The black tiger was surprised. He was squaring off against another human, but he had been sent flying while still wearing his Geno armor. He was shocked by the power the man wielded. He used the power of his Geno armor and attempted to grab the man, but all of a sudden, he could not move. Pang! 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 The man's fists were like a rainstorm as they pelted into the black tiger. The constant sound of impacts chimed with the non-stop strikes at the armor. The raging fists kept on whacking the armor, and while the armor did not break, his power still penetrated the defense and shook the black tiger within. The black tiger's organs became twisted, and he continuously choked up blood. The black tiger's eyes turned red, and he looked extremely angry. His opponent was just a human, and what's more, the man wasn't even wearing Geno armor. And that power he wielded could render the safety of the tiger's armor inert. It was quite scary. The scarier thing was that he couldn't move. He kept on submitting to the pummeling. Catcha! The black tiger realized that the crazy punching was beginning to crack the Geno armor. "Who are you?" the black tiger wanted to scream. He looked terrified, but he couldn't make a noise. Pang! The black tiger's Geno armor helmet was broken. The fist then came through the shards of helmet that remained, crushing the black tiger's face. His face, after taking that punch, was a mess. The eyeballs fell from their sockets. The mouth was twisted, and teeth fell out as the creature puked more blood. Pang! 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 The black tiger was like an airborne punching bag now. The fists kept on punching it as the entire body twisted more and more. Blood spilled like rain, and the bones kept breaking. Ji Yanran ran over to Zero and Luolan and helped get them up. She wanted to take them away, but she was frozen by the sight of that wretched fight. Stay Up Late looked at the man in the air and was shocked. He said, "He isn't wearing Geno armor, and yet he is so strong. I didn't expect a human could be as strong as this. If he had a Geno armor, he might be qualified. Interesting. What is the relationship between that man and Han Sen? And the woman must be Luolan. Does that mean he is Han Sen's father? Or Luolan's partner?" Stay Up Late continued looking at the man with interest. Impossible. Impossible. A human that has no Geno armor cannot do this. How is this possible? The black tiger was incredibly frightened. Han Yufei's eyes looked murderous. He stretched his arm and delivered another punch to the black tiger's chest. The cracking Geno armor teeth finally shattered. It fell to pieces like shards of broken glass. Without the armor's protection, Han Yufei's fist went right through the black tiger's chest. It cleaved its way through the bones, right into the creature's heart. The next second, as the black tiger looked on hopelessly, Han Yufei put another fist into the creature's chest. Then, he ripped the entire body in half with nothing but his bare hands. The blood and organs fell to the ground with what was left of the battered body. Craters formed where they landed, and the man remained airborne, floating where he had been. Han Yufei gave Luolan a gesture, and then, Luolan gestured back with excitement. Han Yufei nodded, shook his head, and then disappeared. "Mom, who is that?" Ji Yanran looked at Luolan and thought to herself, has she found a new boyfriend? She raised Han Sen and Han Yen alone, she should have a life of her own now. That was Han Sen's father. That was your father-in-law. Luolan looked at the vanished shadow and seemed disappointed. I thought he. Ji Yanran looked at her in disbelief. She spoke half of what she was going to, but thought something was amiss and stopped. He had his reasons. "Don't say it out loud," Luo Lan quietly responded. As they spoke, someone jumped in front of Ji Yanran. The person reached for Little Flower and gave an evil laugh. The person said, "Officers are predictable." He knew the Black Tiger would not get the job done, and he knew there was something wrong in the Han family. Han Yufei is not dead, and he is on the god level. He killed the Black Tiger with his Geno armor, so he must be the heir of Han Jinji. I am going to take the credit. Chapter 1674 Dongxian Mutation. Lu Jia waited until Han Yufei was gone, and they were at their most relieved. He reached his hand out to Ji Yanran, hoping to take Little Flower. Stay Up Late frowned and wanted to help, but just as he was going to strike, he stopped. There were two scary powers coming out of Ji Yanran. One of them was from the baby. Luo Jia's hand was about to touch Little Flower when the baby's body began to glow with white light. Lu Jia couldn't touch Little Flower, even though he was only 3 inches away. Lu Jia's eyes opened wide in disbelief. Although he had no Geno armor, he had broken through the fourth god's sanctuary and become a god. He hadn't generated a Geno armor yet, but his powers were stronger than any demigod, and he should have been stronger than a 1-year-old child regardless. The power Little Flower released was as strong as his own, and he couldn't believe it. How can a human child have this kind of power? Did Han Jinji give that stuff to this kid? Lu Jia was in shock. He wanted to take Little Flower even more. If Little Flower possessed what they wanted, he would be highly rewarded after taking the baby. Power exploded from Lu Jia's body. He used force to reach further toward Little Flower, but there was a horrible power coming out of Ji Yanran, as well. There were crystal high heels on Ji Yanran's feet. They looked like living things, and all of a sudden, they wrapped up Ji Yanran's body in crystal armor. Ji Yanran was not good at fighting, but she was still a surpasses, and if she had to fight, she could. She lifted her leg and started to kick the intruder. This did not require skill, and the crystal legs came firmly up to Lu Jia's head. There was a pang sound, and before Lu Jia could react, his head was completely broken. Blood and brain matter were scattered all about. It was too powerful and it happened too fast. Lu Jia's body stood there for a while before it crumpled and collapsed onto the ground. Zero and Lu Lan stood mutely, staring at Ji Yanran and her dead attacker. Then they stared at Ji Yanran's crystal armor. Stay Up Late looked at them from afar, seeming very excited. He stared at Little Flower and Ji Yanran, in particular. Human children can possess this power. They can evolve to that level. This is unbelievable. Stay Up Late looked at Little Flower in shock. But when he looked at the crystal armor, he seemed to confirm something that confused him. That should be impossible. After looking at them some more, Stay Up Late glanced around. Then he disappeared. When he showed up again, he was at the back door of the cafe. Interesting family. It looks like I was right. Stay Up Late put on his apron, and a strange smile crossed his face. Stay Up Late, why were you in the bathroom for so long? Customers are waiting. The manager looked annoyed as he spoke. I am sorry. I had an upset stomach. I will get to work now. Stay Up Late walked over to the grinding machine. Handsome dude, get me a cup of coffee. I want a freshly ground one. Me, too, can I have some love, please? A group of rich, middle-aged women were standing outside. They enjoyed teasing Stay Up Late, who had just returned. Just a moment, please. Stay Up Late made the coffee with a smile. In Shadow Shelter, Han Sen was in a bad situation. The white donkey was right beside him, and he had to split his energy between dealing with Ancient Devil and the donkey too. His overbearing shield had been destroyed, and only the bulwark umbrella was available for his protection. It put him in a tough spot. Split blade was held firmly in Han Sen's hand, but it wasn't as useful as overbearing shield. He was getting attacked by a whole group, and he couldn't fight back much. Catcha! After he got hit twice, the surface of the umbrella cracked. Han Sen's heart felt heavy. It looks like I'll have to use Destiny's Tower. Han Sen had resigned himself to it. The fact was, if he didn't win the fight right now, there would be no afterwards. Exposing his identity did not matter too much if the alternative was death. But before he used the Blood Legion technique, he felt his Dongxian Sutra undergo a change. His Dongxian Sutra had one last tier he had thus far been unable to break into. That was why Bulwark Umbrella had been unable to level up. Han Sen had 4 Geno cores. The crystal core connected to the new jade skin. There were no more additional levels that it could achieve. Real blood connected to the Blood Pulse Sutra. There was one more skill he could still learn, and it should be the skill to level up to the 5th sanctuary. Coin connected to his Super King spirit body. Han Sen did not have to practice that any longer. When Super King spirit got stronger, Coin Geno core would follow. Bulwark Umbrella connected to the Dongxian Sutra. There was still one more tier for it to ascend. Aside from the part which was linked to leveling up to the 5th sanctuary, there was another part created by Dongxian Zi, the man who could break through the vacuum. That part was the Dongxian Sutra's ability to leave the alliance. Han Sen took it seriously, and he practiced that the most. When Dongxian Zi broke through the vacuum, he accidentally entered the first god's sanctuary. The place he had wanted to go was the hero's spirit hall, where those powerful creatures had died. But he ended up going to the first god's sanctuary instead. Something must have gone wrong. That explained why Dongxian Zi was injured and died. Dongxian Zi was much stronger than Han Sen, and after he broke through the vacuum, he was alive in the first god's sanctuary. And he spent time writing the Dongxian Sutra. It was odd that he had just died like that. Han Sen only had one explanation for this. Dongxian Zi's power was stronger than the strength of the 5 sanctuaries, and that included the alliance. That was why he went to the first god's sanctuary. It was the sanctuary above where the gods lived. According to the rules of the sanctuary, creatures in a higher tier would ruin their body if they went one sanctuary lower. That was why Dongxian Zi died. He couldn't recover. Han Sen wanted to practice the Dongxian Sutra, but the Dongxian Sutra was the slowest of all skills. Especially the last step in the 4th tier. He had practiced for so long and had not had a breakthrough. Now the umbrella was damaged and the Dongxian Sutra was exhibiting changes. Han Sen was so happy. Chapter 1675 Super Umbrella. The umbrella began to break because of the power, and Han Sen's Dongxian power broke, too. In reality, it didn't simply break, it shattered completely. It collapsed into a substance like a cloud of molecules, and then it continued to break down even further. All the scary powers came against Bulwark Umbrella, and the cracks webbed their way across the Geno core's surface. The shaft of the umbrella was crooked and bent. It looked like it was ready to come undone. Sacred's leader, seeing the umbrella about to break, looked as joyful as those that fought with him. Han Sen was difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for Ancient Devil there, kiting Han Sen like he was, they probably wouldn't have been able to achieve victory. They'd have all likely ended up dead. Surrounding Han Sen hadn't worked very well, and all the elders were afraid of the powers the human wielded. With Han Sen's Geno cores, his performance far exceeded even their wildest expectations. Now that the umbrella was going to break, Han Sen looked as if he was going to lose all his support. They felt a whole lot more relaxed, thinking the opportunity to kill Han Sen had practically come. Boom! Ancient Devil landed a hit on Bulwark Umbrella, and the power that was like an ocean looked ready to break the sky. The damaged umbrella could no longer hold on anymore, and it shattered like glass. It became dust. Blurg! Han Sen coughed up some blood. Die, many elders and emperors all shouted in unison. Their swords broke space, and their spears were like black dragons. With the light that could destroy the world, they all came at Han Sen in a charge. It looked like the end of the world. Han Sen stood before this apocalypse, watching the strange events occur. Han Sen's eyes were still so calm, however. And as he observed what was around him, he remained motionless. At this point, Han Sen's Dongxian power had shattered alongside his umbrella. While his powers had been reduced to dust, there was a residue of a strange connection. The moment they broke, Han Sen understood something. His blood was bubbling, but he felt very good. Seeing the strange scene of the sky come down to land on him, he waved his hand as a strange power surfaced within him. Bulwark umbrella reappeared. The umbrella looked as if there hadn't been any changes. It was perfect, and none could likely tell the difference. But in Han Sen's eyes, the umbrella looked completely different. The substance that it was made from looked completely different. And the powers of Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra were different now, also. Boom! All the world-ending powers were diverted by Han Sen's bulwark umbrella. The godlike powers descended like minor drops of rain, sliding off and away from the umbrella. Nothing could even sway the umbrella. The black dragons landed on the surface and snapped, and the spacey powers landed on it and broke, too. Mountains slammed down and were sundered. Everything broke against the umbrella like a mild summer rain. In Han Sen's eyes, they were just shattered substances. Compared to bulwark umbrella's sequence structure, they were all weak. They were like individual grains of sand. When the powers hit the umbrella, they rolled off like liquid. Like water against a rock, the umbrella remained unmoved. Many of the alphas were shocked, and even Ancient Devil's face changed. They thought they had broken the umbrella and could now kill Han Sen, but lo and behold, he had simply drawn another one out. When their attacks were unable to cripple the new umbrella, they were gobsmacked. Black Wizard Dur's Black Dragon Spear became Black Dragon. It came lashing forward at Han. Senator Han Sen was holding the umbrella in the air as the Black Dragon roared at him in a charge. Han Sen reached out his hand and tapped the creature on its forehead. Black Dragon met with Han Sen in the sky, and it looked like Godzilla was squaring off against an ant. Han Sen's hand was like nothing before the mighty Black Dragon. But in the next second, Black Dragon's body became nothing but loose dust atop Han Sen's hand. The entire body shattered into powder. Blurg! Black Wizard Elder coughed up blood, and he looked on in disbelief. Black Dragon's spear was his Geno core, and it had never been broken before. Han Sen had smashed it with a mere slap. Black Wizard Elder felt hollow and afraid. And it wasn't just Black Wizard Elder feeling like this either. Other elders looked at Han Sen in shock and wanted to run. They could not believe Black Dragon's spear had become dust, and they shuddered to think what might happen if such a power befell them. Ancient Devil saw the elders looking frightened, but he seemed unaffected. With a creepy smile, he said, "It's a little too soon, but it has to happen now." Ancient Devil jumped atop his white donkey. In one hand, he held a parchment. In his other, he clutched his skeleton necklace. His mouth read some text at an inaudible volume. As he read, the skeleton started to blaze with black fire. At the same time, the creatures and spirits that were attacking Shadow Shelter were covered in a black aura. This happened to the elders, too. The devilish aura was like ash after a blaze. Many creatures flew over to the necklace as the demonic aura grew in strength. "Ancient Devil, what are you doing?" Many of the elders were in shock, and they roared at Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil did not provide an answer, he just where he was, reading. He fondled the necklace roughly until the sky turned dark. All those demonic auras started to come back to him. One elder was so mad, he used a Geno core to attack Ancient Devil. But as the attack came close, the Geno core instantly broke. It poofed into a cloud of black smoke. When it reached Ancient Devil, it became a part of that demonic aura. That elder had lost his Geno core, and that injured him badly. But even then, the blood he coughed up turned to a whiff of black smoke that drifted over to Ancient Devil. Everyone was flabbergasted, and they realized it was only happening to them. None of this was happening to the creatures inside the shelter. Ancient Devil, what did you do? Sacred's leader asked him in fury. Despite being a spirit, he felt as if his body was becoming a black smoke, too. Chapter 1676 Devil's Flame in the He didn't receive an answer. Ancient Devil was just continuing to read the spell that no one could hear. Elder Een and Horn Beast Alpha were in shock. Han Menger fired an arrow and managed to break the Horned Beast's horn. But when that horn was detached, it fell and became another demonic wisp that drifted towards Ancient Devil. Gu Qingcheng saw an opportunity for attack, but she didn't go after Elder Een. She just let him go. She saw Ancient Devil in the sky, looking like a real demon. The fight had come to a standstill while this occurred. Many of the creatures that had come to attack the shelter tried to scamper away. But they could not resist the pull, and they were made into demonic wisps as well. Even Horn Beast Alpha and Elder Een wanted to run off. Ancient Devil threw down the necklace that was comprised of skulls. It turned into a ring and started to spin. The devilish auras started to travel towards the ring, which began to look like a black hole as it pulled everything in. All those wisps entered the black hole, and it looked like a twisted black sun. Ancient Devil's spell had a quiet voice. It sounded as if you could hear it, but at the same time you couldn't. The creatures and spirits heard the noise. They held their heads and rolled around on the ground in agony. Their bodies were fading fast. Black wisps came out of them and went straight for that ominous sun. Even Elder Een and Sacred's leader were writhing around on the ground. They no longer looked as strong as they had earlier. Hawk Emperor was in pain, as well. His body was fading, and the spirit stone that was 1,000,000 miles away was fading, too. "We have to kill Ancient Devil or we're dead," one elder yelled. He was in pain, and he tried striking Ancient Devil. Everyone else had the same thought. They all tried to endure the pain they were feeling and attack Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil remained still, though. He continued to read that weird spell that looked like magic. When the elders came close, though, they instantly turned into black wisps. And when one elder made it close to Ancient Devil, the demonic sun pulled the spirit straight inside. Everybody was shocked. The sun began to look like a skull as it ate the nearby elder and looked all evil. One elder completely disappeared without any fuss. The elites didn't have a clue what to do, so they could only stand there looking hopeless and scared. If they went, they would be consumed by the demonic sun. If they stopped, it'd only be a matter of time until they became a demonic wisp. The whole world was shrouded in the black, malicious aura. Ancient Devil and his demonic son both became the world, like a devil walking the earth. Gu Qingcheng drew her sword. The sword was overbearing, slashing towards the sun and Ancient Devil. The sword light went far, but then the sun turned into a big, reaper-like skull. It swallowed Gu Qingcheng's overbearing sword light. Gu Qingcheng's face immediately changed, and she stopped attacking. Han Menger tried firing an arrow at Ancient Devil's eyebrow, but it didn't reach its destination. Before it could, the big skull swallowed it. The flames were everywhere. And aside from Shadow Shelter itself, the landscape was turned to char and ruin. It was like a proper Hell's Cape. The decomposing beings were screaming in agony, sending a chill down the spines of all who watched and listened to the torture they had no choice but to endure. Suddenly, the black sky was filled with another strange view. Everything was suddenly reversed as a beautiful palace appeared. Fairies flew around it in harmony. When this weird thing appeared in the sky, Han Sen frowned. He held up his umbrella and moved toward Ancient Devil. He didn't know exactly what Ancient Devil was doing, but stopping him would definitely be a success for Han Sr. Don't go. He's opening the God's door. Gu Qingcheng yelled at Han. Senator Han Sen was shocked. The God's door was the entrance to the fifth sanctuary. It was the way through to the Alliance. Ancient Devil was using the powers of those around to gain access to it. Boom. As Han Sen descended into thought, the air began to tremble and shake. An old and mysterious stone door suddenly appeared. The gravity came down hard around that area. Ancient Devil opened his eyes and grabbed the demonic sun. When he did, his body was surrounded by a devil's aura. He looked like a volcano, and he was heading right toward that old gate. Boom! The world was shaking, and the scary devil flame was unable to open the door. Ancient Devi's face did not change, though. He simply continued to read the spell. He raised the skeleton necklace and proceeded toward the stone door. The whole world rumbled violently. Everyone felt as if their chests were hit, and they struggled against the pressure. Shadow Shelter's creatures were fine, other than bleeding a little. But the elders who had come with Ancient Devil were most certainly not. The weaker spirits had all decomposed by this point, and only the strong ones were left alive. But their strength was decreasing, and the power of sudden decomposition was getting stronger. Ancient Devil used the demonic aura of the decomposed beings around him in his attempts to pound the door open. And indeed, the door rattled as if it was on the verge of opening. Han Sen frowned, lifted his umbrella, and flew towards Ancient Devil. It was dangerous to fight in front of the gate, but this was the last chance Han Sen would have to kill him. If Ancient Devil opened the gate, Han Sen knew he'd have no chance. Of course, Han Sen was unsure whether or not Ancient Devil would be able to make it all the way through, but a being such as him would kill for whatever fancy concerned him. Allowing someone like that into the Alliance would be bad news for everyone. It'd also be best to kill him before he leveled up. Careful. When the gate opens, no one can leave. Gu Qingcheng shouted at Han. Senator Han Sen nodded and flew toward Ancient Devil. He came in close to Ancient Devil's body. Because Dongxian's sutra hadn't been on its last tier when they fought earlier, it hadn't been very strong. The power of Super Spank might not have even been enough to break a strong substance in this sanctuary, but now things were different. Now that Dongxian's sutra had reached the last tier, it was stronger now. Chapter 1677. The fight before the door. Ancient Devil was sitting in lotus position. One hand was pushing against the god's door, while the other pushed back at Han Sen's hand. I already have one foot inside the god's door. It does not matter how strong you are still an ant compared to the likes of me. Ancient Devil spoke to Han Sen gently, as if he had already achieved godhood. But Han Sen didn't respond, and he just continued adding pressure against Ancient Devil's hand. Pang! A mist of blood clouded the entire area, as Ancient Devil's arm was suddenly blown into a gory mess. It became dust in the sky, turning into nothing. Ancient Devil's face changed. He had gathered up an endless life force, stolen from dozens of elders. He thought he was invincible and ready to become a god, but then his arm was blown off by the human Han Senator. The scariest thing was Ancient Devil's sudden inability to regenerate the arm. He could heal other wounds, but not the severed arm. And that added to his fear. His abilities of physical recovery were quite strong, and definitely as good as a healer demigod, but his broken arm are to regrow. Han Sen's powers had to be something special that Ancient Devil had never before seen. Han Sen was surprised, by comparison. His super spank hadn't undone Ancient Devil's entire sequence structure. It only managed to break a part of him. Han Sen thrust his palm forward again, prompting Ancient Devil to pull back the hand he was using to try to open the door. He had to now use that single hand to fight Han Senator. The skeleton necklace became a black hole. Ancient Devil now wanted Han Sen's power before he ascended. He wanted Han Sen to become a part of him. But that, as it turned out, was not a good idea. Han Sen palmed the black hole instead, as Super Spank broke a sequence structure. Ancient Devil heard a boom, and one of the skulls on the necklace broke and turned to dust. Ancient Devil's face darkened. He had 108 skulls. Each one was difficult to refine. Each skull counted for one emperor, too. When 108 skulls were strung together, their power increased exponentially. Ancient Devil's power was something that ought to have been impossible in the fourth god's sanctuary. Ancient Devil could not believe his skull orb had been broken. How did that happen? Han Sen did not give him time to think, though. Instead, he just repeatedly pounded and palmed the black hole. There were many explosions detonating, like a string of atom bombs dropped on it one by one. The sequence structures of the skulls were destroyed. Ancient Devil trembled. He ignored Han Sen now. He wanted to get through the god's door, so he pummeled the stone gate. He wanted to open the door before the black hole disappeared. The spirits and creatures below were still writhing, and not even the elders would be able to hold on much longer. Their very bodies were decomposing. Lots of demonic auras and wisps came to Ancient Devil, giving him power and providing extra strength. The god's door was rattling. It seemed as if it would be broken by his fist at any moment. Almost. Almost there. Almost there. Ancient Devil looked crazed, with his one arm bashing against the door. The door rumbled and shook, but he had not managed to open it yet. Gu Qingcheng and the others all watched the spectacle in shock. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If the gate was opened, Han Sen would be sucked inside. With Ancient Devil's current situation, it'd only take a few more punches to open the gate completely. Han Sen had broken around 30 skull orbs. And reaching this figure, he noticed the power of the black hole beginning to wane. Still, it'd be a while before it was totally broken. And it was too late to stop Ancient Devil from opening the door. Han Sen, come back. It is too late. Gu Qingcheng shouted. Han Sen ignored her calls. He used his palm to break the sequence structure of another 2 skulls. There had been 108 skulls earlier, so breaking just a few was useless. Pang! Pang! Ancient Devil threw another 2 punches, shaking the stone door even more. It looked like it would not be able to withstand Ancient Devil's powerful strikes much longer. Ancient Devil squinted his eyes and looked back at Han Sen, whose fist was in front of his body. Then suddenly, the demonic aura exploded. The dying elites were decomposing at an even faster rate, accelerating their wispy travel to Ancient Devil's fists. There were more and more demonic wisps coming to his fist, so much so that it almost couldn't handle the sheer volume of strength. Even the people of Shadow Shelter were shocked by what they saw. This is my god's door. You will die entering it. If you don't want to live, then come with me. Witness my ascendance as a god. After Ancient Devil said that, he threw his most frightening punch yet. You are too naive, Han Sen said quietly. He held a closed bulwark umbrella and ventured near the black hole. Bulwark umbrella brushed through the sequence structure of the skulls. They broke like spider webs, as 70 of them were reduced to dust. Han Sen brushed away all the orbs and gathered power into his right fist. The power of Super Spank was now directly before Ancient Devil. He was waiting for the moment when Ancient Devil struck, so he could get him at his most vulnerable. Ancient Devil's face went pale, but he had no options at this point. He was now smack dab in the process of becoming a god. He couldn't run at a time like this. He had thrown his fist back at God's door one last time, but it was too late to pull it back now. Even if he could, after he saw Han Sen break the skulls, he didn't think he could block Han Sen's fist, anyway. Ancient Devil was so strong, and he still felt hopeless. He couldn't run. Han Sen watched Ancient Devil as he was punching. Winning. Gu Qingcheng saw Ancient Devil unable to do anything, and it brought her sheer delight. But suddenly, a white shadow appeared. The white donkey had brought with him an invincible power. It came before Ancient Devil and blocked Han Sen's fist. The white donkey brayed at Han Sen with a weird smile, and the sequence structure of its body broke and turned the creature into dust. Han Sen's face changed. When he was blocked by the white donkey in that crucial moment, Ancient Devil's fist reached God's door. There was a big boom and the stone gate shook. "Don't open. Don't open the door." Gu Qingcheng and the others screamed, watching the door and yelling. Pang! The stone door broke and swung open, as the godlight poured out like the illumination of stars. It wrapped up Han Sen and Ancient Devil, pulling them both inside. Chapter 1678 Getting decomposed and rebuilt. "It's over," said Gu Qingcheng. After Han Sen and Ancient Devil got sucked into God's door, her face changed horrifically. God's door was the path by which demigods could reach the fifth sanctuary. It was the path creatures took. The power inside would crush the person, rebuild their body, and rinse them clean. It was built for the person that summoned the door. The rinsing and rebuilding would have to match with the element. A person who had an attunement to a fire element would be washed and rebuilt with fire, once beyond God's door. Fire casters have the advantage that would allow them to finish the process and be rebuilt successfully. If a water element person entered the fire element God's door, they would be rinsed and rebuilt with fire just the same. With a lack of proficiency with the element, though, they would not succeed. That was why Gu Qingcheng was in such shock, after seeing Han Sen get sucked inside. No one knew what Ancient Devil's element was, but whatever it was complicated and extremely unique. It was very different from Han Senator since Han Sen had now been dragged inside, his chances of survival were low. Normal demigods had a low success rate themselves. The ratio was something of a 1 to 1,000 sort of figure. But Han Sen had stumbled into a door opened by someone else, which made the chances of survival even lower. And things were only made worse by the fact that the other person was a being as terrifying as Ancient Devil. "Dad!" Seeing the door sucking Han Sen and Ancient Devil inside, Bauer flew through the door just before it closed. Boom! The stone door closed tight, hidden in the air. Then, it was gone. "Will the boss and Bauer be okay?" Cheap Sheep asked, reeling from shock. Gu Qingcheng did not answer. She pulled out Pure and leaped down towards the dying elders. The elders were all strong, but they had been brought to the brink of death by Ancient Devil. They wouldn't be able to fight back. Seeing Gu Qingcheng come, they were all terrified. They wished to run, but their bodies were in no shape to. That was because their strength and energy had been drained by Ancient Devil. A sword came down, launching an elder's head across the sky. "If you kill me, the Een will kill you." Elder Een shouted. Gu Qingcheng did not care at that moment, and she cut Elder Een in half. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow came running out. They stepped on Elder Yin's sundered corpse and proclaimed, "Bad idea to come and mess with Shadow Shelter, eh? Let me step on it some more to avenge the misdeed done upon our boss." Pang! An arrow came flying forward, piercing into another elder's chest. Han Menger looked incredibly angry. Han Menger then knocked another arrow and took aim at Sacred's leader. Gu Qingcheng stopped her, though. Han Sen had told Gu Qingcheng all about Han Menger's true identity, and Gu Qingcheng had made sure to look after her. She had to stop her from harming Sacred's leader. Sacred's leader could be killed by anyone else, but not Han Menger. Sacred's leader managed to escape. Gu Qingcheng did not bother going after him, and she allowed his broken body to slither away. Sacred's leader had decomposed quickly, and there wouldn't be much else he could do. The important thing was that Gu Qingcheng had to leave a few alive. The sanctuary needed to know it was ancient devil's work that had caused so much harm. The story had to spread. What had happened to the elders was not something done by Shadow Shelter. They did not know if Han Sen was alive, however, and that meant the mirror could not currently be used. If a revenge attack came, they'd lose. They didn't have the defense and security they did before. Gu Qingcheng could only deal with a few elders, but she still had Red Pony and Han Menger for aid. If you didn't sound powerful and assert authority, people could easily bully you. And others might think they could bully Shadow Shelter without paying a price. If Shadow Shelter was turned into a scapegoat, there'd be much trouble in the times ahead. The fight at Shadow Shelter shocked the entirety of the Fourth God's Sanctuary, however, when news did spread. All the tribes now despised Ancient Devil for the evil he was. And they were surprised to hear just how powerful Han Sen was, and how powerful Shadow Shelter had become. Most of the elites had been harmed by Ancient Devil in some way, and so no one dared bother Shadow Shelter anymore. That was because Gu Qingcheng and Death Goddess were too scary, and the elders slain by Gu Qingcheng did not respawn. After the two battles, the structure of the Fourth God's Sanctuary had changed. A time of peace arrived. Han Sen and Ancient Devil had been sucked into God's door. Han Sen hadn't counted on getting sucked in, as he thought the punch was something Ancient Devil would be unable to resist. It was a one-hit kill sort of thing, he believed. But the white donkey had gladly given its life to accept that punch instead of its master, and that allowed Ancient Devil to open the door. I am surprised someone would be willing to sacrifice themselves for that abhorrent Ancient Devil. Han Sen sighed. But there was no time for Han Sen to feel anything right now. The moment he fell into the door, he felt as if he had fallen into a vat of oil. The cells in his body were fried, ravaging his skin. All the feelings in the world were useless at that point. He had no vision, and not even his eighth sense. His body was rapidly decomposing. Han Sen was in a weird mode. He felt as if his spirit and his body were now two separate entities. His body was decomposing, but something different was going on with his soul. The power of God's door decomposed his flesh, bone, organs, and brain. All that was left over was some gooey liquid inside. And Han Sen's mind or soul was drifting amidst the molecules. The body disappeared, like it had nothing to do with him anymore. Han Sen had only heard about a body being rebuilt, but he had never heard about the specifics. Suddenly, crystal core, real blood, coin, and bulwark umbrella all flew out. They melted in the midst of those molecules, too. The molecules surrounded the four genocores, and Han Sen felt as if those genocores were working to help rebuild his body. At this time, the power of God's door changed. The decomposition power changed to one of construction. The power to rebuild a body fell on the genocores and the molecules, but it caused damage to Han Sen's molecules and genocores. The bad side about not matching elements had finally appeared. Chapter 1679 Successful Ascension. A power went into his sea of soul. All the beast souls and genocores suffered underneath that strength. Han Sen felt terrible. He heard someone say it was best not to bring genocores and beast souls to level up. But Han Sen wasn't prepared for any of this, as he had been pulled inside unexpectedly. The beast souls and genocores were in there with him right now, and they were subject to the cleansing. The elements didn't align, and the initial impact dealt a lot of damage to his beast souls and genocores. The lower-tier beast souls and genocores were outright obliterated by the destructive power. That was the power that was needed to rebuild the body, though. And as fruitful as it might later prove, it was currently feeling like one major disaster. Still, he knew he had to accept all that power so he could be rebuilt. In his current condition, Han Sen was losing molecules. The genocores that were supposed to help rebuild his body were grievously damaged by the force that would do so. The genocores were failing to reconstruct Han Sen's body, and instead, they were being destroyed. Just as Han Sen thought it was all over for him, he felt something tingle inside his sea of soul. The black crystal armor was pulsating with a strange power. It started to give off a protective aura that provided shelter for Han Sen's genocores and molecules. It was keeping Han Sen's sea of soul safe. But that power could only protect his genocores, beast souls, and molecules. The armor was unable to protect the part of Han Sen that had been his actual body. That was because the elements did not match, and the rebuilding powers were incompatible with Han Senator. The pain was horrific. Han Sen knew it was wrong to have entered someone else's god's door. He had not been killed, but his body and genes were too powerful, and he could not integrate with the rebuilding forces. Do I have to enter the alliance like this? I am afraid Mom will not be able to recognize me. Han Sen was laughing in his heart. Dad? As this happened, Han Sen heard a familiar voice. He was so happy to hear it. He hadn't seen Bauer follow him in, and he was worried Bauer might be damaged by the god's door. Han Sen wanted to talk back, but he found himself unable to. He was only a collection of molecules and a sense of will. He could not talk to Bauer. Dad. Bauer will help you. Han Sen heard Bauer speak again, and he wondered why she wanted to help him. And then, he suddenly felt a weird power in his molecular state. When that power entered him, the black armor's power was not stopped. The power just melted into Han Sen's molecules. When that power blended into the molecules, the black armor's power relented. The rebuilding power moved back inside the molecules, then. This time, it was different. The rebuilding power did not damage the molecules, and instead, it blended in with them. It began to rebuild Han Sen's molecules. With the power of the molecules, his 4 genocores started to get rebuilt as well. Pang! Inside his sea of soul, the split-blade genocore could not handle the power. It exploded into nothing but dust. Pang! The fallen slaughter beast soul was blown up by the same power. Many things inside his sea of soul exploded, one after another. The beast souls and genocores Han Sen possessed were getting destroyed. It was not like the black crystal armor was incapable of protecting them, though. When Han Sen's body started to get rebuilt, the beast souls and genocores were exiled. Little Angel and Golden Growler were strong, though. They didn't get blown up by the rebuilding power, but they got squeezed out of the sea of soul, and the connection Han Sen had with them was severed. Suddenly, the god genocore came out of the sea of soul and combined with Han Sen's molecules. The same applied to the other 4 self-genocores. They all combined with his molecules. When the 5 genocores melted into him and merged with his molecules, they kick-started a process that started to rebuild Han Sen's body. It was strange to see a body get rebuilt. There was the blood, flesh, bones, hair, heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys, all coming together. It was a really weird thing to watch. While the rebuilding process was underway, a sense of feeling started to return to Han Senator, but inside that weird dimension, Han Sen could not feel anything physical around him. All he could feel was himself. His new, rebuilt body felt as familiar as it did strange. Han Sen knew he was inhabiting his own body, but it felt different. When the body was finished being rebuilt, Han Sen recovered his control of his body in his sea of soul. The black crystal armor no longer showed any activity. Han Sen used his heart, but he could not establish a connection with it. This disappointed him. He thought he had become a god, and through that, he could now make proper use of the black crystal armor. That was still not to be. Inside the sea of soul, there was only the black armor and the white armor. He had stolen the latter from Tina. Han Sen was unable to control the black armor set, so he tried using the story of genes. The white armor, however, listened to his core and wrapped up his entire body. The moment he was wearing that armor, he could see everything around him in startling clarity. He was in a giant crystal passageway. The light of twinkling crystals and a strange power was all around, and not too far from him, Han Sen caught sight of Bauer. She rushed toward him. Bauer looked different now. She was wearing an armor that looked like maple leaves, and she was holding a mini gourd. She scrambled over to see Han Senator. When Han Sen returned to normal, Bauer jumped towards him. Han Sen patted Bauer on the head. And then, he caught sight of Little Angel and Golden Growler. Golden Growler looked similar to how he always had. He was, however, clad in a golden armor. There was something vaguely different about Golden Growler's appearance, but Han Sen couldn't pinpoint the exact difference. Little Angel was inside the crystal light, with her body undergoing a change. It looked like her body was still being rebuilt, just as Han Sen's had. She was in the final stage of that process and was almost done. When Little Angel finished, the armor Han Sen had received from Merrily appeared on her. And now Han Sen knew why Golden Growler looked different. Both Little Angel and Golden Growler had received completely new bodies, and they were no longer bound to his Sea of Soul. Han Sen was so happy seeing Little Angel and Golden Growler succeed alongside him. Han Sen looked around him and did not see Ancient Devil, however. He was unsure if Ancient Devil had failed and died, or if he had managed to successfully enter the Alliance. Chapter 1680 I Have Become God. Han Sen couldn't find Ancient Devil. All he found was Destiny's Tower, hanging in a corner of the hallway. It was the only Geno core that hadn't been destroyed after leaving his Sea of Soul. Han Sen went over to grab it and return it to his Sea of Soul. Fortunately, there were no barriers inhibiting this, and he returned it to its rightful place. He could still use it, as well. Han Sen looked inside Destiny's Tower and noticed Armored Man was still there. Surprisingly, Meowth was hanging out on the first floor of Destiny's Tower. Han Sen wasn't sure how he had managed to get inside. Han Sen thought Meowth must have been killed, as his fitness was far worse than Little Angel's and Golden Growler's. It could most certainly not have been rebuilt. He never expected it to have been able to run inside Destiny's Tower for shelter. It was its same old self, though. It was a beast soul, and it hadn't undergone any transformation or rebuilding. Little Angel and Golden Growler had their own bodies now, though. They were no longer beast souls. They could not enter his Sea of Soul anymore. Fortunately, they recognized who Han Sen was. And together, they all traveled as one. Bauer was included in that equation, too. On a planet in the Alliance, in a system residing in the Barrens, a naked man appeared on an island. He shouted to the sky, "I have become a god." That voice was so loud, it made the seas lash and the clouds part. All the birds flew away, as well. It was overbearing. That man was Ancient Devil, who had successfully ascended. It was a trial and a half for him, but he had been successful. Because Han Sen had not been rebuilt in the beginning, and he had 5 Geno cores to rebuild his body, he had been much slower. This allowed Ancient Devil to reach the Alliance first. Ancient Devil did not have Geno armor, though. He could not see the path to make his way out of the crystal hallway. He came out right after his successful rebuilding, unaware of what had happened to Han Sen, who slipped in with him. After Ancient Devil shouted, he noticed there was a man, a woman, a child, and a golden-haired lion sitting next to him. They looked at him as if he was a complete idiot. Ancient Devil's face fell when he saw Han Senator. All his possessions had been destroyed when he leveled up. He did not have an ounce of armor on him. But Han Sen and the others were all geared up, not naked like he was. He quickly wanted to scamper away, but he realized his powers were not as strong as they had been when he was a demigod. He was weak and slow. Han Sen grunted, and then appeared directly in front of Ancient Devil. He delivered a firm punch into Ancient Devil and sent him hurtling into the sea. Waves rushed away from Ancient Devil's body when it hit the surface of the ocean. Han Sen was already next to him once more, though. He gave Ancient Devil a good kick. Ancient Devils went at a speed that parted the sea wide. He was sent traveling a few miles. Pang! Pang! Han Sen's body teleported to Ancient Devil once again. He punched him in the side, he punched him in the front, he kicked him in the side, he kicked him in the front. And then, one extra strong kick in the backside. He treated Ancient Devil like a punching bag. The spirit was left bleeding, with an awfully swollen face. Leveling up to the Alliance was different from reaching a new tier of sanctuary, and that was because your body was fully rebuilt. Your strength ended up lower. Ancient Devil and Han Sen were practically newborn babies right now, and it'd take a while for them to redevelop. It'd take a while before they achieved the strength of a demigod again. The process was only considered a genuine success if you generated a Geno armor. Han Sen already knew about all this, though. Han Yufei and Stay Up Late had explained most of it to him. Ancient Devil, on the other hand, was clueless. He had no armor. He didn't stand a chance of fighting Han Sen, who did. He was beaten up severely, with no hope of fighting back. Han Sen was angry, though. He had been forced to level up and reach the Alliance. He hadn't prepared for any of that, and he had lost many beast souls and Geno cores. Ancient Devil, suffering this new pain, roared. But Han Sen just punched him in the face and prevented him from doing it again. The gulf of power separating the two was massive. They had both just leveled up, but Han Sen's body was far stronger than Ancient Devil's. And with the Geno armor, much stronger again. Everything Ancient Devil tried to do to combat Han Sen was useless. Nothing worked. He was almost dead when Han Sen summoned Destiny's Tower and imprisoned him on the 7th floor. Despite his many calculations, Ancient Devil had never expected to become a prisoner upon leveling up. Han Sen tried to summon his unicorn beetle and had no problem with that. It floated up before him and did not seem to have been affected by the powers of ascension, at all. Han Sen touched his body, but he noticed his 9-life cat pendant was gone. Perhaps it had been destroyed in the hallway. After entering the unicorn beetle, Han Sen examined the map to find out where exactly he was. He wanted to get back to the Alliance. Han Sen, unknown Geno body, not created level, none lifespan, 600 Geno body evolution requirement. Unknown Han Sen was unable to get a clearer comprehension of his current status, as everything was now showing up as unknown. And that was because he had not generated his Geno armor. Han Sen was confused. The Alliance did not have creatures, so how would one collect genes to level up? I need to ask Stay Up Late about this. Perhaps he will know, Han Sen thought to himself. The Han family home had been attacked by the Black Tiger, but it was destroyed alongside many of the buildings around it. Many innocents died because of the attack. Ji Yanran had to pay a lot in return for all that. And fortunately, the manor was old and few people lived there. If the death toll had been any higher, she'd have felt even more guilty. Ji Yanran made plans to purchase a planet for the family. In the event such a thing occurred again, there wouldn't be innocent casualties. But because of Han Sen's accident, Ji Yanran could not do this. So, she was with Luo Lan, Zero, and Han Yen. Waiting for news of Han's senator entering another person's god's door was difficult to survive. They heard he had done this, but they were still hopeful he'd pull through. After Stay Up Late heard about what had happened, he thought regretfully, entering the god's door of someone else is deadly. There is no way he will succeed. When Han Sen returned to the Alliance, however, he was able to contact Ji Yanran. And this made Ji Yanran and the others very happy. Stay Up Late was shocked, and his face was full of surprise. How is that possible? using the path of someone else. The rebuilding powers should not have matched him. How could he succeed? This family is strange. Stay up late wore a complicated expression. Chapter 1681 Tattoo Inside the bathroom, Han Sen looked at himself in the mirror. He was topless, observing his back. When Han Sen went to sleep the night before, Ji Yanran told him he had a mark on his back. When Han Sen checked it out, he noticed his entire back was tattooed red. The tattoo on his back was like a cat, but not a cat. It was like a fox, but not a fox. It was red. It was the 9-life cat. Why is there a tattoo? Is it because of the 9-life cat pendant? Han Sen examined the tattoo on his back closely. But he did not notice anything special about it. It really did just look like a tattoo and nothing more. Han Sen could not tell what it was, or whether or not it was harming his body. He ignored it, put his clothes back on, and exited the bathroom. Stay Up Late was in the living room. Seeing Han Sen come out, he poured him some tea and looked him up and down. He was curious how Han Sen had been rebuilt, despite entering a god's door summoned by someone else. Han Sen sat down on the sofa. He wanted to ask Stay Up Late something, too. Han Sen accepted the tea and asked Stay Up Late, I ascended successfully, but I was unable to generate a Geno armor. There are no creatures here that I can use to gain genes either. How am I supposed to generate the Geno armor, exactly? Stay Up Late thought about this for a moment, and then said, you cannot borrow power from the outside. You are on your own. After being cleansed and rebuilt, your body is like an unopened chest. You need to practice your genes to grow your body. Do that, and then you will be able to generate your Geno armor. That will be your beginning. That is the beginning and also the end, right? Han Sen looked at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late nodded and answered, I suppose. Only Geno armor has the power to exit the sanctuary. But outside the sanctuary is scary, and it is rather unknown. My people, the crystallizers, were almost entirely wiped out. Seeing Stay Up Late open up and be so honest, Han Sen found himself quite surprised. He proceeded to ask, what is out there? I am just an ordinary soldier. I don't know much about the outside world. If you would like to know, go and see for yourself. It is pointless asking me. Stay Up Late paused for a moment, and then went on to ask, how did you level up via someone else's path? It should be impossible for someone else's rebuilding powers to match your body. When my body decomposed, it just happened. The rebuilding powers didn't rebuild my body, and actually harmed my Geno cores and molecules. But then, something just seemed to change. I'm not entirely sure what happened. Han Sen was being half honest. Stay Up Late frowned, and then said, I have never heard of something like this before. Rebuilding your own body from someone else's rebuilding power will affect you. Whether it will be for the better or worse, I can't determine. If you do not mind, you should conduct a full body test so I can find out exactly what is happening. Sure. Han Sen agreed to this. He wanted to know what his body was doing, and he wanted to know if he was strong in a crystallizer's eye. After conducting the tests, Han Sen's fitness was revealed to have been lowered. His strength and speed were only 10,000 now. Is this good for a crystallizer? Han Sen asked, looking at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late looked back at Han Sen with a complicated expression and said, for a juvenile, this is good. Han Sen's heart sank. After all those years, Stay Up Late could only compare him to a juvenile. That was depressing. Han Sen didn't know Stay Up Late was actually pleasantly surprised. The sanctuaries were something of an incubator for the crystallizers. Creatures that ascended to the Alliance were mere babies to the crystallizers. After they were rebuilt, they could grow from there. Han Sen's fitness was far better than a baby crystallizer, but where he'd go from here was uncertain. If he grew up fast, and after he generated his Geno armor, Han Sen would definitely be scarier than a crystallizer. As he left the testing room, a gold lion dog came up to him. Its tail was wagging. It was Golden Growler. Its body was small, not too different from an average dog. It really did look like one, and he was certain others might not be able to tell what it actually was. Bauer was riding upon Golden Growler's back. And then, she leaped onto Han Sen's chest. Han Sen patted Bauer on the head. Without Bauer, he was not sure if he'd have been able to rebuild his body successfully. Now that Bauer was in the alliance with him, though, she could not return to the fourth god's sanctuary. Han Sen did not know if the gourd on Dark Spirit's holy vine was something Bauer could use. There was no way to find out now. This was the biggest regret Han Sen had, regarding his time in the fourth god's sanctuary. Fortunately for him, however, he had friends there. He would eventually send someone to take a look once the gourd had matured. It would be great to be able to bring it back. He just wasn't sure if he could. When Han Sen returned home, Ji Yanran was waiting for him. There were many contracts awaiting Han Sen's signature. They had bought a large portion of land to prevent another incident in which innocent victims could be caught in the crossfire and harmed. Ji Yanran bought out a few cities. If a fight like that happened again, at least others wouldn't be hurt. Han Sen signed the agreements and went to practice his skills. Jade Skin did not have a second part, so he had not practiced that. Han Sen was trying to practice the Blood Pulse Sutra, the Dongxian Sutra, and the Story of Genes. The Story of Genes was making progress the fastest, and it seemed as if that was what it took to generate Geno armor. The Blood Pulse Sutra and the Dongxian Sutra were far slower, by comparison. They were much different from the Story of Genes, and they weren't used for generating Geno armor. Han Sen did not know which was better to focus on, so he just divided his time between them all. They did not clash with each other, so it was okay to practice them all at the same time. His rebuilt body was different now. When he cast skills, his genes would change. That should have been impossible for a human. Stay Up Late said that if they changed a lot, they would generate the Geno armor. Chapter 1682 Crisis. Officer, Black Tiger, and Lu Jia have been killed. Their operations failed. But, Han Sen entered Ancient Devil's path of ascension and made it into the alliance. Surely that can allow us to confirm that he is the heir of Han Jinji, yes. He could be protecting his family also, explaining why the two operatives were killed. A man spoke to the officer with anger. The officer did not say anything in response. He merely closed his eyes and retreated into thought. Officer, we cannot delay. We do not have enough people and Geno armors to spare. If we don't strike the Han family now and force Han Jinji out, we will never get back the item. The man gritted his teeth. I am willing to take the team now and grab the Han family. I can draw Han Jinji out. The officer still did not say anything. He looked at the man coolly and said, Yake, you are too impatient. You need to look beneath the surface. Officer, with things as they are, do you continue to believe Han Sen may not be related to Han Jinji? If he is not the heir of Han Jinji, how can he possess such power? How were Black Tiger and Lu Jia killed? Yake demanded angrily. The officer responded calmly, saying, it seems like he is Han Jinji's heir, but there is still something suspicious about it all. What is that? Yake asked with an annoyed look. If Han Jinji faked his death, why would he still go by that name? The officer said. Arrogance. He thinks the closer he is to danger, the further away from harm he is, Yake answered. The officer shook his head. If that makes sense, then tell me, does it look like Han Sen has it? His body is strange, Yake said. He is strange, yes. But he does not have anything similar to that thing, the officer said with a hard voice. Perhaps Han Jinji has employed a trick to hide the item, Yake continued to argue. The officer sighed. Yake, you know how precarious our situation is. If Han Sen is not an heir of Han Jinji, he would be a great help to us. He would be better off alive. No way. He is Han Jinji's heir. And if you aren't going to do anything about it, I will do it myself. He has only just leveled up, so he'll be in his weakest state right now. We can grab him with ease. Yake spoke surely. The officer frowned. You have forgotten about Black Tiger and Wuxia's deaths already. Even if he is weak, he has someone to protect him. I will go with Rudy. If Han Jinji appears, I will kill him and take it back, Yake growled. We should wait. We should find out what Han Sen's relation to Han Jinji is first, the officer said. Yake slammed the table and said, Officer, we have paid an enormous price already. Snake Witch, Black Tiger, Wuxia, and 2 Geno armors have been lost. I cannot allow another fruitless sacrifice like that. I will get rid of the Han family, no matter what it takes. After that, Yake left the hall. The officer did not say anything more. He merely watched Yake leave. Han Sen was holding Little Flower atop the garden, sunbathing. Little Angel was scouring Skynet for all sorts of information. Little Angel was like a real human now that she had been given her body, and she was very interested in activities that were associated with Skynet. She watched many TV shows and played many video games. She was not interested in true, proper knowledge. Games and the telly were all that snared her attention. She was watching a TV show currently, while also playing God's Hand. She only needed one hand to beat a hardcore player. Golden Growler lay on a chair next to Han's senator as he lounged. He was drinking from 4 separate glasses at the same time. A straw ran from each one to his mouth. He was also wearing sunglasses. The gold hair looked particularly good that day. Bauer and Zero had gone with Ji Yanran on some errands. Han Sen was afraid Ji Yanran might be in danger if she was left alone, and so he allowed Bauer to go with her. He was confident in her strength now. Han Sen leaned back and looked off into the distance. He saw someone land on the top of a building tower that belonged to him. Blind man, good timing. I've been looking for you. Han Sen was shocked, not expecting Blind Man to seek him out that way. This was not usually his M.O., but that was okay. Right now, Han Sen really wanted to see Han Yufei. He needed to inform him of the consequences of producing Geno armor. Later. Listen to me first. Blind Man looked serious. Okay, go ahead. Han Sen nodded. Blind Man did not beat around the bush, and he dove straight into the subject. He said, God's organization has decided to get rid of you once and for all. Many elites will come, and so will your father. What did he say? Han Sen asked. Now that you are here, you cannot return to the sanctuary. You have to fight. He hopes you are sufficiently prepared, and asks that you send your mom and little Yen to hide in the sanctuary. Blind Man looked apologetic as he spoke. Han Sen knew what all this meant. Han Yufei was not confident even he could win the fight that was coming. This was the best plan he could come up with. How many elites do they have? How many Geno armors? Han Sen was surprisingly optimistic. Han Sen may have been weak, but he had a Geno armor of his own. With Little Angel, Golden Growler, and Bauer at his side, the 4 Geno armors in total would prove a force to be reckoned with. Furthermore, Stay Up Late was there, and he lived with Han's senator and he frequently watched over him. Han Sen had no doubt that the crystallizer would lend a hand if it came to a fight. God's organization asked the new community for aid. We don't know how many people or Geno armors they have, but after last time, we estimate they will bring at least 3. Blind Man looked glum. Chapter 1683 Testing the gun. Tell my dad not to worry when you go back. I will deal with it. After that, Han Sen moved closer to Blind Man and said quietly, there is something I need you to tell my dad, too. Tell him not to generate Geno armor, and if possible, come and meet me. There is something important I wish to tell him. Okay, I will tell him. I will return and prepare. As expected, we will be cutting all ties with God's organization. Blind Man turned around and left. Han Sen did not stop the man from departing. He knew Blind Man had come here quickly, and he would be found if he stayed long. There was no point in him staying, and it was more important for him to go and see Han Yufei. After Blind Man left, Han Sen got back to practicing the story of genes. That was because the story of genes was the fastest to learn, and it would help him buff up his white crystal armor. Normal Geno armor elites in the Alliance were using other people's Geno armors, and thus, they could not use the full extent of their power. Tina, Snake Witch, and Black Tiger were unable to make full use of the Geno armor's power because it did not belong to them. It couldn't assimilate with them completely. At most, they were only able to use half of what was achievable with the armor sets. Stay Up Late was the only being that had a self-Geno armor that Han Sen knew about, and the white Geno armor Han Sen had would not be sufficient for beating him. But even so, Han Sen would be considerably better than other Geno armor elites. His fitness was worse than before, and he had yet to mature again. He was currently weaker than the average demigod. But it was different when he was wearing a Geno armor. The story of genes might have come from the crystallizers, but it made Han Sen a better fit for the white armor. The more he practiced the story of genes, the better fitting it became. So far, Han Sen had a 60% match with the armor set. And that meant he could use 60% of its power. Other people could only use 50%, so he had an advantage. Han Sen wouldn't be able to improve the story of genes much in such a short time, but he kept on practicing anyway. Every little bit helped. While Han Sen was practicing, Little Angel was doing something with her hands. If you looked closely, you could see Little Angel was actually handling a small SMG. Someone had left it behind in the buildings when the fight against the Black Tiger was underway, and Little Angel had shown enough interest to pick it up and keep it. She found out what it was through Skynet, and she eagerly wished to play with it. She turned off the safety and took aim at a building sign. She wanted to shoot it. Pang! A bullet struck the sign, knocking the sign off the building. The noise immediately scared Han Sen and Little Flower. Where did you get that from? Han Sen asked. He had originally thought that enemies were attacking, but he was relieved to find that it was just Little Angel discharging the weapon. Ji Yanran had bought the land around them for miles and miles, so there was no one else there. She wouldn't be hurting anyone by accident. I found it and picked it up, Little Angel answered, right before she pulled the trigger again. A bullet was fired, then exploded when it landed. There is no one around, and we bought this place. We should not waste it, Han Sen said, eyeing the buildings that were in rubble around him. Little Angel then aimed the weapon at Han Senator. It made him quickly get out of the way, but then he remembered that with his fitness, he did not have to be so afraid. Little Angel spun the gun around and offered it to Han Sr. Shoot me. Why? Han Sen asked, not accepting the gun. To see how powerful it is, Little Angel said calmly. There is no need for you to use your body to find that out. Han Sen wasn't really sure what to say or do. Should I use yours instead? Little Angel asked with seriousness. Han Sen didn't think they needed to use anyone's body for the test. But he had never blocked a bullet before, and he realized that he was quite curious. Sure. Give it a go. Han Sen put Little Flower down on the table. He floated in the air, waiting for Little Angel to try to shoot him with the SMG. To survive being shot by an SMG, you'd need a fitness level of above 5,000. His fitness was weaker now than it had been for most of his time in the fourth god's sanctuary, but he had at least 10k. He could definitely block the bullet. For safety, Han Sen gathered power in his hands. He wanted to get shot in his hand first. Little Angel was wearing her white battle suit, and after swiftly aiming the gun, she fired his way. A circular bullet came flying toward Han Senator. He raised his hand and an explosion erupted. Then, the light was gone. Han Sen's hand was a little red, but he didn't feel any pain. At the most, it felt like his hand had just been slapped, and that was that. Little Angel fired at Han Sen a few times, taking aim at different regions of his body. Han Sen knew she wanted to find out the power of the weapon she was using, so he didn't block now. He just let the bullets pelt him. The bullets weren't enough to break his body, though, and more than anything, it felt as if they were just tickling him. Little Angel was disappointed by the power, so she just threw the weapon away. While Skynet may have said it was good, it was little more than a toy gun for someone like her. Han Sen drifted toward the ground, thinking about Little Angel's interest in the gun. But suddenly, something about his body felt very wrong. His back was on fire. Han Sen's face changed. He looked at his back and saw his 9-life cat tattoo was burning. A red light shone from his back, unhindered by the clothes he wore. What is that? Han Sen frowned. Boom! The next second, the light became stronger until his clothes were nothing but tatters. The tattoo on his back now resembled a swirling black vortex. But before he could react, the suction pulled him right inside. Chapter 1684 Accidentally Meeting Again Crash. Han Sen hit the ground hard, writhing around as if his bones were about to snap. He felt sure that the composition of his body had become softer. He set a hand on the floor to pick himself up and noticed that he was lying on something very soft. It gave him a shock. He heard a scream, and he jumped up and away from the noise. It's you. Han Sen and another voice spoke the same line at the same time. Han Sen looked at the floor. There was a red, fox-like cat standing there. It was the 9-life cat. Han Sen hadn't seen the 9-life cat since he left the last time. Han Sen didn't expect to see him again, especially under these conditions. No way. The 9-life cat should be in the fourth god's sanctuary. I have already leveled up to the Alliance, so why am I seeing it here? Did it ascend, as well? 9-life cat looked at him with shock and confusion. Why are you here? Again, they spoke the same line at the exact same time. Han Sen pointed at the 9-life cat tattoo on his back and said, "This brought me here, I think." 9-life cat looked at Han Sen, but it could not see the tattoo he was referencing. Han Sen turned around so the cat could see the tattoo. The shock on the 9-life cat's face deepened. Is this a bad thing? Han Sen asked with worry. 9-life cat walked closer to Han Sen and checked his tattoo out. Then, he jumped on his shoulder, touching the tattoo. What is it? Say something. Han Sen demanded when the 9-life cat remained silent. 9-life cat jumped off of Han Sen's shoulder and then leaped atop a tablet, saying, "It's not bad. But if you go out, people will think you are a part of 9-life cat." Go out where? Han Sen asked without thinking. But then Han Sen realized what the cat was implying. He looked at 9-life cat, and if going out meant what he now had in mind, it really was quite shocking. 9-life cat gave him a very human-like smile, and he said, "Ah, you won't understand. You can't get out of here, anyway. It doesn't really matter for now." Do you mean getting out of the sanctuary? Han Sen still wanted to ask. 9-life cat looked surprised, but he didn't answer. He just used one of his paws to scratch his side as he repeated himself. You can't get out of here, anyway. It doesn't really matter for now. Just in case I need to know, you should tell me. Han Sen wanted to punch the kitty to get him to answer the question. Nine Life Cat laughed and said, "It's nothing much. I'm just saying that Nine Life Cat does not have a good reputation out there. If you are lucky enough to get out, just don't let anyone else see your tattoo. If it gets you killed, don't take it out on me." Han Sen's heart sank. "Can I remove it?" Nine Life Cat rolled his eyes. "It has merged with your body. It's a part of you. You really think it's possible to remove something like that?" "Fine. Cut the crap," Han Sen yelled. That was not the answer he had been hoping for. "I'm busy, and I'm running out of time and patience." Nine Life Cat jumped off of the tablet and started walking in another direction. Han Sen noticed that they appeared to be in some sort of graveyard. The tablet Nine Life Cat was sitting atop was a headstone. Behind the stone there was another one, half covered by patches of grass. Surprisingly, the grave was smaller than the sort you might expect to see for a human. He looked at the headstone, but he was unsure of what it was dated. All the text across its surface was faded. Some very light markings were visible, but what they meant, he hadn't a clue. "What are you doing?" "Follow me." Nine Life Cat gazed back at Han Sen with a look of annoyance. Han Sen followed as he was bid to, and they walked past many headstones. They were all in various states of decay, so he couldn't learn much about where he was. "What is this place?" "Some kind of old graveyard?" Han Sen asked Nine Life Cat after catching up with him. Nine Life Cat smiled and said, "This is the fourth god sanctuary. We're not in the alliance." That's what Han Sen had thought, but when it was confirmed, he really was given a shock. "No way. This is the fourth god sanctuary. I thought after you go to the alliance, you aren't allowed to come back. And why is my body not being harmed by being here?" Nine Life Cat used his claws to point at Han Sen's new tattoo and laughed. "With this tattoo, it's not only the fourth god sanctuary you can return to. If you want, you can hop back into the first god sanctuary." "Why?" "Because now you are a part of Nine Life Cat." "What is Nine Life Cat exactly?" Han Sen asked. Han Sen was curious about this. He only knew that it had some connection to the elusive human emperor and that the Nine Life Cat was some sort of a mascot for Blood Legion. It was like a representative symbol. Han Sen thought Nine Life Cat might have been a strong creature that followed human emperor. But all things considered, that no longer seemed likely. Nine Life Cat, whatever it was bigger than what he was thinking. It looked like it was even connected to some pretty big things beyond the sanctuaries. But now Han Sen remembered people had told him that human emperor took Nine Life Cat as something serious. Han Sen didn't care for it very much, but now, things obviously weren't so simple. "I told you that you wouldn't understand. If you can get out, though, you will know." Nine Life Cat did not want to talk about this much. Han Sen wanted to ask some more, but Nine Life Cat suddenly stopped moving. Han Sen saw a headstone marking a grave. It was similar to the other tablets, though, in which the words had all faded away. "Since you are here, help me dig this grave up." Nine Life Cat pointed at the small, grass-laden headstone. "We're digging up graves now. This is horrible. You can do that yourself." Han Sen shook his head. Han Sen did not know what the kitty wanted, and there was a chance that the creature would put him in danger. Whatever the case might have been, he wasn't quite willing to risk it. Nine Life Cat rolled his eyes and jumped atop the grave. With his little paws, he started to dig. He told Han Sen, "Fine. You don't have to dig, but as for the special item that might reside below, you will have nothing to do with it." Chapter 1685 Dug something out. What are you digging? Han Sen wondered. He knew that he couldn't steal whatever it was from the Nine Life Cat, as 10,000 fitness wasn't much in the fourth god sanctuary. Hansen couldn't use his Geno armor in the sanctuaries, so he knew he'd be unable to beat the nine-life cat. Fortunately, he still had Destiny's Tower, and that meant he wasn't afraid. I know there's something good in there, I just don't know what it is. If you help, I'll count you in for a share of the profits, Nine-Life Cat said. If you don't know what it is that's in there, how do you know it's something good you can profit from? Hansen didn't believe him. Teehee. You should know a bit about this. This is God's ruin, but it is a crystallizer ruin, also. I know there is something about the crystallizers here, and we'll find out what it is exactly when we've dug it out, Nine-Life Cat said. Now Hansen knew this was God's ruin, and it was no wonder why it looked strange. Okay, let's dig it out together. Count me in for that share of the treasure. After that, Hansen started digging out the grave alongside Nine-Life Cat. Then, he thought to himself, he didn't know I would be here. He wouldn't count me in if I wasn't here. We don't have a grudge, but there's surely no chance he'd want to harm me, right? They both kept on digging into the grave that looked like a little mound of soil. It was very solid. All of Hansen's fitness, with the use of Taya, could only allow him to shovel just a tiny bit of soil. The soil was like steel, and it was incredibly difficult for them to dig through. After digging only a meter, Hansen was sweating through his clothes. Something is wrong with this soil. There can't be treasure inside, surely. Hansen spoke as he continued digging. Nine-Life Cat said, "This is the crystallizer's crystal soil. It's composed of crystallizer material rendered into dirt. It's all fairly useless." Hansen kept on digging and asked, "How do you know something good resides in here? There are lots of graves here, all identical. There doesn't seem to be anything outstanding about this one." "Haha. I know because I am the Nine-Life Cat. Keep digging. Something must be in here." Nine-Life Cat smiled. After digging for a while, Hansen felt as if something was wrong. Soon, he started to hear a strange noise. He stopped and tried listening to it. He decided that the sound must have been the wind, as there was nothing remarkable about it. "Old cat, do you hear that noise?" Hansen asked the Nine-Life Cat. "What noise?" Nine-Life Cat perked his ears, but there was nothing. He went back to digging. Hansen focused, and after not hearing anything more, he returned to the work at hand. After half a day, they had dug a 2-meter-long hole that was 3 meters deep. Then, they finally found something. Hansen felt as if he had struck something hard. He brushed away the crystal dirt and found a portion of a big metal board. The part that was revealed looked to have been made from silver. There were some words on it, too, but he couldn't read what was written. It wasn't the usual ancient human text that the crystallizers traditionally used. "What are you doing?" "Keep digging. Dig it out." Nine-Life Cat hurried Hansen along when he froze. Hansen followed the edges of the metal board and dug out its shape until he unearthed it all. It was a square-shaped silver board around 40 centimeters long. It was full of text, but Hansen couldn't discern a single word of it. He didn't know how thick it was, as some of it was still beneath the soil. The visible portion was at least 5 centimeters thick. There was something there, but it wasn't anything unpleasant. Hansen felt much better, seeing this, so he kept on digging with renewed vigor. But when he dug, he began to feel as if something was wrong. It wasn't actually a board. It was very long. Hansen dug another half a meter, but he couldn't bring it all out. "Old cat, what is this?" "It cannot be a coffin," Hansen said thoughtfully. "It's not a coffin. The crystallizers didn't bury, that's something only humans do," Nine-Life Cat said. "If it's not a coffin, then what's in there?" "What is this?" Hansen asked. "Who told you it might be a coffin?" Nine-Life Cat said, rolling his eyes as he did. "If it is not a coffin, then what is this?" Hansen repeated. This is the greenhouse of a crystallizer, Nine-Life Cat said. Greenhouse. Han Sen's jaw dropped. Han Sen had never expected some sort of greenhouse. Stop asking stupid questions and keep digging, Nine-Life Cat said. The metal board was very long. They dug for meters of it out, and they still weren't done. It's working. It is almost out. Keep going. Nine-Life Cat used his paws to push the board, and it moved a little. Han Sen did not know what to say. They had been there for so long, it would have been terrible if they ultimately walked away empty-handed. After digging for another 2 hours, they managed to dig the entire board out. They stood it up against the wall of the cave they were in. The board was 6 meters long, 40 centimeters wide, and 40 centimeters high. There was a lot of text scrawled across it. Han Sen tried to carry it out, but he could not. Even using all his strength, he could barely lift the thing. Han Sen felt very strange. If Old Cat said that it was a greenhouse, then that might have meant all the graves were plants. They should have been digging out seeds, not a giant metal board, right? But before Han Sen could get answers, he and Old Cat had to get it out of the hole. They both lifted it as if it were a heavy tree. They flew together and brought it out of the pit. It's finally out. After they flew up out of the hole, Han Sen and Old Cat dropped it back on the ground. After wiping the sweat from his brow, Han Sen froze when he saw what was before him. For some reason, there were many pairs of eyes looking back at them both. Chapter 1686, Really Can Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio, surrounded, Han Sen thought. All around them, there were scary eyes looking their way. The masters of the eyes were 4 creatures clad in armor. Or maybe it was the armor itself that was alive and glaring at them angrily. Han Sen could only see the armor and the gleaming eyes. He also saw the color red, but he wasn't sure if that was something that belonged to those beings. The sets of armor looked like steel, but they had rusted. They also looked freshly unearthed. Each figure held a steel greatsword that was 1 meter long, but very broad. They looked very threatening. Han Sen couldn't mull over their presence for long, though. Within a second, the 4 monsters started to attack. Their speed was like that of a demigod. They were top tier, that was for sure, and Han Sen was unable to compete with them. Han Sen used his Dongxian movement to move shakily, like a wobbling fish, in order to evade the first strike. He leaped backward to gain some space and turned around. Old Cat was so fast that he was already 10 meters away. Due to Old Cat being as fast as he was, the 4 sets of armor turned their attention to the easier target. That was Han Senator. Their greatswords came down like lightning, making their sudden slashes hard to dodge. Before leveling up, the 4 monsters wouldn't have even been a challenge. But now, Han Sen was in a bad situation. His 10,000 fitness was too weak for him to deal with those enemies. Han Sen dodged the next 2 strikes, but then he was delivered a blow from one of the great swords. Old Cat, come back and help me. Han Sen kept jumping around and around the metal board. He used his abilities of prediction, judgment, and movement to stay alive and avoid further harm from the brutal great swords that were pursuing him. Old Cat, seeing those armor creatures not bothering to pursue him, jumped atop a tablet and spoke directly to Han Sr. Nine-Life Cats are a peaceful race comprised of pacifists. You'll have to sort this fight out by yourself. You're not peaceful, and I just leveled up. My fitness is low. If you don't help me, I'm going to die. Han Sen jumped past the metal board. The great sword almost came into contact with his body, but it instead struck the object. The metal board proved not as sturdy as Han Sen initially believed it to be, as the great sword cleaved 2 decent chunks out of it. A peek inside the newly formed gaps revealed there was nothing inside. Han Sen was surprised by this revelation. He had assumed the board was solid because of its weight. But with the 4 monsters chasing after him, he didn't have the opportunity to see what was inside. All he could do was run. A top-tier demigod in the 4th god's sanctuary had 100,000 fitness, and these creatures were certainly top-tier. Han Sen only had 10,000 fitness. With a fitness such as that, not even the Dongxian Sutra or Heavenly Go would help him. However, Han Sen found that he could almost fight them, which was completely unexpected. He had been preparing to use Destiny's Tower, but he was shocked that he could hold out as well as he was. Han Sen only had a fitness level of 1,000, but even so, after leveling up, he felt as if he could understand and see more. Hit fitness might have been lower, but he was somehow stronger. That was how he lasted so long under the pressure of the 4 armored men. If he was going to lose, it wouldn't be any time soon. Old Cat heard Han Sen, but he still didn't chip in to fight. He was on a tablet, and he said, "I would like to help you, but I cannot. I am a peaceful being. I don't have an evil bone in my body. Evil thoughts just make me sick and dizzy. If I fight them, I would be killed by my own conscience, so, f***cku. You are just trying to trick me," Han Sen replied, following a swift dodge. He couldn't believe Old Cat refused to help, and went so far as to make up such excuses. Old Cat was not angered by the comment, though. He smiled and said, "Ha, young man. Don't be so rushed. I may not be able to save you, but you can save yourself." "How can I save myself? I am going to be killed." Han Sen kept on evading as he spoke. The sword struck the metal board a few times, leaving marks and scrapes across it. Han Sen was eventually able to see a light inside, reminiscent of some sort of jewelry. "You are in luck, and you have no idea." "Stupid." Old Cat squatted on the tablet and shook his head. "Stop being so d*mn condescending. I'd rather die than listen to any more of your bullsh*t. Han Sen sounded angry. Han Sen did not use Destiny's Tower because he wanted to see if Old Cat was deliberately bringing him harm. Old Cat shook his head and said, "You are stupid. I thought you would have Geno armor. If you cannot fight, why don't you use it?" "I would use it if I could. This the 4th god's sanctuary, it wouldn't work, even if I had worn it coming in." Han Sen shouted. "Who said you cannot use it in the 4th god's sanctuary?" Old Cat rolled his eyes. "I have tried it many times. If I could have worn it here, I'd have been king of this place many times over." "It would have saved a lot of trouble," Han Sen shouted. Old Cat sounded serious. "That was before. Now things are different, you have 9 life cat's blood. You can use your Geno armor." "Really?" Han Sen was shocked, and he was not sure if this was true. Elegant 9 life cat does not lie. Old Cat looked at Han Sen with disdain. Han Sen decided to give it a go. He thought about summoning his white Geno armor, and then, the Geno armor plated his entire body and a phantom power filled him with vigor. "I really can." Han Sen was surprised. Chapter 1687, Jewelry Light Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. When a great sword came at him next, Han Sen didn't dodge. He reached out his arm that had been plated in Geno armor and caught the falling blade. He reached out his other hand and grabbed another incoming greatsword. He pulled both creatures in by their weapons, thrusting them into each other. The sheer force flattened their helmets. Han Sen took the 2 great swords, one in each hand. Then, he swung them akimbo at the monsters coming at him from behind. He skewered them both, and then pegged them into the ground. The monsters wished to rise back up, but Han Sen stepped on the helmet of one and crushed it completely. Super Creature Death Armor Swordsman killed. Beast Soul gained. Geno Core shattered. The flesh is not edible. Collect Life Geno Essence to gain 0 to 10 Super Geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted. Then, he proceeded to step on the heads of the other 3 swordsmen. Unfortunately, he didn't get any more beast souls. The 4 bodies then disappeared, along with their great swords. All that remained were the 4 life Geno essences. Han Sen picked them all up and checked out his sea of soul. When he leveled up, he had lost a lot of beast souls and Geno cores. Being able to replenish his stock again was good. Death Armor Swordsman, Transfusion Beast Soul. Han Sen was very happy. It was a humanoid shape-shifting beast soul. It might not have been berserk, but it'd still help him. With that beast soul, he could fight super creatures without even using his Geno armor. See? I told you. You have 9 life cat's blood, and so these weren't a problem. Old Cat leaped off the tablet. He looked very proud as he went to examine the cleft in the metal board. It was now obvious that it wasn't a metal board, it was hollow on the inside. It was more akin to a rectangular container than anything else. A sparkling light was still beaming out of the cracks. It was like a strange chest. Old Cat peered keenly into the cracks with both eyes. Strangely, it didn't seem as if he could see anything. Why does the 9 life cat's blood allow for so many exceptions in the 4th God's sanctuary? Han Sen asked Old Cat. Han Sen had heard from Stay Up Late that the sanctuary was the last safe place of refuge for the crystallizers. Other beings were unable to enter, and there shouldn't have been an exception to bypass that rule. 9 life cat was a being from outside the sanctuary, so why would his blood allow for so many anomalies? Old Cat continued looking inside the metal box as he spoke. He said, "Let's not talk about that. Come open this box so we can see what's inside." There might be something decent. If Old Cat did not want to speak, there was nothing Han Sen could do. He walked near the metal container to take a look inside. It was so bright inside, you couldn't see anything much. "I can't see anything." "Let's open it up," Old Cat said. Han Sen nodded. Then, he placed his fingers into one of the cracks and pulled firmly. The metal bent under Han Sen's hands, and the crack opened another inch. Han Sen let go to take a look. Old Cat joined him for a look, too. It was still as bright as before, and they were unable to see what was inside. So, Han Sen tore it further. Cracks spread across the surface of the box, but none provided the visibility that allowed him to look inside. "Stop it," Old Cat said. "The item in there is releasing light. If you remove the entire box, it's likely that we'll only be able to see that light." Han Sen could tell this might have been the case, so he complied and did not continue. He just frowned and said, "What now? Do you know anything about what might be inside?" "I don't know. It doesn't seem dangerous, though, so you can probably go ahead and touch it. And by doing so, find out what it is." Old Cat circled the box as he spoke to Hans Sr. "Why don't you go touch it?" Han Sen lifted his lip. He didn't know what was inside, and if there was some monster lurking in there, he could lose his hand if he stuck it inside. That wasn't something he'd be willing to risk. "You are stronger. You have Geno armor. It won't be a danger for you." Old Cat clearly didn't want to do it himself. Han Sen was not stupid, though. And he'd never fully trust Old Cat. But right now, no progress was being made. Neither of them dared pick it up, and it'd be a shame and a waste to just pack their bags and leave now. They looked at each other, with neither of them saying a word. After a while, Old Cat coughed and said, "How about, he who takes it owns it?" "Okay. And because I am a gentleman, I'll let you go first." Han Sen smiled at Old Cat. Old Cat gritted his teeth and said, "Or let's just play rock, paper, scissors. That way we can decide who goes first." "Okay." Han Sen agreed, but then thought, "I am the king of rock, paper, scissors. You won't even have your panties left if you play with me." Old Cat was feeling cocky, and he thought, "You are too green to compete with me. When I was the champion of the universe, your mother wasn't even born yet. You are stupid to play this with me." They both smiled queerly at each other. Han Sen pulled out a coin and threw it up into the sky. Then, he said, "Make your move when the coin hits the ground, okay?" "Okay." Old Cat nodded. Then, he watched the coin fall. Dong! The moment the coin hit the ground, they both made their move. When the fists showed up, they looked confident. The first time was just a test. The next would be about skills and mind tricks. Scissors, scissors, paper, rock, paper, rock. Han Sen and Old Cat were gasping, and they looked at each other with red eyes. They had played this for 1 hour, and they were both tired. They eventually just looked shocked. Rock, paper, scissors was about using your brain. It was more tiring than combat. Neither of them could win, and it just left them exhausted. Both of them sat down next to the metal box, with neither of them being declared a winner. Catcha! Suddenly, the metal box produced a crunchy sound. Startled, they both jumped up to take a look at whatever was inside the box. Chapter 1688 Royal Garden. Han Sen and Old Cat looked inside the metal box. There was a bright light inside, seething like boiling water. But it didn't spill. Catcha noises were coming from the light, and the noises made them both shiver with a chill. "Old Cat, what is that noise?" Han Sen looked at the light in the metal box, but he couldn't see or feel anything. "How am I supposed to know?" "It sounds like teeth, munching on bones," Old Cat said, peering at the box. "Munching bones? Be honest with me. No. Is this really some sort of greenhouse?" Han Sen hadn't believed Nine Life Cat when he was told it was a greenhouse. Old Cat decided to make a promise, and he said, "It is a greenhouse. I would not lie to you." "So why does this look like a coffin?" "You say you hear some bone-breaking noises, so if this garden had bones, why would that make any sense?" Han Sen looked at Old Cat. Old Cat felt guilty, and mumbled, "This is a greenhouse. It's just not a normal greenhouse." "What do you mean? What is not normal about it?" Han Sen asked. Old Cat knew if he didn't explain a little, Han Sen would just go on and on about this. So, he said, "I researched it for a while. If I am correct, this is a royal greenhouse belonging to the crystallizers." "A royal greenhouse?" Han Sen thought Old Cat was lying. Greenhouses grew vegetables, they didn't grow meat, and certainly not bones. Old Cat looked serious and said, "Do not underestimate the greenhouses of the crystallizers. The stuff they grow is not limited to carrots and other vegetables." "It sounds as if you know what to expect." Han Sen stared down at Old Cat with hostility. Old Cat coughed and said, "I only know a bit. This metal box is a crystallizer's growing box. A new type of plant is inside it." "What is different about their plants?" Han Sen asked. "I don't know. I have seen the plants of crystallizers before, and they look very weird. They shouldn't even be called plants, really. They have a life force," Old Cat said. "A plant with a life force is nothing rare. There are loads of plants across the sanctuary," Han Sen said. Old Cat suddenly said, "This is what I'm trying to tell you. The sanctuary does not have plants. Crystallizers planted their seeds across the sanctuaries, and that is why they possess a life force." "Are you saying a plant's alpha is inside there?" Han Sen asked as he looked at the box with shock. The metal box continued to create creepy catcha noises. "I don't know about that, but if it has been created by a royal garden, it should be something good." Old Cat stopped for a moment and then continued. "Crystallizers never planned to create new creatures or beast souls. What they wanted to grow was armor." "You can grow armor?" Han Sen was shocked hearing this. Not originally. Crystallizers tried combining the genes of creatures, spirits, and their genoplants. But something big happened. The crystallizers lost, and the leftovers were attacked. The unfinished seeds can be found across the sanctuaries, having become genoplants, Old Cat explained. Han Sen looked at Old Cat and said, "If you can find this place and dig up this box, you must have a greater idea of what exactly is inside." Old Cat looked awkward and smiled. "Actually, I really don't know. I came because of my sound judgment. This could have been a royal greenhouse. It is possibly a location for Geno armor, and that is why I selected this place. It was the best spot, and many important things are around. That's why I chose this place. You know feng shui." Han Sen didn't believe Old Cat at all. And he looked at the cat as if he was a liar. Old Cat shrugged and said, "Fine. I admit I picked the place because of the fertilizer, but that's important. I have dug through 3 other places nearby and found nothing." "What fertilizer?" Han Sen looked at the deep hole he had dug, and there was nothing there. "Do you see how dark the soil in this place is? Look at the tablet. Do you see the red signs?" Old Cat pointed at the tip of the metal box. Han Sen took a look, and it was exactly as the cat had been saying. "Did you really think this was a gravestone? This is a piece of crystallizer gear from the greenhouse. The fertilizer was injected through the tablet. Look at the tablet. The item inside the box is being taken care of. This might be a very important item for the royal greenhouse." Old Cat looked at the box with shiny eyes. "Can you take it out, then?" Han Sen lifted his lips. "Crystallizer's items are tricky. You should be careful." Old Cat ignored Han Sen's suggestion. He kept on looking, but he did not move. "If I didn't appear, how would you have gotten the thing out by yourself? You can't just watch all the time," Han Sen said. Old Cat wanted to say something, but they suddenly heard a slamming sound from inside the box. A hand reached through one of the broken sections of the box. It looked like jade, but it wasn't. It looked like bone, but it wasn't. It gripped the box like a demon's hand. Han Sen and the Old Cat jumped away together, moving quite the distance. Chapter 1689 Treasure in the box. 5 crystal-looking fingers were held against the box like the keys of a piano. The thing started to climb out of the metal box in a strange manner, and as it left, the light inside the container dimmed. When the hand came out of the metal box, Han Sen and Old Cat were both shocked seeing it. They thought some monster would climb out, but when the hand came out, it was just a hand with nothing else attached. The hand was like jade, and it was connected only to a small portion of arm. There was nothing else after. The back end was like a rocket, though, exuding a fountain of light. The inside of the metal box was now empty, and the light was gone. "You said there is Geno armor inside. What is that thing?" Han Sen asked, pointing at the jade hand. "I do not know." Old Cat looked at the hand, seeming confused. Han Sen wished to say something, but before he could, the hand bounced up. It clenched into a fist and shot forward with the light propelling it from behind. It was firing at Han Senator. It was so fast, Han Sen was surprised. Evading it was difficult, even with the armor he was wearing. Han Sen dodged the fist. He couldn't figure out what the hand was, and he most certainly didn't want to touch it. The hand was like a living creature. It turned around and came for him again. Han Sen kept trying to dodge, but the speed of his armor wasn't enough to keep up with the fist. He had to use his Dongxian movements and heavenly go to escape the hand. Han Sen was shocked. The last thing he wanted was to touch it. The hand was far too weird, and he had no clue what it was. "Old Cat, come and help!" Han yelled, looking at the Old Cat after another quick dodge. Old Cat didn't like Han Sen's suggestion, so he jumped atop the tablet and watched. Calm down. What's the rush? I'll observe it and learn its weakness. When I discover what it is, I'll come and save you. Okay. Old Cat did not move, and he just waved his tail while he spoke. When are you going to find it? Hurry up now and take it. Maybe it's a treasure, and you can have it. Han Sen tried to entice Old Cat to give him aid by making that promise. Old Cat was not buying it, though. He continued to lay on the tablet, squinting his eyes. It depends entirely on fate. If the treasure belongs to me, none can take it. Are you helping me or not? Han Sen felt disheartened. I want to, but I have no clue what this is. Please, allow me to observe, Old Cat said calmly. If you keep observing, I will be killed. And then you will be next. Han Sen felt severely pressured. The hand was so fast, it was like light. It almost seemed like there were many fists attacking him at once. Han Sen kept on dodging. If he didn't figure something out soon, he'd have no choice but to block it. You look so handsome, it's no wonder why it likes you. I really envy you. I can just stand here and be completely ignored. D***mn. Old Cat squinted his eyes. You can go to hell, Han Sen said, then gathered strength in his own fist to combat the other with a punch. The fist's speed was too fast now, so he couldn't dodge it, anyway. He could only try to go up against whatever power the fist held. Firstly, though, Han Sen tried to lead the hand to the cat's position. But the hand didn't care for the feline. It went right past the cat, straight for Han. Senator Old Cat looked at Han Sen and the hand. He didn't strike, because he wanted to see how strong the hand was, too. Han Sen's fist came into contact with the hand, and he used all of the power he could muster, alongside what the Geno armor could provide. It was only 60%, but it was shocking enough it could probably sunder a mountain. But when Han Sen's fist hit the hand, he couldn't punch it away. There was no shockwave either. Han Sen's fist came right against the hand, and the hand deflated like a balloon. It struck itself to Han Sen's fist. The next second, the hand was shining with a bright light. The disconnected part gloved Han Sen's right hand. Han Sen was shocked, and he desperately wanted to get rid of it. It was too late for that now, though. The jade hand had gloved Han Sen's right hand. Pang! Han Sen's Geno armor disconnected. It went back into his sea of soul, as if it was afraid of something. Han Sen was shocked. His fitness was low, and the Geno armor was something he absolutely required. Now that it had disconnected, its protection was no longer available. This was bad news. Han Sen wanted to summon Destiny's Tower, but when he looked at his right hand again, he was shocked. The jade-looking hand was gloved around his right hand, but in a different way than Han Sen had first thought. When the hand gloved Han Sen's right hand, it turned into a gauntlet that looked like jade, but it wasn't jade. It looked like bone, but it wasn't bone. Is this thing like those crystal shoes? Is it a glove? Han Sen thought of this possibility. Before Han Sen could think any more, a strange power from his right hand started pulling him forward. He couldn't keep his body from suddenly getting pulled into darkness. **T. This thing is just like those Mother King crystal shoes. Han Sen was struggling to stop the process. It didn't work, though, as the glove was much stronger than him. Chapter 1690, Laboratory. Old Cat was shocked. He leaped down from the tablet and ran toward Han Senator, but the glove had pulled him away too quickly, and by the time Old Cat reached the spot Han Sen had been in, he was gone. There were some broken buildings and paths ahead, but Old Cat wasn't sure which one Han Sen had taken. Old Cat stopped. He looked around and sniffed what he could before deciding on a trail to follow. Han Sen had been dragged deeper into the ruins by the glove. His legs were simply dragging, leaving 2 trenches in the ground for a wake. Still, nothing stopped the force that pulled him along. He was taken into a broken building, and after a few twists and turns, the glove drilled into another building's entrance that was half buried by rubble. It was dark inside there, and Hansen couldn't tell what was around him. He felt very nervous, though, being dragged in the way he was. But that nervousness did not lead to panic. He'd been through a lot, and he'd had a lot of experience with dire and uncertain situations. Hansen fumbled around the dark with his free fist and hit something. The item was shattered, whatever it was, but the glove did not stop pulling him onwards. He broke a few more items after that, but eventually, the glove stopped. The place was dark and still. There wasn't a sound to be heard. The glove was ahead of Hansen, and then it jerked him forward and up so that he was standing up straight. Why did this thing stop here? Is there another glove here? Hansen wondered to himself. He swung his left hand and ignited a flame upon it to use as a torch. In front of Hansen was a dried-up corpse that was staring right at Hans Sr. Arg. Hansen screamed, wanting to fall back. But the glove held him firmly, and no matter how he tried to resist and move away, his arm remained still. After Hansen calmed down from the sudden surprise, he noticed it wasn't moving. There was no life force, and it was very dead. The body was sitting on a chair, with its clothes all rotten and its skin dry. It was very complete, though, and it looked like some zombie in the dark. Hansen looked around and noticed it was a crystallizer room. There were crystallizer tools everywhere, far more than he had seen in the main control room. It made Hansen feel as if he was standing in a lab. Aside from the tools, though, Hansen spied the presence of a number of crystal containers. They were full of liquid, and things were soaking inside. There were animals, livestock, plants, even things Hansen had never seen before. Is it just as Old Cat said? Is this a greenhouse? A laboratory in their base? Hansen thought. But then, his right hand moved, and it started to drag him forward again. Hansen was being brought towards the dead body that was slumped in a chair. The glove began feeling around the corpse, as if it was searching for something. *T. Is this thing a necrophiliac? Hansen felt depressed, but fortunately, nothing really messed up occurred. After a while, the right hand found something inside a tattered pocket. It pulled it out. Because his hand was being controlled, though, Hansen was unable to see what it was. Then the hand returned to his chest. Hansen felt like he could control it again. And Hansen could feel himself holding something hard like a chestnut. Hansen took a peek and was shocked. It was like a seed, and it was smaller than a ping-pong ball. It was dark gray, with a green sproutling on it. It had a circumference of around 3 centimeters. Hansen had assumed that the glove was like the crystal shoe, in search of another glove to complete the pair. He hadn't expected it to have been searching for a seed. Does it want to grow another glove? Hansen wondered. The glove had done him no harm, ultimately. And the glove had now given back control to Hans Senator. Wanting to look around now, Hansen pocketed the seed. He could not read the text that adorned the tools of that place. But what concerned him the most were the items inside the crystal containers. The containers looked similar to the one Stay Up Late was found inside, but the liquid was certainly different. Stay Up Late had been soaking in a colorless liquid. But in that place, the colors ranged from yellow, to green, to even blue. Some were plain and transparent, too. Hansen had a look. Anything could have been inside them. Some included armor and helmets. Still, everything he saw seemed broken and twisted. It gave Hansen the impression that they were not yet complete. It looks like these might be failed products, Hansen thought. Right as his eyes grew wide and bright, there was a container with transparent liquid, and inside it there was a humanoid creature that looked both male and female. It had white wings, and it looked like an angel. It looks like little angel, but this one seems genderless. Han Sen observed the angel-looking creature, and then looked down. It has no penis. Maybe this thing is a failure, as well. Han Sen saw the person was very smooth down below, and due to it not having any gender-specific parts, it could have very well have been a failure, he believed. After Han Sen looked down, he looked up. But right at that moment, the angel creature opened its eyes. The eyes opened wide, but there were only pupils there. It wasn't like an ordinary creature. The red pupils consumed the whole eye, but turned to gaze right at Han. Senator Han Sen was shocked, and so he started walking backward slowly. The red eyes followed him wherever he moved. The head turned like a robot. I can't be this unlucky. Han Sen felt glum. Crystallizers made weird stuff, and that thing inside the container didn't look too friendly. Old Cat appeared in the lab, and after he saw the angel inside the container, he shouted at Han Sr., "Run! It's a feather!" Han Sen did not react. The angel-looking creature burst through the container, and then the creepy and beautiful body came forward to grab him. Chapter 1691, Battling Feather. Fear gripped Han Sen's throat, but he found himself falling back before Old Cat even made the suggestion. He summoned his Death Armor Swordsman Beast Soul and transformed into the Death Armor Swordsman. Han Sen had no choice but to use the Beast Soul as his fitness was low. And since he was wearing the glove, he could not summon the white armor. He could only summon Beast Souls. The angel-looking creature blurred toward him, while Han Sen was also fast. He wasn't fast enough to dodge. Han Sen gritted his teeth and used his hand to protect his chest for a block. Pang! Han Sen felt as if he had been hit by a train. His body was sent flying, and he went barreling into one of the walls of the laboratory. He broke through the wall and continued flying back. After bursting through a few walls, Han Sen came to a stop. He fell to the ground and spat out some blood. Han Sen did not have time to wipe his lips, though, and he immediately regained his feet and started running. Old Cat was running, too, and he went right past Han. Senator Han Sen turned around and saw the red-eyed angel giving chase at a blisteringly swift speed. *T. What is that thing? Han Sen ran as fast as he could, but the being was way too strong. Not even Geno armor could bestow the strength necessary to beat it. Old Cat ran, and as he went, he screamed, after the crystallizers lost the war, they stole a few children from the higher race. I thought it was only a myth. But look at this. It's F*King real. Crystallizers brought feathers to such places for research, as they wanted their genes. A superior race? What superior race? Han Sen gnashed his teeth. Don't ask. Just run. It's going to catch up. Old Cat shouted. Han Sen turned around, and the feather was right behind him. The fist was coming so quickly, strong and fast. Han Sen had already taken a hit, and his chest was still in pain. This time, he'd definitely be unable to dodge. He gritted his teeth and summoned Destiny's Tower. Pang! The feather punched Destiny's Tower, and the bottom of Destiny's Tower actually caved in. Destiny's Tower had gone through the God's Door test. It was far stronger than it had been before, like Geno armor. But even so, the feather had just punched it. The power required to do what the feather had just done was breathtaking. Han Sen had intended to use Destiny's Tower to absorb the feather, but the feather's punch was enough to knock Destiny's Tower away. The bottom of it caved in. Han Sen gasped and kept on running. The feather was way too overpowered, and it made for a terrifying foe. The feather kept chasing, while Han Sen used Destiny's Tower as much as he could to block it. The feather's punches had made Destiny's Tower all crooked and twisted. It'd break if things continued like this. But Han Sen could not really spare concern over Destiny's Tower, given the circumstances. He had no choice but to use it to keep himself alive. Old cat, what is this? Can you deal with it? Han Sen shouted at Old Cat. Even if he sacrificed Destiny's Tower, an escape did not seem likely. When the tower broke, he would be killed. Stop thinking and just run. It's beyond either of our levels. This thing must have been tortured by the crystallizers. It's probably weak in comparison to others. If this thing was operating at full strength, you'd already be dead. Old Cat shouted. Han Sen wanted to run, but he felt as if he no longer could. Hearing Old Cat say that their foe was that strong, he knew this was the direst of circumstances. This guy cannot be a creature from outside. Han Sen said. He is, Old Cat said without hesitation. Han Sen was feeling desperate, as there was no safe place he could run to. The feather punched Destiny's Tower with an extra hearty hit, and it sent the tower flying away. The feather was the same as it had been, though. And then, it threw another punch towards Han. Senator Han Sen used so many different types of movement, but he was incapable of evading the feather. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch back at the foe. Han Sen was prepared to borrow strength from every ability he had. The fitness of a super creature was minuscule in comparison to a feather, after all. He used yin-yang blasts in power. Even if he was risking having his organs damaged, he had to try to outrun his pursuer. The fists collided with each other. And as the fists came into contact, Han Sen readied himself. He felt a scary power come through his right fist, hitting the feather. Those two powers created a massive shockwave that toppled all the buildings around them, while Han Sen was entirely fine. Han Sen's right hand was glowing. The light shone across his body, and he was completely wrapped up by it. Han Sen felt as if he was full of power. It was almost endless, like an endless river coursing through his body. The armor that looked like jade and bone started to cover up his entire body. It almost looked like he was wearing the white Geno armor, but he wasn't. Before Han Sen could get a better look, though, the feather appeared again. Its fist was raging toward him, and the speed was incredibly fast. Han Sen quickly dodged the feather, and he was surprised. With the armor that had come from the glove, he could catch up with the feather's speed. Feather threw a punch, but Han Sen was unafraid. He walked forward to it, dodged the fist, and struck the feather's belly. This resulted in the feather looking like a shrimp, shooting backward. Han Sen was happy about this, but his hand was not relenting. It was going after the feather. His fists and legs followed like a storm. With the armor's buffing, Han Sen's strength and speed were now comparable to the feather. The feather only had strength, though. It had no skill or technique. This allowed Han Sen to suppress it with ease. Huh? Old Cat saw the changes surge through Han Sen's glove, and he looked shocked. And then he looked annoyed, and said, "That glove is actually good. I would have gone and gotten it myself, if I had known." Chapter 1692. Killing every punch Han Sen delivered to the feather was extremely hard, making the being bleed profusely. The feather's speed and strength were no worse than Han Sen's, but its experience and skill were considerably lacking. Only their stats were on the same page. Suddenly, Han Sen threw a punch that the feather managed to dodge. And right after, the feather retaliated with one aimed for Han Sen's stomach. This gave Han Sen a shock. It wasn't because the feather's punch was powerful, though, it was because it was a punch he himself had used once before. Deal with him soon. He's too strong. He learns fast, and you will lose the advantage you currently hold very soon. Old Cat shouted. As Old Cat yelled, Han Sen dodged the punch and grabbed the feather's arm. He swiftly jerked his elbow to drive it into his opponent's throat. The feather shrieked in agony. Han Sen didn't relent, though, and he twisted his foe's arm and pinned it against his back. With one hand to keep his arm restricted, Han Sen used his other hand to repeatedly punch his foe in the head. The feather couldn't muster much strength due to the way its arm was twisted and locked. Without being able to block the attacks, all it could do was submit to the beating and bleed. Catcha! The feather then flipped its body, no longer caring for its arm. The arm broke, but the feather got free. He stared Han Sen down. It was strange, though. The feather looked as if nothing had happened, and with its head, it tried to ram Han Sen roughly. Han Sen twirled in an evasion and dodged the strike. He grabbed his enemy by the throat and put him into a chokehold. With his knee, he repeatedly hit the feather's chest. Pang! The knee pounded the chest like a drum. Han Sen did that 5 times, until he heard the bones break and could feel the chest cave inwards. The feather coughed up blood and roared. It grabbed Han Sen by the leg and bit it. The teeth pierced through his armor and went into his flesh. Han Sen's reaction was fast, though. He squeezed his foe by the neck and he stopped. If he kept on going, the neck would snap. Han Sen twisted the feather's neck so far around, the head was back to front. The being smiled at Han Sen as blood poured out of its mouth. It looked scary. A second later, he grabbed Han Sen's arm and delivered his own twist. He wanted to use the same arm lock that Han Sen had. You are too naive to copy my own skills and use them against me. Han Sen slammed his elbow into the enemy's face. Blood splattered everywhere as the face caved in. The feather hit the ground with an impact that formed a crater. Han Sen's body was like a meteor, then. He slammed his knee down against the feather's throat, breaking the neck completely. The feather's head turned to the side, but it had lost all support for turning back. Still, the being didn't die, and it did its best to stop Han. Senator Han Sen kept on attacking the feather until its body was nothing but a mangled mess. When Han Sen took a second to admire his handiwork, he was looking at a mangled mess rather than a body. But he realized that the being still wasn't dead. It was incredibly sturdy. F***ck. Why won't this thing die? Han Sen shouted. Old Cat, who wasn't too far away, said, feathers don't have a weakness per se. You'll just have to rip its body apart. There's nothing else you can really do. If that's how it's done, then I will send it to hell in pieces. Han Sen's fists raged with greater fury. The feather's limbs and chest were all broken, and its skull was deformed. But still, the feather did not die. It was very strong. PSST. Han Sen ripped off a bloodied white wing. The feather let out an animalistic shriek of pain. Han Sen saw the being reel in pain after that, and he realized that the feather hadn't reacted that way to any other injury. So, Han Sen grabbed the other wing, too. Han Sen punched and punched until the bones broke and he could rip the wings off. The feather grabbed Han Sen, but Han Sen kicked him off. Then, he went back to pummeling the thing like crazy. Alu alu. When he punched, Han Sen couldn't help but copy Xie Qing King. It felt as if he'd punch harder that way. Pang! The power was brought down on the feather's neck, and after hundreds of punches, the neck finally began to give. After that, Han Sen ripped the enemy's head off. But strangely, the body without a brain still wanted a piece of Han Senator, and the head itself tried to bite into Han Sen's throat. F***CKU. Han Sen kicked the body away and rammed his fist into the brain. He mashed it continuously. Blood and juices went everywhere as the head broke. With the repeated punches, the head exploded. Juice went everywhere. The feather's headless body approached. With burning eyes, Han Sen moved to punch it. With a multitude of punches, Han Sen was able to break its body. The organs turned into pulp and it eventually stopped moving. Han Sen wiped the blood off his face and slumped down on the ground, gasping. He felt as if his limbs were numb. That was the first time Han Sen had beaten something for so long that he exhausted himself in the process. Old cat, what was this thing? Han Sen looked at Old Cat. The cat went over to the corpse and tried to take something off it. Even though Han Sen was tired, he still jumped up and went in front of Old Cat. He licked his lips and said, "Old Cat, this is wrong. You didn't do anything and now you want to loot whatever is available." Old Cat smiled and said, "I am worried that you didn't realize it was a good item. I was just going to fetch it for you." "Why? What did you see?" Han Sen asked him. "I see these bones aren't too bad. They might make a good soup." Old Cat gave him a thumbs up. But Han Sen didn't believe this. He stepped over to the body and examined it more closely. Old Cat was digging right about here, so what was he after? Han Sen thought to himself. He only saw organs, blood, and bones. It was pretty gross to look at. It was fortunate Han Sen was not super hygienic. He rooted around in the organs and bones and searched amongst the blood for a bit. He eventually found something, and it sure didn't feel like bone. Chapter 1693. Bone. Han Sen put the item in his hand. It was around 10 centimeters long, and it looked like a bone. But it didn't feel like a bone, it actually felt heavier than metal. It was obscured in a lot of blood, so it was hard to discern its original appearance. He wiped it all away to reveal its true form. It was part of a small bone, but it was red and a little purplish. It was different from the feather's other bones. Han Sen kept looking around the dead body. Aside from that little bone, the rest were white and of the correct weight. They were a little heavier than a human's, but not like the way the purple one was. That was way heavier. "What is this?" Han Sen asked Old Cat, holding out the bone. The cat looked bored, like he could not even muster the energy to answer. "A bone? What else could it be?" Old Cat didn't answer him straight, so Han Sen didn't bother asking him again. If the cat wasn't going to tell him anything, it was pointless trying to get answers from him. Han Sen investigated the bone himself, but he found nothing truly special about it. Or at least, he couldn't at the moment. So, he put the bone away and turned to ask the old cat, "Old cat, do you know how I can get back to the Alliance?" Han Sen did not want to be there for long. God's organization might have found his home, he would need to return as soon as he could. There was no time to waste. "Find a teleporter in a shelter. You can get back that way," Old Cat said casually. "If I teleport, where will I end up?" Han Sen asked. The teleporter of a shelter would send a person back to the point they entered from. But the 9-life cat tattoo had pulled him in from nowhere specific. He hadn't used a teleporter, and thus, he didn't know what would happen to him if he used one now. Old Cat sighed and said, "It's hard to tell. You might end up somewhere random." Hearing Old Cat say this, Han Sen's face fell. Teleporting randomly was bad. If he ended up somewhere far from planet Roka, he couldn't make it home in any short jiffy. Han Sen asked how he could leave the ruins he was currently in and if there were any shelters nearby the cat was aware of. Then, he left. Old Cat didn't want to leave yet, though. He still wanted to unearth more items. But Han Sen had to go, and so he left the ruins via the directions given to him by Old Cat. He proceeded to the nearest shelter. Han Sen had been in the Fourth God Sanctuary for a long time, but he was in an area he had never ventured to before. He had only heard Old Cat tell him that there was a shelter around. Old Cat had never been there, though, and it had been taken over by creatures. To Han Sen, that sounded like a super shelter. Han Sen used his death armor swordsman on his way there. Han Sen's fitness was 10,000. Using the super shape-shifting beast soul would burden his body. Before, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to use it for very long. But his body had changed after the ascension, and shape-shift beast souls did not tax him like they used to. Black Sky Demon's shelter was around that mountain someplace. Xia Qing King frowned and leaned forward. He saw a humanoid creature with black horns. Black God, why are you blocking my way? Xia Qing, I've heard you have been cocky. Black God looked at Xia Qing King and spoke. That is none of your business, Xia Qing King said coldly. Black God laughed and said, it isn't any of my business, but you have been cocky around my Black Sky Demon shelter. I will give you a decision to make. The first is that you die. The second, before he finished speaking, Xia Qing King's body flashed with a silver light. He threw a punch towards the foe. Black God was so mad, and the demonic aura he had blasted towards and against Xia Qing King's fist. Boom! The silver light and the demonic force collided, creating an explosion. Xia Qing King did not move, but Black God was knocked back 10 meters. It is no wonder you have such a reputation. You are cocky, Black God said darkly. Then he went on to say, since I am here, you can still choose to obey me. The choice is yours. With Black God's booming voice, the entire mountain was shrouded with a menacing presence. It became tangible, as many forces started to surround Xia Qing King. In my eyes, there is only one word. And that is, fight. Xia Qing King's eyes were on fire, and the silver light erupted like a volcano. His entire body became silver as he ran towards Black God. Black God grunted. The demonic aura summoned a black Geno core sword into his hands. He immediately slashed towards Xia Qing King with both hands. The demonic force came out like a rippling flash in the air. It looked as if it was going to sunder the skies. Xia Qing King clenched his fists and went against the demonic force. Then, a silver glove appeared upon his fists. They collided in midair. The silver light, however, was indestructible. The demonic force was easily broken, and the silver glove came down on the sword. A catch noise sounded as the sword snapped easily. Black God was sent flying into a nearby mountain, breaking it. Kill him. Black God staggered back from the mountainside, shouting. His face was drenched with blood. 6 scary presences surrounded Xia Qing King. They were all as strong as Black God, and they all started to attack at once. The silver light was so bright on Xia Qing King's fist, and the super creatures did not dare face it directly. The color of the sky changed, and it looked like the end of the world. Black God looked ill. He had brought 6 super creatures to attack Xia Qing King, and while they managed to hurt him, he had managed to hurt them back. The 7 of them were injured, with one being severely wounded. Pang! Xia Qing King hit Black God and crushed his armor. Black God's chest caved in. Just as he was about to finish him off, a scary power appeared. Xia Qing King heard a cold voice. Hurt one of my blood and you are dead. A humanoid creature that looked like Black God approached, carrying a demonic presence. A black hand covered the sky, crashing down on the area like a mountain. Xia Qing King had to dodge it. Father. Black God looked delighted. Big Black Sky Devil was one of the best berserk super creatures in the 4th God Sanctuary. He was far stronger than Black God. With him there, Black God thought they could easily beat Xia Qing King. Xia Qing King, seeing the big hand approaching, acknowledged how wretchedly powerful it was. Still, that did not mean he was afraid. Xia Qing King was not very good at running. And right now, running would only make him die faster. He stayed where he was, making his body surge with silver light before throwing a punch at the descending hand. The silver light erupted like a volcano against the hand. But even so, the hand was able to suppress it. It was like lava getting squashed. Boom! The hand came down to grip Xia Qing King's head, which Xie Qing King tried to resist by pushing it back. The ground around his feet began to break, forming cracks that webbed the land for a few dozen miles in each direction. Big Black Sky Devil's hand kept pressing down as Xie Qing King held strong against it. His body began to make creaking sounds, suggesting it was going to snap any minute. Xie Qing, obey now and I may just spare your life. Big Black Sky Devil made the offering with a thundering voice that rolled across the land with echoes. I only have 2 words to give you, get lost. Xie Qing King ground out, D*MNU. Big Black Sky Devil was furious, and his hand pressed down with even greater strength. Xie Qing King's body continued to make sounds of strain as he trembled beneath the pressure. The ground and rocks all started to fall and collapse around him. Xie Qing King's body expanded, as veins coursed across him like toxic snakes. His skin began to tear, allowing silver blood to run free. Killing me might be easy, but it's lonely in hell. Maybe you should come with me. No matter how much Xie Qing King's arms shook and almost buckled, his smile did not fade. After that, the silver light that was bleeding out of Xie Qing King began to grow in intensity. He was like a silver sun, and with that luminosity, Big Black Sky Devil's hand was unable to crush him. The hand was actually getting pushed back. Black God was in utter shock. Big Black Sky Devil frowned. He could tell Xie Qing King was willing to extinguish his own life if it meant bringing his enemy down with him. Big Black Sky Devil was shocked that Xie Qing King was able to unleash such power. If things kept going the way they were, Xie Qing King would die. He was happily self-destructing, the only question that remained was how far and how strong would the power unleashed be. There was no turning back now, though. Big Black Sky Devil thrust his powers down on him again, forcing it all into his hand in a bid to crush Xie Qing King. Suddenly, though, the sky went all bright with rain. Coins fell down from the sky, covering the entire area. Everyone was shocked as the coins fell upon Xie Qing King and the big hand. Their fire and power were suppressed. Someone walked out from the hail of coins. It was Han Sen, who was still on his way to Big Black Sky Shelter. He wanted to use the teleporter there, but he had stumbled across this fight on his way. He detected the presence of Xie Qing King, and he knew he would have to lend him a hand. Big Black Sky Devil saw the coins, and when he did, his face changed. Are you Mr. Dollar? Yes, I am Dollar. Han Sen was legitimately surprised, not expecting himself to be so popular amongst creatures. His reputation even earned him the honorific Mr. After the fighters froze in place for a minute, Big Black Sky Devil retreated. With great politeness, he said, "Why is Mr. Dollar attacking? Big Black Sky Shelter hasn't offended you." Han Sen didn't want to kill him, just strike fear into him. When he achieved what he wanted, he said, "Xie Qing King is my friend. If you could let him go free, that would be great." When Big Black Sky Devil heard this, he was quick to respond without a moment of hesitation. "Oh, if I knew he was your friend, we wouldn't have bothered him. Thank you." Han Sen did not know Dollar's name carried such weight. "You are welcome. If you need Big Black Sky Shelter for anything, please don't refrain from asking." Big Black Sky Devil was unabashedly polite. "There is something I need to ask you, actually. Do you guys have another shelter around here that is owned? I may need to stay there for a while," Han Sen said. "You can come to Big Black Sky Shelter if you need to. I would like to hand over the shelter to you." Big Black Sky Devil actually looked sincere. "No, that's okay. I wouldn't like to be that big of a disturbance. Just find me another shelter nearby, if you can. The closest you are able to," Han Sen said. All he wanted to do right now was go back to the Alliance. He wasn't in the mood to get started with something big like that again right now. It was good that he wouldn't have to fight for it, though. There is one, yes. But it is only gold class. It wouldn't be an appropriate fit for you, Black God said. That is okay, I will only be here for a few days. Take us there and ask everybody to leave, Han Sen said. Big Black Sky Devil did not dare slow these proceedings, and he worked fast. Without delay, he took Han Sen and Xie Qing King to the shelter. Then he emptied the place so they could have the shelter all to themselves. When they were all gone, Han Sen cancelled his death armor swordsman and returned to his normal self. Old Han. It is you. I thought you went to the 5th sanctuary with Ancient Devil. Xie Qing King looked confused. Now he knew why Dollar helped him. Earlier, Xie Qing King hadn't been able to figure out why the elusive Dollar, whom he had never met, had wanted to help him. I don't know where to begin. Something has happened with my family though, and I need to go back. Take care of this shelter while I'm gone. Han Sen was afraid of what might be happening to his family at that moment. He didn't explain any more than that, and he simply used the teleporter to return to the Alliance. Please don't be too far from home, Han Sen prayed in his heart. If he was too far, it'd be difficult to get back. Before he went through the teleporter, though, Han Sen summoned his death armor swordsman appearance as he entered. Since the teleporter he'd come out of was entirely random, there were too many possibilities. He could come out of a public teleporter, or even a private one. Han Sen donned his death armor swordsman appearance before stepping inside, in case someone saw him come through and questioned how he had been able to do that. This was something not even he could explain. The elites knew he had ascended and gone back to the Alliance, but there was no knowing if they knew Han Sen was able to travel to and from the sanctuaries. It wouldn't be just God's organization poking about these matters. If it became publicly known, the Alliance government would undoubtedly want answers, too. Han Sen was not afraid, but he just didn't think it'd be worth all the trouble. Dear God, please let me spawn close to home. It would be best if I end up straight on planet Roka. As Han Sen prayed, the teleporter's lights started to blur, sending him to his destination. The dimensions around looked odd, and when Han Sen's vision returned, he was standing in a teleporter belonging to the Alliance. Han Sen opened the chamber and took a look around. He was not standing outside a public teleporter, and he soon realized he was standing inside the music hall of someone's home. The architecture was fairly old-fashioned, but with the decorations and space available, you could tell it was a music hall belonging to a very rich family. Romantic music was playing, and it made Han Sen calm down somewhat. If this place belonged to rich people, he wouldn't be on a planet that was too far away. At the very least, it meant he could get home. Just as he was about to use Dongxian Aura to learn more about his environment, someone entered the hall. It was a beautiful woman with curly, wet hair. She had a white towel wrapped tight around her body, revealing her gorgeous long legs. Her skin was snow white. Her eyes were closed as she came in, with a glass of wine in one hand. She danced to the music frivolously, believing no one to be watching. She sipped her wine, immersing herself in the rhythm of the music. She looked happy. The woman was in her private home, and she never thought someone else might be there. She felt entirely secure. Her mood was bright, as she kept her eyes closed while sipping wine and spinning to the rhythms of the music. It happened unexpectedly. After a few mesmerizing spins, the towel dropped from her body. And what's more, she was only half a meter away from Han. Senator Han Sen looked at her, and although he was delighted to allow his eyes to feast on such a wonderful body, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward about it all. To add to that, he knew who this woman was. He was quite close with her. It was Huangfu Pingqing from the Huangfu family. She was his senior, and he never expected their next encounter would play out like this. Because the towel had fallen, she opened her eyes in order to pick it back up. She opened her eyes and saw Han Senator. They looked at each and froze for 3 seconds. Huangfu Qingping screamed. The next second, she summoned a beast soul armor and tried to kick Han Sen in the balls. Han Sen was now very happy he had used his shape-shifting beast soul. She could not tell who he was in his current state. Things would have been very bad if she could recognize him, and so he swiftly dodged, broke the window, jumped out, and ran off. When he flew into the sky, he soared through the atmosphere. Shoal. I won't let you go, Huangfu Qingping nibbled her lips as she started to pursue. Fortunately, Han Sen was too fast for her, and she couldn't keep up for very long. Defense system, intruder detected. Attack confirmation. The owl standing next to her spoke. Attack, Huangfu Qingping said immediately. Attack, the computer repeated. Then, the weapon systems took aim at Han Sen who was flying away. Boom! A net of lights all came screaming through the air toward Han Senator. That was the Huangfu family's planet, and its defensive systems were strong. They could easily protect the planet from attacks instigated by entire battleship fleets. It was very powerful. Han Sen didn't dare use Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. Queen was from the Huangfu family, and although Huangfu Qingping never practiced it herself, she would be able to recognize it when she saw it. The light was too much, and Han Sen had great difficulty dodging. So, instead, Han Sen used the glove on his hand to block the strikes. There were loads of explosions in the air, and the radar systems were disrupted because of them. Seeing Han Sen get hit by all those explosions, Huangfu Qingping believed him to have been killed. Demigods would most certainly be shot down under the intensity of such blasts. When the radar system returned to normal, though, the satellites revealed images of Han Sen now up in space, entirely unharmed. He disappeared quickly from the satellite's viewing spectrum, though. Huangfu Qingping was shocked, and when she went to confirm via the space telescope, she confirmed that he really was gone. That was Qingping Sr. Her skin and body are still as good as ever, it's only her grumpy mood that needs work. After Han Sen escaped, he privately complimented her as he reviewed what had happened and what he had been able to see. Han Sen summoned the unicorn beetle, then brought up its map. He wouldn't say he was either close to planet Roca or too far from there, but with the unicorn beetle's speed, he'd arrive home in a day's travel. Han Sen flew the beetle towards planet Roca, where his family was. Huangfu Qingping was madly looking over the video that had been recorded, trying to learn who that person might have been. There were no cameras in the music hall, but the external cameras didn't pick up anything about him conning in. They only saw him escape and get to space. Huangfu Qingping swore to find who that shoal was. She searched tirelessly for the culprit, despite knowing that he had used a shape-shifting beast soul which hid everything about the person behind it. She did find something special, though. His right hand was strange. He may have had armor on, but his right hand was wearing a glove. It looked very weird. She didn't know if it was a beast soul or not, but she could definitely start an investigation from her knowledge of the shape-shifting beast soul and glove the intruder wore. He must be a powerful demigod to block those attacks. That certainly narrows down the list of possible candidates, Huangfu Qingping thought angrily. Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, you're done for. 1696 Gods Organization's assault on planet Roca, 7 creatures dressed in black were hovering in the air above Han Sen's house. They were watching. Yake, you are being too careful. It is only the Han family, and we aren't even certain they are descended from Han Jinji. Even if they were, you wouldn't need me and Rudy here. And here we are, alongside Buck, Wuxia said to Yake. Yake's gaze was directed at Han Manor. He saw Ji Yanran, Zero, Bauer, and stay up late all eating food together in the garden. Be careful. Snake Witch, Black Tiger, and Lu Jia all died. Maybe Han Jinji is still protecting them. Our opponent is not Han Sen, after all. It is Han Jinji. After Yake said this, he talked to a man with white hair. New community leader, how are you doing? Han Yufei, who had become the new community leader, calmly said, the new community has cut off all connections between planet Roka and the galaxy outside. For the next 2 days, no one in the Alliance will be able to help this planet. I am not sure about the G family, but they won't receive word of any suspicious activity for at least 3 hours. We have cordoned off the area, as well, not allowing any other human to approach the airspace. Good. Thank you, Yake said coldly. Then he turned to Buck and another 3 creatures. Do it. Handle the Han family. Han Sen and his son must be taken alive, but do with the others as you deem necessary. Me, Rudy, and Wuxia will deal with Han Jinji or any other elites that show up. You will go in unopposed and undisturbed. Yes. Buck and the other creatures heard what was said, and then flew down into the garden. They were all members of God's organization, but there was a hierarchy and tiering between them. The Geno armors that God's organization possessed all had limitations. The members had to be approved and authorized to make use of an armor before donning one. Yake, Rudy, and Wuxia were of a higher tier. Buck and the others were still in training after becoming gods. They did not have self-Geno armor, and they could not be approved. So, their tier was lower. But the creatures that could level up to reach the Alliance were very powerful, of course. And they were very proud of their accomplishments. If Han Jinji was there, or any other Geno armor elites, they would be afraid. But in the garden, all they could see were a bunch of youngsters. They did not think they'd have much trouble dealing with them. After all, they had been in the top of the 4th god's sanctuary in their time there. Some referred to them as actual gods. Luo Lan was having food with the family at the table. Golden Growler, who looked like a lion dog, suddenly stood up and roared to the sky. Han Sen and Ji Yanran knew Golden Growler wouldn't just randomly bark or howl, so they looked up. A fiery dragon came swooping down. It was over 100 meters long, carried by swathes of red and blue flame. When it got in close, it brightened everything. To the left of the dragon was a monster with 4 wings. It had black scales. It was not as large as the dragon, but it was still 10 meters long. On the right of it was an icy eagle. The wings of the creature were 20 meters long, and it came down shrouded in a snowstorm of its own creation. The 3 creatures covered the entire city. The building where the Han family lived suffered the brunt of that frightening aura. Luo Lan and Ji Yanran's faces paled slightly. These attackers were stronger than demigods, so needless to say, they were scared quite a bit. Buck and the others hadn't been approved to wear Geno armor, and neither did they have their own self-Geno armor. But still, they had been in the Alliance for many years. Their fitness was far better than the top demigods. Humans did not have many top-ranking demigods. Aside from Luo Haitang, the others were just gemstone class. And that was still a ways from Buck's strength. Amidst Luo Lan's fear, she heard a loud noise. Golden Growler's body was expanding, and immediately, he went flying up towards Buck and the others. He was getting bigger in the air, like a mountain. And on top of that, he was wearing a gold set of armor. The fire dragon Buck looked like a lizard in front of the giant Golden Growler. The other 2 were tinier than that. Golden Growler brought his gaping maw towards Buck as the dragon swung its talons defensively. But Golden Growler's teeth came down on his neck and broke it. Blood cascaded down like a waterfall. Golden Growler was using a Geno armor to bully the would-be assaulters coming down from the sky. He ripped the 3 god-class creatures apart in no time. They were bleeding all over, shocking all who witnessed the act. Luo Lan and Ji Yanran were stunned by the sight, as they hadn't expected Golden Growler to be that strong. Stay Up Late observed Golden Growler's Geno armor and squinted in thought. Yake, Rudy, and Wuxia were shocked, too. They were waiting for other elites to back the family up, and they never suspected the dog-looking creature at the table was the one they feared. Golden Growler had managed to kill Buck and severely damage the other two creatures in no time at all. That's so wrong. An elite with Geno armor pretending to be a simple pet dog. Oh, I am going to kill it. Wuxia roared. He flew in front of Golden Growler and stopped him from finishing off the other two. Wuxia looked like a human, but he had a third eye in his forehead. He was wearing white Geno armor when he swooped down to go against Golden Growler. Boom! Golden Growler slapped Wuxia, and he was sent rolling a few thousand miles. His face looked glum, and he immediately acknowledged that he was no match for Golden Growler's strength. 1697 Beyond expectations. Golden Growler was like Han's senator. He hadn't matured after ascending, and his fitness was worse than Wuxia's and Buck's. But the power of his Geno armor closed the gap and fixed this issue. Golden Growler and his gold Geno armor were quite compatible, and the creature could make use of 60% of its power. That was higher than Wuxia's compatibility with his. It was through this large buff that he could beat Wuxia. Wuxia acknowledged this, and his face looked grim. The onlookers Rudy and Yake had the same expression, too. They had no way of expecting there'd be a Geno armor creature dining with Han's son, let alone one with such incredible strength. Wuxia grunted. He jumped up like a silver shadow and avoided Golden Growler's attack. He went behind Golden Growler and attacked his head. Mere power is not the end-all be-all. Wuxia looked cold. His fist was right on the precipice of coming into contact with Golden Growler's head. But in the next second, Wuxia noticed Golden Growler was no longer in front of him. He'd disappeared. His target was missing. Golden Growler hadn't actually disappeared, though. He just became smaller, shrinking to a size that was a better match for fighting Wuxia. If his current size was compared to that of an elephant, he now reduced his size to something that was more like an ant. Because of this, Wuxia lost his target. When Wuxia reconfirmed his foe's location, Golden Growler was running like mad. He flashed by Wuxia like lightning, his claws leaving rips in Wuxia's armor that leaked blood. Golden Growler had gotten smaller, but his speed increased. He changed from a strength type to a speed type. When Wuxia fought Golden Growler, he was constantly suppressed by the lion. Golden Growler could switch between strength and speed on a whim, and it gave Wuxia a proper headache. Rudy, make it quick. Yake frowned at Rudy as Golden Growler appeared and disturbed their plan. Rudy nodded, and a sky blue Geno armor appeared on him. His devilish body flew forward. Suddenly, he moved behind Golden Growler, sandwiching the lion between himself and Wuxia. As Rudy moved toward Golden Growler, a holy light shone from the garden. The next second, an ange-like woman WRTH holy armor appeared. Her hands were like swords, slashing down toward his fists. Catcha! Rudy noticed his gauntlets were broken. His skin was cut and bleeding. Another powerful Geno armor creature. Rudy's face looked ill. The humble Han family had hidden two creatures with Geno armor in their midst that was beyond what anyone had expected. It was already difficult to become a god, let alone gain Geno armor. God's organization, from the time of its establishment, had only managed to collect 10. There were 2 right here, and they sure looked mighty powerful. Yake frowned. Things were definitely not going as expected. Han Jinji hadn't appeared, and they had already lost 3 god-class creatures. Rudy and Wuxia were suppressed now, as well. Han Yufei was in shock. He had thought that Han Sen had killed Snake Witch, but he did not expect Han Sen to have 2 creatures with Geno armor that might have done the task for him. And there they were now, suppressing Rudy and Wuxia. Ji Yanran was so happy. Little Angel and Golden Growler were attacking, and the dangerous fight looked like something petty that would soon be over. Stay Up Late looked at Little Angel and Golden Growler strangely. He already thought the Han family was weird, but this was weirder than even he had expected. Stay Up Late could tell their Geno armors were not their own, though. Two beings that have been approved to use Geno armor. If they could generate their own, could they be qualified? Little Angel and Golden Growler suppressed Rudy and Wuxia. Yake's eyes changed then, and his body began to transform. It seemed as if he wanted to fight and sort out this situation out himself. Han Yufei knew Han Sen was not there. And he didn't suspect the Han family might actually have a third Geno armor to fight against Yake. Han Yufei knew Yake was stronger than Rudy and Wuxia, though. He was at an even higher tier in God's organization. Han Yufei looked like he cared little for the fight. He kept watching Yake. And just as Yake was about to attack, Han Yufei gathered up a massive amount of power and punched him from behind. The silent and powerful punch was driven right into Yake's back. Han Yufei hadn't generated Geno armor, and his fitness was similar to Buck's. He had to find an effective way to assassinate Yake. When Yake was about to strike, that was the time his guard would be lowered. He'd only have one chance of taking him out. And that chance would be gone for good if Yake thought about putting on his Geno armor. Han Yufei was not cocky enough to think he could defeat Yake when he was wearing his Geno armor. Geno armors were not all the same, or on the same level. Boom! Han Yufei's fist went right into Yake's back. It was powerful enough to sunder a mountain, but his face swiftly changed. Such powerful strength landed on Yake, and yet, Yake had suddenly donned a steel-looking armor. His punch went against it, dealing 0 damage. And it was like his hand had gotten stuck inside the metal. He couldn't get it back out. You have a problem. Yake turned around to look at Han Yufei. His expression was murderous. Han Yufei did not talk, and he simply threw another fist at his enemy's body. Yake grabbed Han Yufei's hand, though, and proceeded to speak. You think I'm like one of them? You are very wrong. Your skills might work against the likes of Rudy, but to me, it was a really dumb move. I have self-Geno armor, and that is a very different thing. After that, Yake used his hand to break Han Yufei's arm. Han Yufei's face turned white as his arm was twisted. He started to develop a cold sweat. His fist could not reach Yake, and neither could he run off. Go to hell. Yake's other fist was fast approaching Han Yufei's head with power. Chapter 1698 Crystallizer Survivor. Han Yufei's expression looked dire. The gap between their strengths was too wide to cover. If Rudy and the others used Geno armor that originally belonged to others, Han Yufei reckoned he could make battle with them. He could possibly kill them, too. But someone who had generated their own self-Geno armor was in another league entirely. Han Yufei knew there was nothing he could do right now. So, the best he could come up with was buying more time by throwing his own fist to meet Yake's. Idiot! Yake snorted coldly, channeling even more strength into his fist. He was primed to deliver the blow straight to Han Yufei's head. Ji Yanran thought it was strange, seeing what was going on high above. It seemed as if they were fighting amongst themselves. Luo Lan looked at Han Yufei and suddenly felt a great worry come over her. Although Han Yufei had transformed and didn't look the same, when Luo Lan looked into his eyes, she could sense something. Just as Han Yufei was about to get punched by Yake, a hand suddenly blocked that immense fist and extinguished all that power. It was as if the punch had never been thrown. Stay up late. Luo Lan and the others were shocked. Somehow, Stay Up Late was up near Han Yufei, blocking Yake's punch. Stay Up Late had seen Han Yufei save Luo Lan once before. Seeing this same, familiar person try to attack Yake from behind, Stay Up Late recognized him. Stay Up Late blocked Yake's fist and immediately pulled Han Yufei away from Yake. Then he simply said, "Go back to the Han family." Thanks. Han Yufei was in shock, but he knew now was not the time for talk. So he held his arm and flew towards Ji Yanran's building. Yake looked at Stay Up Late. He didn't bother trying to pursue Han Yufei, and he simply stared at Stay Up Late. You are a crystallizer? Yake asked, looking up at Stay Up Late. I did not expect there to be another crystallizer survivor, apart from myself. Stay Up Late looked at Yake. As a crystallizer, you have chosen to work for a human? Yake asked. I observe the Han family, Stay Up Late answered. Why are you killing those of another race? They could be qualified. You should not kill them. Yake laughed mockingly. Observe. The crystallizers were destroyed long ago. That thing doesn't exist, so it is pointless to observe. I am still here, Stay Up Late said quietly. So what? Even if you are a crystallizer, you can't say that. Yake snorted and threw a punch at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late deployed his armor, but he didn't fight Yake. He evaded the attack so that Yake only hit air. You don't dare fight. Yake looked a little annoyed. He hated Stay Up Late's face, the way it was currently. I am a soldier, and the oaths I am bound to forbid me from issuing harm to just anyone, Stay Up Late said coldly. His face did not change. Soldier. The crystallizers are gone. There are no more soldiers. There are no more oaths. I am the Oathmaker now. When Yake said that, he summoned greater strength and tried to strike Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late managed to dodge the raging attack, and after, he said, the oath is in my blood, regardless of whether or not the crystallizers exist. In that case, let me see your blood so I can check for the presence of these oaths. Yake's armor started to glow, shattering the dimension around him. But no matter how Yake attacked, nothing he did enabled him to land a strike on Stay Up Late. You can't fight back. Yake looked cruel as he punched a building. His fist was like a meteor, plummeting into a building with the intent of killing everyone inside. Stay Up Late frowned and immediately appeared in front of Yake. He punched towards that power and broke it. Good timing. Yake's Geno armor unleashed more power, directed at Stay Up Late in the form of another punch. Two powers collided against each other, generating a massive shockwave that broke the buildings all around. Yake deliberately placed the shockwave near their building. As a crystallizer, you know this is against the law. Stay Up Late moved and destroyed the power unleashed at the building. He did not allow any of it to touch them. So what? Yake punched again towards the building, continuing to say, soldiers are nothing in this era. What is the point of war? Stay Up Late punched Yake's power once again. He stared at Yake and said, true. The crystallizers are gone, and there are no more crystallizer soldiers and crystallizer laws. It is good that you understand this. Join us. You will earn more than you did when you were a soldier. Yake continued to attack as he spoke. It does not matter who I belong to, but you are the sort of person that I hate. So, Stay Up Late looked at Yake coldly, and his armor began to shine. A light began to envelop his fist. Boom! The scary power of his fist, like an erupting volcano, came down on Yake. Yake used both fists to fight back against it, but Stay Up Late was too strong and quickly whittled away Yake's defenses. Arg! Yake screamed, as the volcanic power continued to mount. Eventually, his Geno armor broke. Pang! Yake's body collapsed on the ground, forming a crater that was filled with blood. He was struggling down in the earth, unable to get up. Yake looked at Stay Up Late and said, enthusiastic rush. You are not a normal soldier. Are you from the 3rd Division Special Forces? It does not matter. Leave this place and never come back. If the crystallizers weren't destroyed, you'd be in jail, Stay Up Late said coldly. Haha. Yake suddenly laughed. A member of the 3rd Division Special Forces, huh? That is interesting. When you see him, it will be fun. Stay Up Late frowned and looked at Yake, as Yake spoke to the sky. Officer, you aren't coming out. Are you simply going to watch us die? Or are you watching the power of the Special Force member killing me? Stay Up Late's body shook, and he looked up to the sky. There, a shadow was slowly approaching. When he saw it, he looked at it in disbelief. He screamed, Officer, you are not dead. Chapter 1699 Officer from the past, night, it's been a long time. It is nice to see you. The officer smiled. And oh, he was handsome as a god. He slowly walked over to Stay Up Late. It is good to see you again. Stay Up Late felt touched. Stay Up Late's friends and family had died amidst the fighting in the past. Seeing someone he respected alive and in the flesh provided him a joy that went beyond the possibilities of description. Night, come with me. The crystallizers are gone. But for as long as you and I are together, the 3rd Division Special Forces will never die. The officer looked right at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late opened his mouth and thought of something. He looked at Yake, and then looked at the officer. His expression was complex. Officer, did you send him to deal with the Han family? The Han family elder stole from us. We have to take it back. You do not have to concern yourself with these matters, the officer said. Stay Up Late looked at him strangely, and he said, Officer, you taught me soldiers are meant to protect. Protect life. Protect the law. Protect the world. The officer quietly responded, I know what you are trying to say, but the world is not like that anymore. The world is changing, and we must change with it. The crystallizers are destroyed, but the humans and the Shura are still here. They have laws and order of their own. It is not our place to tamper with or subvert them. Stay Up Late still spoke with passion, and he went on to say, Officer, you taught us all this. Why are you doing what you are doing now? The officer looked at Stay Up Late. If the things I taught were so useful, the crystallizers wouldn't have been wiped out. We need more than law, we need repopulation. And so, we have to go out and try. Stay Up Late looked at the officer, his expression complicated. He wasn't sure what to say. His officer had changed, and he wasn't the same person that Stay Up Late used to know and respect. He was like a different man altogether. Officer, you claim their elder stole something of yours. Their elder, that implies it was none of their business. Please, let them go, Stay Up Late pleaded, looking at the officer. The officer didn't say anything, but he seemed hesitant about something. Officer, he is our only lead. We need to catch them to draw out Han Jinji. You shouldn't just let them go because of this kid. We have sacrificed many people in this pursuit, we can't turn back now. Yake shouted. Shut up, I am talking with the officer now. Stay Up Late stared down at Yake, who was looking like ice. Yake seethed, but he did not speak a word. The officer sighed and said, Fine. Since you say it is so. The officer walked in front of Stay Up Late and patted his shoulder. He said, Let us take a walk, Knight. I have many things to tell you, after all these years that have elapsed. Officer, Stay Up Late's eyes turned red and teary. His love and admiration for the officer of the 3rd Division were back. Pang! The next second, the officer's fist was driven right into Stay Up Late's belly. The scary palm broke through his armor and went right through his guts. Stay Up Late did not think this would happen, and he was already flying through the air and coughing up blood before he noticed it had occurred. He hit a building and broke it. Stay Up Late. Luo Lan was in shock. The officer was a truly callous man. Why? Stay Up Late stepped out from the ruin and asked the officer, looking up at the sky. The officer said coldly, To secure the future of the crystallizers, there is something I must do. You are the best soldier I ever trained, but even I cannot control you. And there is something you must do, and you must do it for me. You are no longer the officer I once knew. Stay Up Late's face was expressionless. The world is changing, and so are you. You just haven't noticed it yet. The officer was speaking with an icy tone of voice. He went on to say, Zach, take Han Sen's son and the new community leader. Take them away. Two metal bodies came forward, approaching the top of the building. I'll go help. Yake looked coldly at Stay Up Late as he followed Zach to the roof of the building. Stay Up Late clenched his way through the pain, attempting to stop Yake. But the officer went right in front of him. Excuse me, officer. But I cannot allow you to take anyone, Stay Up Late said to the officer, wiping the blood from his lips. You are the best crystallizer warrior there is. You do not have to help humans as you are. The officer did not move. Seeing Yake was almost at the rooftop, Stay Up Late did not say anything and instead planned to break through the man obstructing him. The officer moved and used his fist to stop him, though. I am sorry, officer. Stay Up Late built up power and tried to annihilate the defense before him. But Stay Up Late had only just moved when the officer repeatedly punched him backward. Stay Up Late kept trying to go from a different direction, but he couldn't get past. Pang! Stay Up Late's chest was delivered another punch by the officer. He stumbled back a few hundred meters and coughed up more blood. I taught you, remember? I know exactly what you have learned. And now that you are injured, come back with me and make the crystallizers great again, the officer said. Stay Up Late did not speak, and he just flew over to the officer. But it looked like he was too late. Yake, Zach, and Zagu were already on the top of the building. D*MN you guys. You killed so many of our creatures, you should all die. Yake looked at them with murderous eyes. He looked at everyone, ignoring Little Flower and Han Yufei. Instead of going for them as he was supposed to, he threw a punch towards Luo Lan. Luo Lan's face looked ill, but she knew she'd have to fight back. They wouldn't be able to do much against such forces, but they had little choice in the matter. Han Yufei was injured, but he wanted to brawl. But just as he was about to do something, a golden light appeared. It was Bauer, clad in golden leaves. She punched Yake. Boom! Two scary powers came against each other. Yake looked on in disbelief. His power had been broken, and he had been sent flying again. Bauer's face looked murderous as she hung in the air. Her fists were coming down on Yake again, this time on his face. Chapter 1700 Crystal King Armor, Impossible. Yake looked at her with disbelief. He was a crystallizer with self-generated Geno armor. He was also the only creature that could still stay in the sanctuary after doing so. He lost to Stay Up Late, who was a crystallizer from the 3rd Division Special Forces. That did not come as a surprise, but Bauer was just a pet beast soul that belonged to Han Senator. He could not believe a pet beast soul's power could be even remotely stronger than he was. And Bauer was also wearing a Geno armor. Bauer jumped up and threw a punch towards Yake's face. She looked so angry, and she knew who was important to Han. Senator Yake had wanted to kill Luo Lan, which was something that swiftly infuriated the baby. Yake was in the air, and he'd be unable to dodge her next strike. All he could do was raise his arms and try to punch back her incoming fist. But Bauer's fist was like a hammer, and it tore Yake's arm open. The fist landed on his helmet, caving it in. The force propelled his body down into the ground with the force of a cannonball, cratering the zone. The angry Bauer wished to give chase, but Zack and Zagu were slipping behind her and going for Ji Yenran. They were planning to take Little Flower away from her. Bauer's little body flashed back to Ji Yenran. To stop Zack and Zagu, she gave them a punch each. Dong! Zack and Zagu were strong. They were stronger than Yake, definitely, and that was because they had also generated their own Geno armor. Even so, their armor sets were visibly dented by the punches that Bauer delivered. Yake's face, which was smeared with mud and blood, emerged from the crater. He came rushing towards Bauer with manic fury. Bauer fought all three of them with absolute strength. Her fists and her arms were so hard, Bauer was able to keep delivering strikes that repeatedly dented their armor. Yake and the others were in shock. It was difficult to believe that anyone this powerful aside from the officer resided in the Alliance. The officer frowned, seeing all this. And he was visibly afraid of the power Bauer wielded. But Bauer's golden leaf armor suddenly started to shine. The luminosity made it look rather unstable. Bauer had put the armor on to defeat Snake Witch before she really should have, and that had made her weak for some time. This time, however, she wasn't able to kill them immediately. It was taking her a while, and it didn't help that there were three of them to deal with. Things were turning dire once more. Ji Yanran saw Bauer's situation suddenly turn grim, and she gave Little Flower to Luo Lan. Then, she put on the crystal shoes that were in her bag. "Crystal shoes, please help us. We will very much appreciate your assistance," Ji Yanran said to the crystal shoes. The crystal shoes heard what Ji Yanran said, and then leaped down onto the ground. They slipped themselves onto her feet, and a crystal light began to shine everywhere. The shoes were like magic, and they turned into a crystal armor that decked out Ji Yanran. Before Ji Yanran could move, the crystal armor pulled her into the air. She attacked Zack with spinning legs. Zack threw a punch at the incoming legs and they collided. But Zack's fist was broken against the solid crystal armor, resulting in a spray of blood. Arg! Zack fell back, as Ji Yanran was now in the thick of things. Ji Yanran joined the fight alongside Bauer. The attackers had a hard time withstanding Bauer's strikes alone, but now they could do nothing. They kept on getting hit without reprieve, and they were bleeding like mad. Everyone from God's organization was in shock. They thought it would be a fun event to draw Han Jinji out of hiding. The Han family wasn't even their target. Yet as soon as the fight began, they realized how scary the family was. That fear had only mounted in the time since, and they felt truly powerless and helpless before them. Yake, Zack, and Zagu were having a particularly terrible time. They had claimed to be the strongest, and they had even claimed to be crystallizers. But now they were getting cruelly beaten by Ji Yanran and Bauer. They were on a short fuse now. Ji Yanran was not fighting them herself, of course. She was being controlled by the crystal shoes. The shoes merely borrowed her body for fighting purposes. When the officer saw the crystal shoes, his eyes opened wide. He said, "Why would Eastern King's crystal shoes be here, owned by these humans?" The officer suddenly left Stay Up Late where he was. He headed straight for Ji Yanran and Bauer. "Officer, are you leaving?" Stay Up Late followed the officer and stopped him. "Knight, I said this is none of your business." The officer frowned, and then his body moved. He was unable to get rid of Stay Up Late that easily, however. Stay Up Late's mouth was bleeding, but he could still smile and mock his former superior. "You taught me everything, so you know me. But that also means I know you. You're not shaking me so easily. Step back, I do not want to soak myself in your blood," the officer said coldly. "I told you I have been watching over them, and I won't let anyone bring them lasting harm." Stay Up Late blocked the officer again. "You really think you can stop me from going over there?" The officer sighed. "I told you. We both understand each other too well," Stay Up Late said. The officer shook his head. "You know me, but you don't know time. It's been so long and things can change, like." After that, the officer blasted out a scary power. A flaming pair of wings appeared, setting him ablaze, assimilating with his armor. Southern King wings. How is that possible? Your Geno armor is compatible with it. Stay Up Late screamed in shock. There are many things of which you know nothing, the officer said, then pulled out a white sword. Western King's sword. Stay Up Late could not contain his expression of surprise. He was truly shocked. The Geno armors of the 4 crystallizer kings still exist, and I have obtained 2 of them. And they are blending into my Geno armor. No one in the sanctuary can ever hope to fight me. Before me and my power, your knowledge is useless. The officer held the white metal sword high as his body blazed with fire. He coldly told Stay Up Late, step aside. Don't make me spill the last of your blood. Chapter 1701. Coming back. Stay Up Late looked at the officer sadly. Without moving an inch, he said, Officer, it was you who taught me to never fall back. It was you who taught me to always do my job. I will never forget that. The officer moved his eyes and then stopped. He responded by saying, If you must be like this, then excuse my cruel deeds. After that, the officer swung his white metal sword. But before Stay Up Late could see how it moved, he groaned in pain. He now had a wound on his chest that was deep enough to reveal his ribs. That was a warning strike, the officer said to Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late looked at the white metal sword and said, The Western King's sword and the Southern King wings are so powerful. No wonder they are legendary. I only use 10% of my power, the officer said. Stay Up Late looked down on the wound on his chest and calmly said, Next time you strike, and I don't dodge, please just leave my body here. A special ops operative that doesn't complete their mission should not return home. Why are you so stubborn? The officer sounded a bit angry. These are my principles. You taught them to me. Stay Up Late said. Good. I will teach you another lesson, then. You need to think on the fly, the officer said and moved his Western King's sword again. He did so faster than last time. But this time, Stay Up Late moved. It was like he moved with the Western King's sword, except he was a little ahead of it. Stay Up Late grunted, and another wound appeared on his body. This wound was lighter than the last, however, and the damage wasn't so grievous. It looks like you can teach an old dog a new trick. The officer frowned. The sword had not performed as impressively as he had expected, especially after he put even more strength into the second swing. Stay Up Late laughed and said, I learned that from Han. Senator. Humans are weaker, and their lifespans are shorter, but their creativity far exceeds ours. The skills they create are far more ingenious than what the crystallizers developed. You are falling, the officer grunted. He waved his fire wings and swung his Western King's sword. Stay Up Late's movements were similar to Han Sen's, but not exactly on the mark. He was borrowing some techniques and skills, but he was adding them to his own. He was still using mostly his own talents. Stay Up Late dodged the deadly attack, but he was too weak to escape at all. His body was wounded again. He was beginning to look like a blood man. The officer, with armor from 2 crystallizer kings, was faster and stronger than Stay Up Late. Seeing Wuxia get killed by Golden Growler, the officer had lost all his patience. He waved his Western King's sword and prepared to unleash all his power. Stay Up Late had managed to avoid getting killed by the previous 3 strikes, but he had still been hit by each. With the wounds incurred, he wouldn't be able to evade the 4th. The sword was on its way, arcing down towards his chest. It's over. Stay Up Late sighed. He knew he wouldn't be able to dodge it, and he knew his body would be cut in half. Boom! Suddenly, a light came from the sky. It hit the Western King's sword with the power of a small sun. It shocked the officer and his sword, and the sword missed its target, buying Stay Up Late time. Stay Up Late's body moved fast, and he avoided the strike. He looked to the sky in shock. The officer's face changed and he looked up, too. There was a shadow up there, moving quick. And there was a light coming down on the officer. The officer kept swinging his Western King's sword to try and break the light, but he then saw a giant beetle land. Han Sen had finally come back to Roka, and he saw Stay Up Late was going to get killed. He used the unicorn beetle's weapon systems to save him. Seeing the person use a sword to break the beetle's light, Han Sen was shocked. The beetle's light was not as good as Geno armor because the mobility wasn't up to scratch. The officer saw someone appear, and he didn't want to waste any more time with the unexpected. So, he had to finish his task before Zagu was killed. He flapped his wings and teleported to the beetle. He slashed towards the beetle and cut a 3-meter-long crevice through it. Han Sen was shocked, so he quickly recalled the beetle. The unicorn beetle could not move fast to evade attacks. He was afraid it could very easily be destroyed if that continued. Han Sen. The officer was shocked when he saw Han Sen emerge from the machine. He used his Western King sword against him, trying to slash him like he had never slashed before. Han Sen's face changed and he tried to dodge, but his fitness could not save him from those swipes. Before he could move, the glove on his right hand became an armor set that shielded his entire body. Then, the fist aligned itself with the arc of the Western King's sword. Boom! The fist hit the sword, and it created an explosion in the sky. It was far worse than the detonation of an atom bomb. The impact turned the ground into an ocean. The city became a ruin. Han Sen's body fell back a few thousand meters. He was rather shocked that he didn't fall over. He knew the immense power of the glove, but even so, he was still sent flying. His chest fell awful, but his opponent hadn't moved an inch. That was a testament to the sheer power he wielded. Han Sen did not know Western King's sword, Southern King wings, and the glove were all on the same level. The officer was simply stronger than Han Sen, which made the glove appear weaker. Northern King glove. I did not expect one of the 4 Crystallizer King's armors could be found here. Let me take the Northern King glove and the Eastern King crystal shoes, then I can get moving. The officer looked excited, staring down at Han Sen in the jade armor. He flapped his wings alongside his sword. The officer looked completely murderous, and he wanted to kill Han Sen for the glove. Han Sen used the story of genes and let his energy combine with the armor to assimilate with it. Chapter 1702 Hard Eye Pang. Han Sen used his Dongxian movements, thinking he could dodge the officer's strikes. But he was hit, and he fell like a star. When he hit the earth, the impact created a big hole amidst the ruins and rubble. Why can't I dodge? Han Sen wondered. He had seen himself manage to evade the strike, so it was a puzzle. Don't look at his sword, look at his eyes. Stay Up Late called to Han Sr., look at his eyes. Why? Han Sen did not know what that meant, but he did know there wasn't time to dwell on the matter and think it over. The officer was on his way to strike again. Han Sen wanted to adhere to the advice and not look at the opponent's sword, but he found himself unable to do it. If someone was coming at you with a sword, how could you not look at which way the weapon was falling? You'd die if you didn't. This was instinct pang. Han Sen was sent flying again. Even though he was wearing the glove and its protective armor, he ended up coughing blood. The armor hadn't broken yet, but there were some concerning dents across it. His organs felt ready to give up the ghost. Don't look at his sword. Look into his eyes. Stay Up Late was badly injured, and all he could do was shout at Han Sen from afar. Explain it to me, how can I look at his eyes and not his sword? I can't do it. Han Sen shouted, as the officer came at him to strike once more. With his Dongxian movements and heavenly go, he did his best to try and dodge it. But the tragedy continued. Stay Up Late had only learned a bit about Han Sen's talents, but even through that, he had been able to dodge the officer. But Han Sen had the glove armor and was stronger, yet despite that, his evasions were unsuccessful, and he was repeatedly hit. The glove armor was strong, but the Western King's sword and Southern King wings were, as well. Han Sen couldn't keep himself from being damaged. The hand is the heart eye. The eye is the beginning of the hand. You need to see through his eyes to see his sword. That is his trick. If you do not register his eyes, you won't evade a single one of his attacks. Stay up late called as he healed himself. What does that mean? I don't understand. Han Sen shouted. When the officer hit Han Sen, the felon coldly said, "Knight, you are too naive. Even under my teaching, it took you 3 months to begin to grasp the concept. Do you think he will understand in 3 minutes? How will I know if I don't try?" Stay up late gave a wry smile. He knew this would be a difficult concept for Han Sen to grasp, and it'd be a truly incredible thing if Han Sen was able to see into his enemy's eyes in such a brief amount of time. But there was no choice. Han Sen could understand that concept or die. There was no alternative. Han Sen realized he could not do anything to avoid the officer's attacks, at all. So, he decided to stare into his opponent's eye and take his mind off the brutal sword. His eyes were nice. He had thin eyebrows and eyes as bright as a rising phoenix. While they were a pretty sight, Han Sen didn't yet understand why he should be looking into them. At least Han Sen had known how the earlier strikes had hit him. Now, if he was hit, he wouldn't know exactly how it had happened. Pang! Han Sen fell into the ruins again. He stood up and exclaimed, "Brother, are you playing with me? What is the point of looking into his eyes? You have to learn this and look deep into his eyes. Understand or you will die here." Stay Up Late was confident about this, and spoke very surely. So, Han Sen ran back out into the fray. His armor had a lot of marks and dents now. It was pretty earlier, but now it looked like rugged scrap. If this continued much longer, it'd likely break and leave him exposed. Han Sen's body was already badly damaged, too. He had coughed up a hefty amount of blood throughout the fight, and it was fair to say that his body was in a worse condition than the armor was. "Save me, officer." That was Yake's voice. Yake was severely damaged, with his arm all mangled. He was running away. The officer hesitated for a moment, but did not shy from his chosen target. He was still going after Han Senator. The Northern King gloves were more important to him than Yake's life. Although Ji Yanran had the crystal shoes, they were only using her to fight. Han Sen was a formidable foe, and he actually made use of the glove. If the officer took Han Sen out of the picture, getting the other item from Ji Yanran would be an easy task. Arg! Yake screamed, right as Bauer annihilated his brain. He was very dead. Bauer's armor broke then, too. Not because the enemy had shattered it, but just because she couldn't support it anymore. She had eaten a lot of fruit, but it wasn't enough to sustain continued use of the gear. Ji Yanran then held on to Bauer, who slumped weakly in her broken armor. As she did, Ji Yanran's legs still fought and held off Zack and Zagu. Unfortunately, she was still unable to kill them. Near Little Angel, Golden Growler killed Rudy. Only Zack, Zagu, and the elusive officer were left out of the attacking forces. Golden Growler wanted to go over and help Han Sen, but Han Sen forbade this. He bid that they help Ji Yanran first. Their powers were good, but they had not grown enough yet. And furthermore, they hadn't generated self-geno armor. If they came over to help, the officer would likely kill them in a single strike. No. No. It's not working. Han Sen tried staring deep into the officer's eyes, but it was all to no avail. Nothing was working, and he didn't really know what he was supposed to see. The officer's eyes hadn't changed. He looked at Han Sen's body, but he attacked in a different location every time. It was difficult. Han Sen was good at judgment, but this was the one foe that his predictions did not work on. Pang! Han Sen's armor could not withstand the next strike, and it was broken by the Western King's sword. The strike almost obliterated the flesh beneath the armor. Han Sen was knocked to the ground, and he had trouble getting back up. If it wasn't for the glove armor, he'd have already been rendered unable to fight. The officer looked excited. He used his sword to try to stab Han Senator. He wanted nothing more than to kill the human so he could take the Northern King glove. Han Sen gritted his teeth, wishing to summon Destiny's Tower to block. But suddenly, a scary power began to emerge. And it landed right on Han Sen. Chapter 1703. A sword. You cannot block. The crystal armor on Ji Yanran became the crystal shoes again. They started running towards Han Senator without the crystal shoes, though. Ji Yanran started to fall from the sky. She wasn't strong enough to participate in the fight in her ordinary condition. Zack, seeing the crystal shoes leave, raced over to Ji Yanran with the express desire of killing her. Golden Growler roared. He suddenly made himself as big as a battleship and absorbed the hit Zack was going to deliver. In doing so, he managed to save Ji Yanran and Bauer both. A gaping hole was left in Golden Growler's armor and body as a result, though. Fortunately, it didn't hurt as much when he was that size. As Golden Growler roared, Ji Yanran and Bauer were able to get to safety with Luo Lan. Since Ji Yanran had now lost her crystal shoes, Little Angel and Golden Growler were fighting Zack and Zagu desperately. Fortunately, their opponents had already been damaged by Ji Yanran and Bauer. If this wasn't the case, things would have been far worse for Little Angel and Golden Growler. The crystal shoes landed right before Han Senator. He put them on. At the same time, the glove armor returned to just being a glove again. Boom! The officer stabbed a number of holes into the ground. He was breaking the planet, but he wasn't managing to hit Han Senator. The crystal shoes and their power pulled Han Sen away, preventing him from being stabbed. How is that possible? The officer was in shock. He looked at Han Sen and the crystal shoes in much confusion now. The crystal armor was something special, and ordinary people could not make use of it. Once the shoes recognized someone as their master, they would never betray that master or be used by someone else unless the owner was killed. The reason the officer hadn't killed Ji Yanran was because the shoes would have selected Han Sen as their new master once she was dead. He had the Northern King glove, after all. It was highly probable that the shoes, given a choice, would select Han Sen as well. But the officer did not expect the crystal shoes to willingly follow Han Sen and not strictly remain with Ji Yanran. Han Sen had been very worried about his family being put in danger during his absence, so he had left the shoes with Ji Yanran. The shoes really did help the family, too, while they were in danger with him gone. The crystal shoes never truly obeyed Ji Yanran. When they sensed that Han Sen was in danger, they went over to their master and slipped themselves onto his feet. Han Sen didn't like wearing them, but fashion principles weren't much of a concern at the moment. He had an enemy he needed to defeat. The crystal shoes didn't become crystal armor around Han Sen, though. They became shoes and the glove remained a glove. Neither item shielded him in the shape of an armor set. It's useless. Even if you have the crystal shoes and the glove, you are still so very weak, the officer said savagely, swinging his sword once more. The fiery wings of the officer sent him flying towards Han Sen with the sword. Han Sen felt the shoe's powers dragging him back a few thousand meters. It was too fast for Han Sen to decide how to react himself. The crystal shoes on his feet provided him speed. They were much stronger than when they were taking the shape of an entire armor. And the shoes were far faster now than they were when Ji Yanran was making use of them. But the officer was still able to catch up. The fiery wings on his back could go faster than the crystal shoes. Seeing the sword approach, Han Sen remained calm. He went towards it. Han Sen had the crystal shoes and the glove. He had nothing shielding his body. He had a Geno armor inside his Sea of Soul, but he could not use it while he was wearing those other two items. Even if he could put it on, it still wouldn't be very good against the Western King's sword. Now, all Han Sen hoped he could do was use his gloved fist to hit the sword. If he missed, he expected he'd be cut in half. Before this, Han Sen had failed many times. He couldn't block the sword no matter how many times he tried, and neither could he evade it. Now that he had no armor, this was his last chance. The officer looked cold, and he didn't think Han Sen could block it. Just like all the other times, he expected he'd be able to deliver a cruel blow to Han's senator, and furthermore, Han Sen's body had no protection because there was no armor on him. He could kill Han Sen and take the crystal shoes and glove all for himself. Stay Up Late and the others all turned to look at Han Sen now. He and Han Yufei both knew that if he was unable to successfully block the next strike, he would die. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Stay Up Late shouted out, despite expecting such a call to be practically pointless. Hard Eye was a technique that was very difficult to teach. When Stay Up Late learned it from the officer, he had practiced the skill for a very long time. After many repeated failures, Stay Up Late managed to wrap his head around it and learn it successfully. Stay Up Late had learned it in the course of training, however. The officer had taught him by using the technique slowly. Months of training with it, Stay Up Late found success and managed to learn it. It resulted in others calling him a genius. Han Sen was in the midst of genuine combat, and there was hardly any respite. He couldn't dedicate much of his mind to learning new things right now. The sword and fist collided with each other, but the sword was like a shot that slipped by. It didn't touch Han Sen's fist and was instead going straight for his chest. He didn't block it. Stay Up Late's face changed. It's over. Han Yufei looked ill. Ji Yanran and Luo Lan were unable to see the situation, and they had no clue Han Sen was in danger. It's over. The officer could feel his sword tearing through fabric and penetrating flesh. It made him feel very good. After this, he would receive all the Crystal King armors. If he could combine them all together, he'd have no issue surviving out there. Seeing the skin on Han Sen's chest start to break, he added more strength. He had to ensure that he killed Han Sen in a single hit, without giving him any chance of survival. Chapter 1704. You don't have to understand. The sound of breaking flesh felt good to listen to. Seeing the blood cascade from the torn skin, the officer became ravenously excited. Pang! Suddenly, a fist like cold water slammed across the officer's face. It broke the fire that enveloped the officer and sent him soaring away with a twisted body. He fell into the ruins. He stood up from the rubble and stared up at Han Sen, who was in the sky. He did so with a look of disbelief. He could not believe he had been hit by Han Sen, and his mask had been shattered. Stay Up Late and the others could not believe this either. They could not believe this had happened. I don't understand, Hard Eye, and I don't need to. Han Sen licked his lips and looked down at the officer. The officer didn't say anything. He simply drew his sword and started swinging it towards Han Senator Pang. Just as the sword was going to land on Han Sen, he managed to punch the officer's face with his right fist again. The officer's face looked all mangled, and his body was sent barreling through the sky again. How is that possible? The officer held his face, and his pupils shrank in absolute disbelief. It's fine. It does not matter how strong you are, I will always be faster than you. Before you kill me, I will kill you. When Han Sen said this, his crystal shoes propelled him like a rocket, bringing him right before the officer. This is impossible. The officer could not believe what was happening, and so he just frantically swung his blade again. The results were still the same, though. Just as the sword came down on Han Sen's body, the officer was punched away. Han Sen could not understand or learn the officer's hard eye, but that wasn't a concern anymore. All he had to do was be faster than the officer. Before he put on the crystal shoes, he wasn't as fast as the officer. Now, things were different. The crystal shoes provided him a speed boost that allowed him to rival the officer, and become just as fast as him. And the glove, when it was in glove mode, imbued his right hand with a lot more speed and power. It was far stronger than it had been when it was protecting him via the armor set mode. But the most important thing was Han Sen's predictions and judgments. When he no longer had to care about countering the officer's strikes, he just had to be faster than him. Pang! 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 The fist and armor kept hitting each other. Han Sen's hands railed against the officer's body, breaking it fiercely. The once pretty officer was covered in blood, as more and more oozed from his mouth. His face was swollen and blue, and all semblance of fairness had abandoned it. The officer kept on flailing his sword arm in vain, but he kept on getting hit by Han Sen every time he sought to land a blow. He could only damage Han Sen's skin, and he couldn't hurt him properly. The officer just needed to be faster than Han Sen to kill him, but he couldn't. He kept on getting hit by Han Sen each and every time. Stay Up Late was in a state of shock. He had never before seen anyone triumph over Heart Eye in this way. It seemed a very risky thing to do, but Han Sen managed to strike first and firmly every single time. It really was quite unbelievable. Boom! After all those attacks, the officer's Geno armor started to crack. Han Sen punched him again, and he fell to the ground like a meteor. There was a giant crater following his descent. No. I cannot lose. I cannot lose to a human. The officer wanted to pull himself out of the earth and fight. Han Sen swooped down from the sky and punched him square in the head, though. And then again and again, he kept punching his skull into the ground. The officer's head was beaten into a pit, which filled with blood that bubbled and sprayed. Eventually, the officer's fingers weakened and dropped his sword. The Western King's sword fell to the ground and emitted some ding-dong noises. Han Sen wanted to keep on attacking, but the flames of the officer exploded like a sun. Han Sen, I will be back. After the explosion, the officer was gone. Only the voice remained, like an echo on the wind. Han Sen used Dongxian aura and attempted to search the vicinity for any trace of the officer. The officer had definitely become an enemy, so he'd feel better if he could kill the man now and spare himself some trouble down the road. The officer was already beyond the atmosphere of the planet, though. He was traveling fast. Han Sen wanted to give chase, but Little Angel and Golden Growler were both injured. He looked at the officer, flying away, and knew it would be hard to catch up. So, he decided to fly in front of Zack. Boom! Han Sen punched Zack's head. His right gloved fist was driven into Zack's metal helmet and obliterated his head. His headless body crumpled to the ground. Zaga looked eager to flee, but he was far slower than Han Sen and his crystal shoes. So, Han Sen was easily able to catch up and send his fist right through the escapee's chest. Aside from the officer who ran off, God's organization was out of commission. But even so, Han Sen was still not happy. And that was because of his inability to kill the officer outright. Han Sen looked at the white metal sword the officer had left behind. He held out his hand toward the metal sword, and the sword flew right into his palm. The sword had already left a big impression on him. It was as good as the glove, there was no doubt about that, so it was quite the treasure to have. Han Sen did not know much about these items. He did not know the sword, glove, and crystal shoes were the armors of crystallizer kings. He did not know where the sword was from, but he sure knew how important it had been for the officer. Therefore, he spared no debate in taking it for himself. The crystal shoes slipped off Han Sen's feet, and then the glove left his hand. That was a surprise. The glove and the shoes could move by themselves. He already knew the shoes could, but seeing the glove just flap around on its own was almost spooky. He did not need to clean up after all that fighting, as the city had been completely leveled. There were no undamaged buildings anymore. Ji Yanran called for someone to bring over a big airship they could stay in for the time being. Fortunately, while there were many injuries, no one had been killed. Han Yufei met Luo Lan with his true self. When Luo Lan saw him, she didn't say anything. She merely grabbed Han Yufei by the ear and dragged him into a room. After that, many horrible sounds were heard. Han Sen got goosebumps just hearing them, but when he next saw Zero, he was shocked. He realized something. Zero was able to follow him into the sanctuary, and it never mattered which one. That meant she could always be near him. Up until now, Han Sen hadn't been able to understand why that was possible. Now he understood. Chapter 1705 Same tattoo. When Han Sen first saw the 9-life cat symbol on Zero, he thought it was just a sign associating her with Blood Legion in some way. Now that Han Sen was thinking about it, he realized the symbol was just like the tattoo on his back. Zero could enter the sanctuaries without issue, unlike others who were subject to limitations and restrictions. She never had to go through a formal ascension process either. Now Han Sen was thinking that if Zero had a 9-life cat symbol like his, the mystery was practically resolved. Old Cat had said that having 9-life cat blood meant you could come and go in any sanctuary as you pleased. It was a fine explanation for why Zero was able to enter any of the sanctuaries, without ascending the proper way. And Zero teleported to Han Sen whenever or wherever he ended up. That was something else that went against the pre-established system of the sanctuaries. That was similar to what had happened to Han Sen when he ended up next to Old Cat. If Zero's tattoo was the same as his, that meant they shared a weird connection of some kind. They might have been one and the same, and that was why Zero would always spawn next to him. Han Sen thought this was very possible. He'd only ever had one brief look at her 9-life cat tattoo, though, so he couldn't quite remember the details. He didn't know if it was exactly the same one that was on his back. Seeing Zero, who was currently treating his wounds, he thought to himself, she's a grown woman. I can't ask her to take her clothes off so I can inspect her. Han Sen thought about this conundrum for a while, but he couldn't come up with an excuse that would permit him to get a look at her tattoos. Zero, you haven't bought any new clothes in a long time. How about we go and get you some later? Han Sen looked at Zero's clothes. He only had to make her wear something that revealed her back, and he would see the tattoo. No, I have enough, Zero said calmly. But I need to. You are a beautiful girl and you need to dress up pretty. If you don't, people will find out I've been cheap on you. I will handle this for you, okay? Han Sen said that all at once, not giving her another chance to respond. Zero did not say anything either. Once she had dealt with Han Sen's wounds, she left. Han Sen was on the sofa browsing Skynet. He bought a few different garments for Zero. He bought a number of different clothes to hide the ones he truly wanted her to wear, the ones that would display her back. Of course, he wasn't dumb enough to buy a lot of different clothing that all showed her back. That would be too obvious, and it'd be like he was making a statement. By buying a bunch of different styles, she'd be none the wiser. 2 days later, the clothes were delivered by a drone. Han Sen called Zero over and convinced her to try them on, one by one. And when Zero wore the clothes that revealed her back, Han Sen was delivered quite the surprise. Zero's appearance hadn't changed much, but she had grown up a lot. She was a woman now. She looked very beautiful in the dress he got her, and Han Sen couldn't stop admiring her looks. Zero walked around, with Han Sen staring keenly at her back. He also took a photo, for future investigation. But when he saw her back, he really could see that the 9-life cat tattoo was the same as the one he had. It wasn't just the shape that was a carbon copy, either. He could sense it was the same via its color and feel. I was right. If Zero's back tattoo is the same as the 9-life cat pendant, it explains everything. But why would Zero have it and the pendant? Blood Legion had 2 of those relics. Where did Zero come from? Is she a human or a Shura? Or is she something else entirely? After Han Sen discovered this, his mind found more questions than answers. Han Sen believed Zero might be a human that had used a geno fluid at the Shura grave. It was certainly a possibility, but the tattoo posed other problems. When Han Sen became a god, he had absorbed the 9-life cat. When had Zero combined with the necklace? And how had she done it so soon when she wasn't strong? Dear, what do you want for dinner tonight? Because you are injured, I will cook. Ji Yanran pushed the door open and walked right in. She was shocked by the scene she was witnessing. Han Sen was lounging on the sofa, staring at a loosely clothed Zero. The dress she wore left her whole back on display. Han Sen wished to give her an answer, but he immediately noticed a dangerous look take over her face. He quickly told her, Zero bought a number of different pieces of clothing, and she wished to ask me which looked the best. Zero, you bought these clothes? Ji Yanran nibbled her lips and asked Zero directly. Han Sen bought them. Told me to wear them. Zero wasn't a liar and her EQ was low. She wasn't really sure what was going on, so she simply answered with honesty. Ji Yanran squinted her eyes and looked down at Han Sen with a look that was more frightening than hell's most rotten demon. She slowly approached him. Let me explain. It isn't what you think. This is all a misunderstanding. Han Sen wished to explain. Ji Yanran walked in front of Han Sen and then smiled a smile that was creepier than the officer's. You love to watch girls change their clothes. I will show you how it's done right when we go home. The smile remained fixed on Ji Yanran's face, and it gave Han Sen a horrible chill. Let's go to the mall and buy the most expensive garment. Then, you can dress yourself up in it and show me. Han Sen quickly said. Shut up and get in here. Ji Yanran grabbed Han Sen by the ear and pulled him into the next room. Many screams were heard after that. A while later, Han Sen managed to explain everything clearly. He desperately wanted to escape the wrath of her finger. After dinner was done, Han Sen saw Stay Up Late up in the observation tower. He walked over and started to chat with him. This matter concerns our lives. Is there something you need to tell me? Stay Up Late was more injured than Han Sen was. He was reclining on a sofa with a hot cup of tea. He stared up at the sky as he replied. That was the 3rd Division Special Forces officer. He trained all its members, myself included. Stay Up Late sounded okay, just a little cold. Still, it was a soothing voice to listen to. But what he said next shocked Han Sen. 1706 The outside world Stay Up Late was just a soldier, not a high-ranking officer or important individual in the crystallizer civilization. He only knew the history of the crystallizers from what he learned in the history books. The history he knew about the crystallizers placed their origins in the sanctuaries. The crystallizers wished to avoid a war, and so they sought refuge in the sanctuaries. Heaven knew how long it took after that before their civilization developed into what it became. Many elites wished to leave the sanctuaries and return to the outside. They did succeed in doing this, but they were also destroyed. Something bad happened inside the sanctuaries that resulted in the destruction of their entire civilization. That was what became their recorded history. Stay Up Late didn't exactly know what had happened, amidst the downfall and disaster. It affected him, anyway, and put him to sleep inside the geno fluid. He remained there in stasis until Han Sen woke him up. Stay Up Late only remembered the powers passing over him that made things feel as if the world was ending. He couldn't resist it and passed out. Nowadays, all that remained of the crystallizers were fragments and remnants. Only ruins had been left behind, following what transpired. Stay Up Late said the crystallizers were far more advanced than humans, at their peak. They had evolved more than humans, as well. Even elites like him were just soldiers back then. He was in the special forces, but that still put him a long way from being the best of the best. There were 4 crystallizer elites: the Northern King, Eastern King, Southern King, and Western King. Aside from Eastern King, the others wished to escape the sanctuaries. They wanted to leave and reclaim the lands they had lost. But the crystallizers had been gone from that world for too long, and they had no clue how scary it had become. Their developments made them too confident, and Han Sen knew the end. Humans were a tribe of crystallizers, or to put it in a slightly starker way, they were test tube results of beings that had been spliced with crystallizer genes. Many test subjects were regarded as the lowest of the low in the sanctuaries, so they were given the opportunity to grow. The crystallizers were hoping to produce a greater race that would one day help them reclaim the lands they had lost. There were many races based on the crystallizers. Some were immediately sent out of the sanctuaries, but none were able to survive longer than a month. Stay Up Late recalled there was a place they used as a graveyard, where they could also store their geno armors. But after the disaster, most of their civilization was destroyed, and the location of that place was unknown to him now. Han Sen could guess he was talking about the Hero Spirit Hall. What humans died there? Amidst the fighting? Han Sen asked. Stay Up Late went silent for a bit before responding. When he did, he said, the creatures were given crystallizer genes, but the splicing also included the genes of other beings, too. As a result, they were different. To the best of my knowledge, the humans were incapable of reaching the Alliance before the disaster. Humans did eventually get there, but it was only after our downfall. Once there, you started to breed. But you only created one creature. How was it able to reproduce? Han Sen asked. So? Your race is called human, but you have other genes within you. Still, your body kept the same height as the crystallizers. The other genes may have come from more crystallizers belonging to a different tribe, Stay Up Late said. Han Sen asked Stay Up Late a number of other questions. Han Sen was worried, as the last time the crystallizers opened the sanctuary, it remained open. If someone generated a geno armor, they'd be sent out of the sanctuary. It was impossible to close the sanctuaries now, and in regards to how that might be done, only the 4 kings had known. But even if Han Sen and Stay Up Late did know how to close the sanctuaries, they probably wouldn't have been able to do it by themselves. What is the outside world like? Han Sen was curious to learn about this. Stay Up Late gave a wry smile and said, I don't know. Like I said, I was merely a soldier. Even the high-class crystallizers didn't know much about the outside world, though. If they had, they wouldn't have made the mistakes they did, which resulted in the near obliteration of our race. They hid in the sanctuaries for too long, not learning about the outside world. Han Sen thought this might be the case. After they were done talking, he decided to go and see Han Yufei. He explained the situation to him and told him not to generate his self-geno armor. Too many elites were known to have died out there, so it was too risky for him to do it, as well. Still, Han Sen needed to practice, and he didn't dare slow down. He went as fast as he could. Even though the sanctuaries were open now, Stay Up Late said the creatures from the outside could not get in. But if that was true, that made Han Sen wonder how the crystallizers ended up getting destroyed. So, Han Sen did not feel too safe being inside the sanctuary. He kept on practicing. If something happened, having a great deal of power amassed would be the best thing. And Han Sen did not believe that the creatures from the outside could not get in. If they couldn't, then how had the 9-life cat entered and gained so much authority? The officer did not show up again. Aside from constant practice by himself, Han Sen also spent some time practicing with Stay Up Late and crystallizer technology. He also spent time learning about Heart Eye. He spent a whole month on that subject alone. If he had to go up against the officer again, there wouldn't be much of a risk. He'd be able to use Heart Eye. But the officer did not show up. Han Sen wasn't sure whether that was because the officer knew he was too weak to go up against him, or whether he had gone back to concocting a new scheme that would take some time. As Han Sen rested, he took time to investigate the Western King's sword. It was a crystallizer's Geno armor, like the glove and crystal shoes. Han Sen asked Stay Up Late what the difference between this Geno armor and the others were. Stay Up Late did not know, though. He said every crystallizer could generate Geno armor, but only the 4 kings could generate these special Geno armors. The crystallizer glove and crystallizer shoes had wills of their own, but the Western King's sword seemed entirely inanimate. Han Sen could not sense that it had a will, and neither could he sense any special power it may have possessed. After Han Sen and Stay Up Late examined it, they thought the officer must have used a special method to combine the sword with himself. The sword had probably become lifeless because it was away from the officer. Han Sen had nothing to do right now, so he used the Blood Pulse Sutra and dropped a smidgen of blood on the Western King's sword. The real blood Geno core had become a part of who he was. It was in his blood, and Han Sen's blood could therefore be called real blood. It was no weaker than the actual real blood Geno core. And as Han Sen grew and became stronger, it would develop too. 1707 Meeting Old Cat again. Han Sen put a drop of his blood on the Western King's sword. The blood didn't spread and blend into the metal, however, and it just remained a droplet upon the surface. I can't believe this isn't working. Han Sen cut his wrist and bled some more of his real blood over the sword, and went at it until it was entirely painted red. Even after rubbing it in, it didn't work. Han Sen put the Western King's sword aside, hoping the real blood would do something in time. If there was a will there was a way, and Han Sen wasn't keen on giving up just yet. That was one of the 4 Crystal King armors, and he didn't think there'd be a 5th in existence. According to Stay Up Late, whether someone was qualified was determined by the Geno armor they generated. But the difference between the average Geno armor and the special Geno armors was something Stay Up Late couldn't accurately define. Fitness was not an accurate measurement, and it wasn't that you simply reached a certain fitness and were then able to generate a special armor. Eastern King, of the 4 kings, had a fitness that was not all that excellent during his earlier years. He was like an average crystallizer, and yet, he went on to generate one of those special Geno armors. So, the crystallizer observer's task was to watch their creatures grow and learn how they might go on to generate the special Geno armors. But before they could find another special one like those, the race was destroyed and brought to ruin. Even the crystallizers did not know if a qualified one currently existed. Han Sen went to practice the story of genes. He progressed quickly, and it was like he was learning new skills every single day. And through that, his fitness was rising. Even so, it would still take a long time for him to recover the demigod's strength he had lost. Entering the sanctuary again, Han Sen appeared right where he should have been. Xie Qing King was still there, too. Although the 9-life cat had told him his blood would not restrict him from entering any sanctuary, he didn't really know how to get to any of the others, as of yet. For the time being, he was stuck in the 4th god's sanctuary. Han Sen was worried about the officer appearing, though, so he wouldn't stay there for long. He had a chat with Xie Qing King, and the spirit asked Han Sen to take his latest issue of the comic. He wanted it uploaded. Han Sen's life had been quiet for a while now. After the last fight, the officer and God's organization seemed to have been dealt with. He didn't hear anything about their movements anymore, and there was no news regarding potential operations. Han Sen was a legend in the Alliance, but it was fortunate he was not one to revel in the limelight and fame of such stature. And truth be told, he could control the entire Alliance by force, if he so wanted to. Even though he didn't do this just yet, Han Sen's power was still sending ripples across the Alliance. The Ji family grew more quickly and steadily. They were no longer given any trouble. Some said it was because of their strong ties with others, but those associations paled in comparison to the influence of Han's senator in the next election. Ji Ruozhen was planning on running for the presidency again. Some of the other families that had ties with Han Sen also benefited. Even if Han Sen didn't want to play any role or part in the politics of the government, his mere existence was influencing things. It didn't mean much to him, though. Controlling the whole alliance through bureaucracy wasn't even remotely interesting to him. Civilizations like the crystallizers were destroyed easily. Humans would fall even swifter if similar forces came against them. The officer was an enemy, yes, but what he said was true. Time passed, and Little Flower was 3 years old. Han Sen wished to send him to a kindergarten, but he was afraid that God's organization might come and bring Little Flower harm if he was out there without Han Sen's supervision. After a lengthy discussion with the family, they decided on having Little Flower study at a kindergarten on Roka. Han Sen could protect him there, and Little Flower would be able to socialize with ordinary folk of society. Han Sen decided to buy half of the planet, too. Little Flower's kindergarten was located on the side that he did not own, though. Traveling would take some time. Stay Up Late volunteered to take Little Flower to school every day and bring him home. He worked harder than Ji Yanran and Han Sen, that was for sure. He frequently said Little Flower was special, and there was a chance he could be qualified. His potential was even greater than Han Sen's. So, he spent a lot of his time observing Little Flower. That made Han Sen feel safer. If the officer was planning on taking Little Flower, and Han Sen was late to the rescue, Stay Up Late could definitely keep the child protected for a time. After soaking the Western King's sword in blood for a whole year, a reaction was finally achieved. It wasn't falling under real blood's control, but the sword's own will was finally returning. But even with the will coming back, it wasn't quite like the glove and the shoes. It was easy to trigger the Western King's sword's power, at least. Han Sen decided to give it to Stay Up Late. Han Sen would need someone to fight if the officer showed up again, and Han Sen himself wasn't around. Little Flower was a popular kid in school. There, though, aside from the principal, no one knew he was Han Sen's son. And even so, the kids and teachers all grew fond of him. He was the cutest kid in the kindergarten. Kids loved playing with him, and teachers liked treating him better than the others. But even so, Little Flower was still very quiet. No one knew he was Han Sen's son, and so other than being well-liked, he didn't draw much attention. Han Sen entered the sanctuary again, and there, he found the 9-life cat. "Why are you here?" Han Sen frowned. He didn't believe that their unexpected meeting was coincidental. Old Cat laughed and said, "I found something interesting in the ruin, but I can't get it out by myself. Let's partner up again, if you're interested. I might help you, but only if you answer a few of my questions." "No answer, no thank you," Han Sen said sternly. "You have 9-life cat's blood. Come on, we're like family. You can ask me anything, and I'll give you a proper answer." Old Cat spoke as if they were brothers. "What is this thing on my back?" Han Sen asked Old Cat. 1708 Entering the ruins again, it's nothing too exciting. That is the remains of a 9-life cat. It is their leftover genes, Old Cat said with a slight tone of awkwardness. "Does that mean there is more than one?" Han Sen asked. Old Cat hesitated for a moment, and then said, "There aren't many." "What's going on?" Han Sen frowned. Old Cat wasn't answering fully and forwardly, and it was clear he was hiding something. Old Cat retreated into thought before speaking next. He said, "It's not a big secret, only rare 9-life cats can leave behind something like that. And to the best of my knowledge, there are only 10. Hearing him say this, Han Sen's mind drifted back to Zero, who had the exact same thing. He still went on to ask, how many are there in the sanctuaries? Just one. It was from Human Emperor. Old Cat suddenly stopped short. Han Sen heard half of what he said, and immediately, his face changed. He looked at Old Cat and asked, Human Emperor visited the Nine-Life Cat. Nine-Life Cat comes from the outside, so the Human Emperor got out. Old Cat smiled and said, I guess, but he didn't go out with his powers intact. What does that mean? Han Sen asked. If I told you I helped him out, you wouldn't believe me. So, it would be best if you stopped asking. And if you ever do make it out, you'll hear it from him. But if you can't make it out, such knowledge is useless to know, Old Cat said. Han Sen was shocked. He had no idea that an alpha human had made it out of the sanctuaries. Is he still alive, then? Can you at least tell me that? Han Sen asked. I don't know. When I came here, he wasn't dead. But predicting if someone is dead or alive out there is now something anyone can do. Even me. Old Cat shook his head. Han Sen thought about this for a while and said, how did you even get into the sanctuary? As far as I know, aside from the crystallizers, no others were able to get inside. That was what concerned Han Sen the most. If the creatures from the outside could enter, just like Old Cat seemed to have, then that could spell out something pretty bad. Old Cat seemed to see through Han Sen's thoughts, and answered, if nothing could get in, then how could feathers be here? Han Sen's face changed. Old Cat, with a cocky expression on his face, went on to say, but don't worry, if the crystallizers hadn't killed themselves, it would have been difficult for other races to enter. I came in when the crystallizers opened the sanctuaries. And yes, the crystallizers are practically all dead. They can't kill themselves anymore to open doorways. Did you destroy the crystallizers? Han Sen asked, looking at Old Cat. Do I look like I'm capable of such an act? Old Cat revealed his claws. Han Sen ignored the mocking and asked him, well, could other creatures have made it through? Old Cat nodded. There were others, but I don't know them. Now come on, I've told you everything you wish to know. Will you follow me now? Why don't you tell me what for? Maybe I'll consider coming. Han Sen smiled. Breaking a promise made to the Nine-Life Cat isn't a very wise move to make. Think about it. Old Cat squinted his eyes. I said I'd consider coming along. I didn't say I'd come or not come. Han Sen smiled again. Old Cat was a professional liar, and Han Sen wasn't willing to put absolute stock into everything he was being told. And right now, there was every chance he might be getting sold out. Old Cat saw that Han Sen really wasn't moving, so he went on to explain the ruins. Old Cat had discovered another lab with another race there. It hadn't woken up like the feather had, but just in case, he wanted to bring Han Sen for help. Old Cat explained that if nothing happened, he would take the item. If something bad happened, then any treasures they found would be shared. Han Sen asked him what he expected to find, but the cat's explanation made no sense to him. It was like some sort of bone that was similar to the one Han Sen retrieved before. What is the point in getting such a bone? Han Sen couldn't figure out what that other bone was for, so now was as good a time to ask as any. They're useless in the sanctuaries, but out there, they're highly sought after by all. If you can get out, you'll find out for certain. Old Cat didn't really explain anything. Han Sen mulled the idea over some more, but ultimately decided to follow. He was quite curious about discovering another race, anyway. So, do the sanctuaries only have one of these items, brought here by Human Emperor? Han Sen asked. It should be just one, assuming Human Emperor did not lie, Old Cat said. Han Sen asked Old Cat how Human Emperor had managed to get the bone, but he didn't receive an answer. Old Cat was afraid of telling him. Han Sen was planning on going alone, but Xie Qing King overheard them and wanted to go along. Han Sen wouldn't mind some extra help, and Xie Qing King was nearing emperor status, too. He'd be very good to have along. But before setting out, Han Sen returned to the alliance. He took the glove, but left the crystal shoes for Ji Yanran in case something happened during his absence. The three of them entered the relics Han Sen had been to before. Han Sen thought the lab was the one he had previously visited, with the feather inside. But even though Nine Life Cat was taking them to the same ruins, that was not the lab they were headed for. Where did you find this thing? Han Sen frowned. There are 3 other labs, and I found what I seek in one of the others. I know my way around, and if it doesn't wake up like the feather did, we should be safe. Old Cat spoke as he led them forward. They walked around the ruins for a while before reaching their destination. When they entered, it looked just like the one Han Sen had previously visited. There were many tools and crystal tanks. The laboratory was damaged, though. The room was in bad shape, and much of the equipment was broken. Many crystal tanks had broken, too, leaking their fluids everywhere. There were a number of rotten bodies and bones scattered all about. 1709 The greenhouse changes. What is this? Asked Xie Qing King, holding his nose and looking at the bodies and the liquids around them. They are creatures held for testing and experimentation. Some are prototypes of something else, like him. Old Cat jumped toward one of the crystal tanks, and he spoke with eyes fixed on it. Han Sen and Xie Qing King looked at Old Cat, and then observed the strange creatures contained within the tank. Han Sen could not describe what it was. It looked like a human, but a bug at the same time. It had human limbs, but the head had the eyes of a fly, with the multitude of lenses. And while the limbs were like a human's, the joints were those of bugs. It looked very weird. It's just a disgusting bug. After Old Cat said that, he leaped onto the tank and began slapping it with a paw. He obviously intended to break it open. Are you ready? Dead or alive, it doesn't matter, behead the thing as soon as you are able to, Old Cat said to Han Sr. Yes. Han Sen was in agreement. Pang. The crystal tank broke, and the liquid and the bug man came spilling out. Han Sen did not say a word. He simply summoned the white Geno armor, and with his hand like a blade, struck the neck of the creature. The hand, now clad in the gauntlets of the armor, made a metallic striking noise when it hit. Han Sen's power and Geno armor had only been able to make a slight scuff on its neck. Fortunately, the bugman showed no reaction. It looked to be already dead. But just to be safe, Han Sen gave it another 100 cuts until he was able to break its shell. The meat inside was like jam, and there was no blood. It looked like it had been dead for quite some time. God knew how many times Han Sen had to hit it after that, but eventually, the head was lopped off. As he worked on it, he thought to himself, this thing is so tough. Thankfully, it is dead. If it wasn't, this would be quite a lot of trouble. Han Sen, according to the terms of our deal, if it was dead when we found it, the item we came for belongs to me. You'll hold up your end of our bargain, correct? Old Cat saw the bugman's head fall off and quickly jumped on it to speak. Fine. Suit yourself. Han Sen did not plan on stealing from him, so he just walked back a few steps and watched the Old Cat. He was keen to see what he was going to obtain. Old Cat used his claws to scratch away at the bugman's armor. A deep crack was instantly formed, and that gave Han Sen quite the shock. Han Sen knew Old Cat was not weak, but the action it had just performed was rather shocking. Even if Han Sen used the glove, he knew he'd have much trouble trying to break the shell. It wouldn't have been easy. Old Cat was certainly much stronger than he was letting on, and much stronger than Han Sen's own estimation. Old Cat's claws were sharper than a surgeon's scalpel, that was for sure. In no time at all, he was peeling the creature open. And before long, pulled back a paw that was holding something green. What is that? A stone. Han Sen looked right at the item in Old Cat's hands. Those are its guts. Old Cat looked so happy to have obtained the jade-looking guts. Han Sen didn't see where the cat put it, but he still asked, they look like rocks, not organs. What are they truly for? Han Sen asked. This is good stuff. You'll know all about it once you get out. With how you are now, you won't understand. After Old Cat dug up the guts, he ended his search. He jumped and said, let's go, there is nothing left. Xia Qing King, meanwhile, wasn't feeling too good about this. He said, while we're here, shouldn't we explore more of this strange place? Do you think we have come here to sightsee? You'll die if you explore any more. Old Cat rolled his eyes and started walking out. Han Sen and Xia Qing King looked at each other, and then followed after Old Cat, so they could be led back to where they had initially come from. The three of them walked past the greenhouse, and as they passed it, Old Cat hunkered a little and asked, did you touch the stuff in there? We were with you. You know that we didn't take anything. Xia Qing King said. Old Cat, what's going on? Han Sen asked, looking across the greenhouse. Someone has been digging in the soil. Old Cat stared at the disturbed earth. Han saw it, too. It was like a freshly dug grave, with soil churned up everywhere. You didn't dig this, did you? Han Sen asked, with a frown. If I did, why would I ask? Old Cat madly rebutted. If it wasn't you or us too, might there be other creatures around? And if that isn't possible, maybe the thing buried dug its own way out, Xia Qing King said. Han Sen and Old Cat looked glum. No matter what the case was, this was bad news. Let's get out of here. After Old Cat said that, he started to run. Han Sen and Xia Qing King ran as well. They ran for a while, but eventually, their faces fell. They had run dozens of miles, but they hadn't escaped the vicinity. They found that they had walked in a loop, ending up back at the greenhouse and the fresh hole. It gave them a very bad feeling. They looked around, but it was all quiet. There didn't seem to be anything else there that was alive. Han Sen's Dongxian aura could not feel the presence of other creatures. But they fell silent and went to examine the deep hole. Keep going. Old Cat told them to keep going, and so they did. This time, however, they walked faster. It wasn't long before the three of them ended up back at the greenhouse. How can this be happening? Xia Qing King wasn't afraid, and he was actually quite happy to see the greenhouse again. Han Sen and Old Cat looked at each other and prepared to run, but suddenly, they heard a strange noise. Pang! 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 The soil around the grave started to explode. Many more black holes were created, and the entire graveyard looked like one giant beehive. 1710 snakes in the dark holes, there was something red like lanterns shining. When the red lights rose to the surface, they were revealed to be the triangularly shaped heads of snakes. The red lights were their gleaming eyes. Now, black things were pouring out of the dark holes. They came straight for Han Sen, making a sharp noise. Han Sen was startled as he looked at them. Old Cat had already escaped with incredible speed. Xia Qing, run! Han Sen shouted and started to run. They did not know what those black-scaled snakes were, but if Old Cat had run away upon seeing them, they thought it was a good idea to follow after him. Xia Qing King did not want to run, but he obliged Han Sen's request and went along with him. The toxic snakes were coming at them like a breaking tide. They were very fast, but thankfully, they were slower than Han Sen. The trio kept on running as fast as they could. But a while later, the snakes appeared in front of them. The greenhouse also ended up in front of them, too. Somehow, through means unknown, they had been forced to make another loop. Now that they had snakes in front and behind, they were firmly sandwiched. Seeing the groups of snakes gathering together, Xie Qingqing unleashed a silver light. His fists were like a volcano, spewing silver fire as he threw them forward to punch the black snakes. Alu alu alu. The raging fists of silver light killed a vast number of the black-scaled snakes upon contact. The toxic blood was thrown everywhere. I thought these things were something scary. They're this weak. When Xie Qingqing stopped punching, the place had undergone a makeover to look like a slaughterhouse. The bodies of the snakes were everywhere, and not a single one had survived his rampage. Old Cat looked at him as if he were an idiot, and he said, "Are you stupid? If this was that easy to deal with, why would we have run? You killed so many of those snakes, she is going to go mental." "Old Cat, what do you mean?" Han Sen asked with a frown. Old Cat did not answer. An explosion came from the greenhouse, one that sounded like the earth tearing apart. Something emerged from the ground. It was a person with long hair and a beautiful body. Or at least the upper part was, for the lower body was a slithering snake. She'd have been a beautiful woman if she was a complete one. She opened her eyes, but there were no pupils. She even had the eyes of a snake. She stared at the three of them intensely. "Don't move. Don't make a sound. Her vision is bad, so there is a chance she'll be unable to see us right here," Old Cat told them, retreating to the side. "She can't see, but she's not deaf." "You're so loud, she'll certainly hear you," Xie Qingqing said, not moving. "She can't hear either. She can see moving objects, so if we don't move, she won't be able to see us," Old Cat said. Han Sen and Xie Qingqing did not believe him, but when Lady Snake came out, she made a noise with her tongue but did nothing else. She didn't pay them any attention. Lady Snake moved around a bit, but it appeared as if she couldn't see the three of them. It was as if she was moving around in search of something. She really can't hear or see us. If that's the case, why are we afraid of something so dumb? Xie Qingqing was shocked. Dumb? You better hope she doesn't find us. She can kill you as easily as she might a chicken. Old Cat looked at him with disdain. "Stop it, you two." "She's coming," Han Sen said, looking at Lady Snake. Lady Snake could neither see nor hear, but she was sure Han Sen was around there. It kept searching and searching, leaving him unable to move. "What should we do? She will bump into us sooner or later. And when that happens, we'll have no choice but to move," Han Sen said. "She can't hear and she can't see. Why don't we just get rid of her when she comes too close?" Xie Qingqing said. Old Cat laughed and said, "No one is stopping you from trying. If you want to die, be my guest, I will be running." "How do we escape?" Han Sen asked. Old Cat laughed and said, "I don't know. But judging from the way she's searching, she'll be bumping into you first. And when she's busy with you too, I can have a chance to run. You're King shameless." Han Sen shot him a glare. "That sounds like a good idea, but even so, you cannot leave here completely. She will hunt you down, one way or another. If we are all going to die, why don't we work together, find her weakness, and kill her through cooperation?" Old Cat said, "No. We cannot fight her. I am old, and I still want to live a while longer. I will run first, anyway. There's nothing you can do about that. Look around you, man. Don't you think this place looks a little different? Maybe her rising made the restrictions disappear. Perhaps we can waltz out now. Okay. If you want to run off, why don't you tell us what it is?" Han Sen said. Old Cat looked at Lady Snake, and then said, "If I'm correct, this thing is a new creature. One combined with a Naga. She has the power of a Naga, and she's got the creature's genes. That makes her even scarier. What are their weaknesses? Han Sen asked. I told you. Her vision and hearing are awful, Old Cat said. And? How do we kill her? Han Sen pressed. Haha. Nagas are a noble race, and any of them can easily destroy the tribes and families of others. Where the crystallizers found Nagas, I have no idea. But I really don't think you can kill her. It would be best if you decide which of the two of you would rather die first. Who knows? Maybe one of you can make it out while the other is mauled. Old Cat sounded quite spiteful. After that, Lady Snake came right before them. If she slithered in another circle, she'd undoubtedly bump into them. She'd hit Xie Qing King first, too, judging from her position. When Lady Snake was only 30 meters away from Xie Qing King, the spirit said, if she's as strong as the cat says, I will try and fend her off while you make a break for it. Just remember to upload my comic. Han Sen wished to say something, but the monster suddenly changed direction. It was supposed to hit Xie Qing King, but now it was going for Old Cat instead. Oh, *T. Old Cat's eyes widened. 1711 Old Cat's time to shine. Seeing the beautiful Lady Snake coming toward him, Old Cat thought through many different options very quickly. He couldn't think of a way to get out of the predicament, though. Brother Han, didn't you say we should find a way to get rid of her? I have an idea, Old Cat said to Han. Senator Han Sen and Xie Qing King laughed and said, sorry. We've changed our minds now. You are right, living is more important. We'll run while you deal with her. Lady Snake came close and ran into Old Cat a number of times. Then, Old Cat raised his paws and started to scratch the creature. He was so quick, though, Han Sen couldn't even see him do it. At that close distance, Lady Snake saw the movements. Her hands that were covered by scales came into contact with the cat's paws. Boom! A scary power blew a big hole in the earth. The dust and soil scattered everywhere, prompting Han Sen and Xie Qing King to take off running. The scary power kept on appearing behind them, driving Han Sen on in fear. And this time, they were really running forward. They were no longer looping. Before long, they were at the outskirts of the ruins. They made it outside. I didn't expect the fourth god's sanctuary to be a habitat for such extraordinarily strong beings. Not even emperors could fight them, Xie Qing King said, as he felt the earth rock and shake. Emperors are nothing to them. Han Sen stood outside the ruins. It was so dark in there, but you could still see the powers wreaking havoc. There were only two creatures fighting down there, but you could immediately tell it was a bad battle. Are we really going to just leave the cat? Xie Qing King asked. With the power we have, we can't help. After Han Sen said that, he heard a cat start to squeal. Then a scary power swiftly began heading out of the hollow. Oh, no! Old Cat couldn't fight her. They are coming this way. Run! Han Sen shouted, and the two ran away at an even faster pace. Before Old Cat could get to them, though, Lady Snake caught up to him and he was re-engaged in combat. As Old Cat fought, he squealed, "Idiot! You think I can't fight you? If it wasn't for the rules, you'd be dead already. You better run while you still have the chance. If you make the cat angry, I'll cook you alive." Old Cat still spouting that egotistical crap. Han Sen thought to himself, but he didn't allow his legs to slow or stop. Suddenly, though, he felt something hot on his back. The heat increased until it burned. Han Sen wasn't very happy about that. If something was now happening to his tattoo, then it wasn't a good sign. Han Sen turned his head and looked. The shadow of a red cat started to cover the ground, and it looked very oppressive and scary. It covered the entire area around them. Han Sen was frozen, and the cat's shadow gave him a fright and half. It made Han Sen feel as if he was as small as an ant. The burning feeling of the nine-life cat on his back was because of that. Old Cat's transformation had triggered the reaction of his tattoo. Old Cat did not have time to be tricky, and he looked like a beast as he tore off the arms of Lady Snake. Lady Snake immediately experienced immense pain, and she quickly wished to run away. But Old Cat was swift to break open her chest and pull out her beating heart. D*MN thing. You ruined the cat's business. Now you die. Old Cat screamed aloud, as he raised his claws to the sky. Lady Snake was then ripped to pieces, and not a complete bone remained. Her blood was spilled everywhere, and Han Sen and Xie Qing King were put into a state of shock. The cat is that strong? Xie Qing King's eyes opened wide. Han Sen did not say anything. Old Cat was strong, but his back was still burning and that worried him. Old Cat killed Lady Snake, and before anything else could happen, the sky started to change. A black sun appeared above them, expanding in size. It was like a whirling black hole, getting bigger in the sky. And as it grew bigger, a force of suction started to manifest. The scary old cat could not withstand the might of that suction power, and he was pulled towards the black hole. He used his claws to dig into the ground and fight it, but his attempts proved useless. The claws created drag marks that were a few miles long, but his body was still being pulled without reprieve. The suction did not seem to affect anything else. Not even the trees near Old Cat were swayed more than average, and it seemed only Old Cat was affected. But it wasn't as if nothing else could feel the suction, and by now, Han Sen's nine-life cat tattoo was shining red. He felt the suction then, and he started flying towards it like a magnet. Han Sen hugged the nearest tree to him, but the tree was pulled out by the force, unable to stop him from flying into the vortex. Xie Qing King wished to help Han Sen, but Han Sen waved him off. If it could suck up Old Cat, then Xie Qing King would definitely have been pulled in. Tell everyone I will find a way back. Tell them to be careful. Before Han Sen could finish his speech, he was sucked into the black hole. Old Cat was squealing all the way, but he could not resist the force. He was eventually sucked in, as well. They were gone. The black hole, as if it had finished its mission following the acquisition of Old Cat, disappeared. And then, the lands returned to normal. Han Sen felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. He kept getting rolled around, and he had no idea how long it took before the motion stopped. Pang! Han Sen felt as if he had just been rudely thrown off his bed out of deep slumber. He felt great pain, enough to make it feel as if his bones were going to snap. 1712 Planet Kate in the plaza, there was music playing. There was a fountain, and there was a statue depicting a cat. It stood at a height of 40 meters, and it was situated in the direct center of the plaza. It looked to have been made of gold. Han Sen was sitting on the foot of the statue, and he looked at everything in disbelief. He had only just gotten his vision back, and now it seemed everyone present was looking at him. Not with hostility, luckily, but with surprise and curiosity. It was akin to animals meeting one of a different species in a zoo. What was most unbelievable about the crowd was that they looked mostly human. But their heads possessed cat ears, and their rears possessed tails. The pupils were cat-like, too. They were round and cute. The rest of their bodies were practically human. The cat people were all dressed in individual ways. There were some in elegant clothing, some in simple clothing, some in sexy clothing, and some in very manly clothing. Some beautiful women wore skirts and tank tops, showcasing their snow-white arms and legs. They looked gorgeous. There were cars and motorcycles traveling along the streets. Aircraft were visible in the sky, and all the cat people were carrying swords. It was a weird sight. Han Sen did not feel happy about this, though. Especially when a few of the cat people brought swords to his neck. Han Sen wanted to gather up power and fight, but he felt his body start to sink. It was incredibly difficult to just stand, so making an expert combat move was out of the question. One of the cat people then said something to Han's senator, but strangely, he could not understand. He used his Dongxian Sutra to try to understand what the cat meant. But the Dongxian aura was strangely suppressed. It wouldn't leave his body, and he immediately wanted to cough up some blood. "Old cat! Where are you?" Han Sen looked around but could not see him. It didn't seem as if he had come here. Without being able to find old cat, Han Sen tried talking to the people before him. But they did not seem to speak his language. The soldier-looking cat people brought Han Sen to a jail-looking construct and threw him in a cell. Han Sen was unsure what was going on, and his body was suppressed. He couldn't fight, so all he could do was helplessly sit and watch. The cat people seemed very civilized. They didn't look savage or murderous at all, so he wasn't worried, at least. What is going on? Han Sen wondered as he sat in the jail cell. The place was quite different than he had imagined. Han Sen had expected to arrive in a horrible place when he left the sanctuaries. He thought there'd be horrible monsters around, looking to tear him limb from limb, requiring constant combat to survive. He expected he'd be running for his life, each and every single day. But this was very different from what he imagined, and it went against everything Han Sen had believed about the outside. Is this really the outside world? Why can the elites of the sanctuary not return? Han Sen did not understand. Han Sen tried to cast the story of genes and the Dongxian Sutra. They now ran perfectly. They hadn't been suppressed or stolen, so he could still use them. But the thing was, the powers in the outside world were massive. They made Han Sen feel dwarfed and extremely weak. He realized he could no longer even fly. There was a strong suction restricting his powers. The cat people seemed civilized. And while he might have been locked up, at least he was not being tortured. No one had taken his things either. And cats that looked like wardens even brought him food. Han Sen could not get out, though. And neither could he speak to them. So, he just remained in the jail where he was, practicing what he could. He hoped to finally be able to generate a Geno armor. Where did old cat go? We went through the same vortex, so where could he have gone? Han Sen was now hoping old cat could help him out. If he didn't receive help from the only person he knew out here, he was screwed. Over the next few days, a few cat people came over to try and talk with him. Unfortunately, they couldn't establish any communication. And all the while, Han Sen was locked in the same cell. Han Sen saw many different cat people, but the most shocking thing was that they all had Geno armors. And they were all on a 1-to-1 power ratio with the armor. His incarceration did not last too long, though. A week later, Han Sen was taken out of his cell and brought to an interrogation room. After entering the room, Han Sen's eyes opened wide. In the room, a beautiful woman sat on the other side of the table. She wore a white uniform. Her hair and ears were snow white. Even her tail was, too. She looked very pretty, and she filled out the uniform very well. Her legs were displayed, and they looked nice and long. "Outsider, where are you from? Why are you on planet Kate? What do you want?" The beautiful kitty policewoman asked Han Sen in a special language. It wasn't a language Han Sen knew, but for some reason, he was able to understand. It seemed as if the woman had a special power of some sort. "I am from planet Roka. I entered a black hole and somehow just ended up here," Han Sen said. The beautiful cat lady understood, but she did not seem to know where planet Roka was. She stared at Han Sen, and after a while of silence, she said, "Okay. According to the laws of planet Kate, we will have to conduct a test and have you monitored for a while longer, particularly when you work. When we have confirmed you are able to behave, we can consider getting you residency." Come, let's perform a test. We can see what you are able to do. After that, the cat lady opened a door. Han Sen followed her through it. Things were turning out far better than his direst predictions. If this was the outside world, it wasn't so scary. And the cat people seemed rather nice. Han Sen followed her to the station's exit. She slid into a car that looked like a ladybug and told him to get in. My name is Lan Se. And here, I will be in charge of your work duties. You can ask me anything you would like to. Do you mind telling me what level your Geno armor is, though? The pretty cat lady had started to drive when she asked this. I don't have Geno armor yet, Han Sen answered. Lan Se was very shocked, and she opened her eyes wide when looking back at Han Sr., you are quite old. And you don't even have Geno armor yet. What race do you belong to? Why are you so weak? 1713 Noble, weak. Han Sen gave a wry smile. Han Sen wished to rebut, but Lan Se's communicator rang, cutting him off. She picked it up and said, This is Lan Se, go ahead. Officer Lan, please go to the steel mill in the west. Something has happened there, said a rushed voice on the other end of the line. I will be there in 5 minutes, Lan Se replied, her expression growing tense. Lan Sen looked at Han Sen, then thought of something. But the next second, she turned the car around and drove in another direction. It was rare to see cars in the Alliance, and Han Sen had never before had the opportunity to sit in one. It was quite cool, witnessing her smooth driving skills. The car was very fast on the streets, as well. And because she turned on the siren, the cars around would move to let her pass by. With the siren and her crazy driving skills, Lan Se did indeed make it to the mill in 5 minutes. There were many more cat policemen there, all cordoning off the area. They were all clad in Geno armor, and it was difficult to distinguish one from another. Sit here and do not move. If you run off, Planet Kate's laws bid we punish you severely. Lan Se got out of the car and shut the door. Then, she went to the middle of the hubbub. I should follow you. I don't know this place, and I'm an outsider. I'd hate for there to be a misunderstanding, Han Sen said, getting out of the car after her. Lan Se nodded and said, okay. But you must do as I say and don't make any sudden movements. Yes, Han Sen agreed. He could smell something very bloody coming from the mill, and he wished to see what had happened. Han Sen followed her. The cop seemed to know who she was, and none moved to stop her. With haste, she entered the mill. Once they entered, though, Han Sen frowned. It wasn't a very large mill, but there were many bodies scattered across its floors. The bodies weren't whole either. Many of them had been cut open, and limbs and legs were spread everywhere. It was a terrible sight. The bodies were those of cat people, too. They looked as if they had been ripped apart, and there was no clean-cut, weapon-dealt damage to the corpses. What surprised Han Sen the most was that the dead cat people were also wearing Geno armor. But even so, with such strength, it looked as if they had all been brutally killed with no chance of fighting back. It seems that this place isn't as safe as I thought it was, Han Sen thought to himself. What is this? Lan Se moved over to another cop. She looked down at the bodies, her face gloomy. The cop said, they were the night shift workers here. When the morning crew came in, they found them like this. There doesn't appear to have been any sign of a struggle, break-in, or combat. And yet, their bodies and Geno armor seem to have been torn off of them by claws. They did this. Lan Se looked sicker by the second. They could have. We contacted the supervisor, and the leader is sending a noble over. They should be here soon, the cop said. Lan Se, looking across the mound of bodies, nibbled her lips and did not say any more. Don't be sad, say. If it was them, we can still stop them. The leader will resolve everything. The cop tried to comfort her. Han Sen watched while Lan Se examined the crime scene. Things didn't seem to be going well. Not long after, an aircraft landed just outside the mill. A cold-looking man was sitting inside, and when the cops saw him, they all parted to provide him a path that led to the scene. And furthermore, all the cops bowed when the man walked past them. Han Sen looked at the man and noticed that he was another cat man. He had black hair, and the cops referred to him as Mr. Hae Sun. This Mr. Hae Sun gave Han Sen a different feeling than the others did, but Han Sen couldn't be certain what the difference was. Even Lan Se bowed before Hae Sun, referring to him as Sir. Han Sen could at least determine he was the superior amongst them. But Hae Sun just walked around, telling them he'd handle things from there on. After that, all the cops departed. Han Sen followed Lan Se to leave, too. On the way, he couldn't help but ask, "Who is Hae Sun? He seems powerful." Hae Sun is a noble who has a Geno weapon. You can't compare someone like that to normal people. When Lan Se spoke about Hae Sun, admiration permeated her voice. "Can I become a noble if I obtain a Geno weapon?" Han Sen asked, curious about this prospect. Of course. Those who can gain Geno weapons are called chosen ones. They are regarded as nobles, Lan Se answered. If I had a Geno weapon already, would that mean I would receive special treatment here? Han Sen asked. Lan Se looked at him and said, "If you can generate a Geno weapon, and you were willing to join us, you can most certainly be treated as well as Mr. Hae Sun. You'd be shown much respect." Speaking of that, Lan Se went on to say, "But you are an adult, and you don't even have Geno armor yet. Your race is weak, so I don't think you'll be able to generate a Geno weapon. Just go to work, and when you've got enough money, get lost and go back to where you came from." What are the requirements for obtaining a Geno weapon? Han Sen was not angered by her insults, and he just continued asking his questions. You need a good race, for a start. That heightens the chance of earning one. Don't you know this? Has your race never generated a Geno weapon before? Lan Se asked. No. Han Sen gave a wry smile, but he went on to ask, are there any other eligibilities? Not really, they wouldn't be referred to as the chosen if there were. On planet Kate, nobles are very rare. The younger you are, the easier it is to generate one, too. There are no eligibilities, though. Some were quite weak compared to others, when they earned theirs, Lan Se said. Han Sen frowned and thought to himself, can I generate a Geno weapon? 1714 Geno tree. Lan Se brought Han Sen to a testing room. She wanted to test his fitness and see what sort of job he'd be eligible for. Han Sen thought planet Kate resembled a modern society, so the testing methods should also resemble those of the Alliance, where all tests were conducted through various apparatus. When Han Sen went in, though, he quickly realized his assumption was wrong. The test room only had one lobby, and there was no proper room full of equipment. There was a semicircular table with a vase on it. A small tree was planted in it, and the bark of the tree was dark. It had no leaves and looked rather dead. Dozens of people were queuing, and Lan Se told Han Sen to go and join them in line. Han Sen watched a man up front step onto the table and extend his hand. With a dagger, he cut his finger to raise a drop of blood. He let the drop fall onto the planted tree, and when the liquid landed on the bark, it was as if the plant was a sponge. It was quickly absorbed. And then, an even stranger thing occurred. The dead tree that absorbed the man's blood came to life. It did not grow leaves, though. Across the tree, red flowers began to bloom. They grew rapidly like red bells, all across the boughs. It was rather beautiful. Han Sen took a look and counted how many red flowers there were. There were 23 of them, and they were all red. A flower power of 23. That's not bad for a commoner. Fire elemental sorts take up most jobs, Lan Se said. Officer Lan, how much is a decent flower power? Han Sen didn't know much about the metric. 1 flower is 1 flower. What do you need to compare it to? Lan Se looked at Han. Senator Han Sen did not say anything. It looked like the alliance, but it was different in certain ways. Quickly, the bells started to die. Eventually, nothing was left behind, and the tree returned to its dead state. After that, the other people in line tested it out, one by one. Just like the man, they would drop a smidgen of their own blood onto the bark of the tree. The tree would shortly bloom with a different color and a different number of flowers each time. Only adults came to the clinic, and they each had around 20 flowers. The colors Han Sen saw included red, yellow, blue, green, purple, white, light green, and black. They were their elements. It was Han Sen's turn for the test next. He went onto the table and cut his finger, just like the others had. He let a drop of blood fall onto the tree. Han Sen was curious to see how many flowers he could make bloom. In the alliance, his fitness had reached 100,000 points. But those numbers were different from the flower metric, so that figure wasn't very useful in comparison to this. The Planet Kate people had only managed to get around 20 flowers, so he didn't think he'd be able to bloom much. Not many people had come to the test, though. Han Sen and Lan Se had gone to the crime scene, so they had arrived late. There were 2 more Planet Kate people behind Han Sen, so there were only 4 in the clinic now. Lan Se looked at the tree. There weren't many people of a different race there, so she was curious to see what the little Han Sen would show. When Han Sen dropped his blood onto the tree, there was no immediate difference between him and the others. The tree started to bloom. The flowers were white, so the element was undetermined. But the number of flowers was quite depressing. He only bloomed 11 flowers, and that meant his fitness equated to 11 flowers. That was far worse than the average adult of Planet Kate. Lan Se looked at Han Sen's fitness and merely shook her head. Letting him work with a fitness like that was like putting a kid in a sweatshop. It'd be very difficult to find him a job. The 11 white flowers then started to open. They were really beautiful. The colors represented the element, while the number of flowers represented strength. Weak, Han Sen thought he wasn't really upset, though. He was prepared for a low score, and it was much better than he expected. He thought he would die in there. When Han Sen came off the table, he heard the sound of bells ringing. He looked underneath him, and the 11 flowers were shaking and chiming. Han Sen did not know what was going on. When the people from Planet Kate had been tested, all their flowers had died when they stepped off the table. Han Sen thought he might have made a mistake, so he quickly turned to Lan Se. Lan Sen's eyes were wide open, fixed on the ringing flowers. She looked to be frozen in shock. When the 2 people behind them heard Han Sen's flowers ringing, they seemed to be in absolute shock. Earlier, when they only saw the lifeless 11, they looked at him with disdain. The tree for the test was called a geno tree. It used genes to survive. The flowers that bloomed upon it showed the strength and element of whoever put blood on it. The colors were the elements, and the numbers were strength. Usually, that was all that happened. Very rarely, however, something else could happen. If the tree enjoyed the genes it was given very much, it might request more. That ringing was a pleading for more of Han Sen's genes and a proclamation that they were truly excellent. Ordinary people could not make it ring. People said a noble with a geno weapon could make it ring, but the nobles never tested in front of commoners, and the validity of the claims could not be verified. If a young man without a geno armor could make the flowers ring, there was a high chance he'd one day earn a geno weapon and become a noble himself. It wasn't a 100% guarantee, but it was definitely a 50-50 chance. There was a higher chance than there was for commoners, at least. 1715 The name on the grave, I can't tell. Your genes are good if you manage to make the flowers ring. Lan Se told Han Sen as they drove away. If I have good genes, does that mean I am eligible for a good job? Han Sen smiled. Although I would like to give you a good job, you are too weak. 11 flowers will prohibit you from doing anything half-decent. Lan Se then asked, what is your race, might I ask? Human, Han Sen said. Lan Sen had never heard of the race before, so it must have been something small and insignificant. Therefore, she did not ask any more questions. She brought Han Sen to the job center and helped him browse through possible options. She let him pick out what he liked first. Normal people weren't given this sort of treatment, but Han Sen's genes had made the bells ring. It made Lan Se look up to him, and so she was willing to let him pick and choose. It wasn't certain that he'd be able to generate a geno weapon, but people admired creatures who were superior. And this was within Lan Se's authority to grant. Han Sen looked at what was available for him, but all he could see was something that was the equivalent of washing dishes. A job like that required neither skill nor strength. There weren't any options here that Han Sen really liked, and there was nothing that would be challenging. But it was getting late, and there were people waiting for him to decide. He had to pick something. It was a shame there weren't many options. That one. Han Sen pointed at the job of his choosing. A grave watcher. Not a bad choice. This is a public place, so you can live there, as well. There is no need to look for additional housing. Lan Se began sorting out the necessary paperwork for him. And then, Han Sen became a grave watcher. He guarded the cemetery gates and kept the place tidy. This was different than what Han Sen expected he'd be doing. The graveyard was not scary, and all the headstones were surprisingly clean. Lan Se said it was a public graveyard, and there were over 10,000 graves there. If people lacked money, or if bodies were recovered and were unable to be identified, they'd be buried here. Other creatures would also be placed to rest here, too. It was different from how the Alliance dealt with matters of death. The graves here were simple. There was merely a name and date of passing written on the headstones there. Some had small samples of text, too. Aside from Han Sen, there was another grave watcher, too. But this man was very old. They only had to guard the place, and so they would probably get bored easily. When they were bored, he supposed they could take the time to scrub the tablets and keep them all neat. Planet Kate was a nice place, all things considered. The tree leaves didn't even fall. Han Sen was rather satisfied with the job he had selected. Lan Se and the old grave watcher explained to Han Sen his living situation and responsibilities, and when she was done, she left. She told Han Sen that his co-worker was called Old Ku. He was a decent chap, and Old Ku brought Han Sen over to where he was going to live. He didn't have to jump into work immediately, though. He was given the opportunity to get used to the place first. There was one thing that Han Sen noticed immediately: the other grave watcher lacked Lan Se's powers of communication. Han Sen didn't understand what the old man was telling him, but he could at least feel that the grave watcher wasn't being hostile. There was nothing to do after clocking in. All the plots in the graveyard were filled, and no more dead people would be sent there for burial. So, aside from opening the gates for visitors, there was nothing to be done. Han Sen walked around the graveyard, observing the place. If something happened, he wanted to ensure he had an escape route pre-planned. Han Sen kept walking to get familiar with the place. He also examined the headstones of the graves themselves to see what was written on them. The text on most of them was of the language of Planet Kate. Han Sen couldn't understand the writing, but the formatting suggested only the names and dates were written on them. But suddenly, Han Sen's body was delivered a huge shock. He saw one headstone with the name Han Jinji written on it. Han Sen quickly walked over to get a closer look, and it really did say Han Jinji. And the text was the one used by ancient humans. No way. Han Jinji got out and died here. Han Sen examined the grave closely. The only thing written there was the name. There wasn't a date listed. There was an additional line of words, but it wasn't of the ancient human language. It looked like the Kate language. Have you grown accustomed to living here? A familiar voice came from his side. Han Sen saw Old Cat on a gravestone, smiling at him. Where did you go? If you followed me, why didn't you help me explain my situation to them? Han Sen sounded angry. Old Cat laughed. I told you, 9-life cats don't have a very good reputation out here. If I was with you, you wouldn't be having the comfy living you are now. Isn't this 9-life cats' territory? I thought the planet Kate people, with all their cat ears, would be related to you. Han Sen looked surprised. Related? Maybe a little. But it's not a good association. Don't let them see your 9-life cat tattoo, okay? If that thing gets you killed, just don't take it out on me, Old Cat said. Han Sen was too lazy to talk to Old Cat much more, but he did ask, what happened here, anyway? Can I go home? Old Cat went silent, then said, since you are out, you'll learn soon, anyway. Planet Kate is at the edge of the Big Silence System. And the Big Silence System is a restricted area of the galaxy. It's dangerous out here. Even nobles can be killed. You would be far worse. Are you trying to tell me the entrance of the sanctuary is here in the Big Silence System? Han Sen said, looking at Old Cat. Yes, but it is not too difficult to go back. I am powerful, and I can take you to the entrance. But this is a big risk, so you'll have to pay me something that'll make the venture worth it. Old Cat smiled. What do you want? Han Sen frowned. Didn't you get one of those bones from the feather? Give me 100 of those and I'll send you. Old Cat seemed to have prepared this demand in advance. 1716 Xenogeneic, this is Planet Kate. So, where can I find feathers to collect these bones and then give them to you? Han Sen frowned. Old Cat lifted his lips and said, even if there are feathers about, you wouldn't stand a chance against them. If you're looking to harvest their bones, you think too highly of yourself. The one you killed in that lab was some underdeveloped retard. That doesn't even count as a feather. That was rubbish. Do you actually think they are all like that? If you knew they are that powerful, why would you ask me to kill them? Han Sen knew his power wasn't that high, compared to the breadth of the Geno universe. Old Cat looked at Han Sen and said, I didn't ask you to kill them, but you are the one who wants to go back, yes? I can't throw my life away in the pursuit of helping you, you know. Han Sen didn't reply, but the Old Cat went on to say, you don't have to go back, either. Even if I did help you return, what if you were simply pulled back here, anyway? Do you really think generating a Geno armor will allow you to escape Big Silence System? Many nobles have died there. Yes, even if you have a Geno weapon, you can still die. You are doing good right now as you are, and following me is the best course of action and the best card you have to play. Aside from the bones of feathers, is there anything else you'll take? Han Sen didn't respond to what Old Cat had just said. Yeah. I want a xenogeneic gene, Old Cat swiftly answered. What is that? Han Sen asked. Old Cat brought out the jade organ he had pulled from the weird bug creature. He held it up with a flourish, as if he had pulled it out of thin air. Look. This is a xenogeneic gene. Your bone is one, too. You will only find these on a mutated creature. Of course, the body parts can be different, as it all depends on how they were mutated. But the bottom line is the same, kill them, and then find these inside the bodies. Where can I find them? Han Sen frowned. Xenogeneic genes can be found inside every race. Old Cat looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't. So, at this point, you've learned that Geno armors and Geno weapons are different. Han Sen nodded. Old Cat went on to say, in this Geno universe, creatures can generate Geno armor. Some are lucky enough to be chosen, and when they generate their Geno armor, they can evolve into two different things. They can create Geno weapons or mutate their bodies. Han Sen quietly said, that means the mutated are the same level as Geno weapons, right? Yes. Whether a creature is xenogenic or has a Geno weapon, it will have super gene powers. If you don't have either of those, you can't hurt them. You should just focus on generating a Geno armor, and see if further down the line you can generate a Geno weapon. Without a Geno weapon, there is little you can do. And of course, there is always the possibility you end up xenogenic. But the biggest problem is that as a xenogenic develops, they lose sense and become hostile and murderous. Old Cat laughed. Han Sen didn't ask a question about that, thinking it was pointless. Without Geno armor, he wouldn't be able to kill a xenogenic anyway. His biggest help right now was the Northern King glove. That was a Geno weapon, but it didn't quite belong to him. He couldn't use it as well as the nobles could use their naturally developed ones. What do those words mean? Han Sen pointed to the grave of Han Jinji. Old Cat looked and said, the biggest liar in the universe, Han Jinji. After reading it, Old Cat found it interesting, laughed, and said, what an ostentatious epitaph. Do you think it is a human buried here? Han Sen asked Old Cat. Old Cat shook his head and said, I don't think so. Not many people can leave the sanctuaries. I would say this is most likely a crystallizer. Han Sen did not believe that both the name and the epitaph sounded like Han Jinji. Han Sen could not dig up a grave, though. He wasn't afraid of doing some excavation, but this was not the alliance. If the people of Planet Kate found out, he'd probably be sent to jail. And when creatures died here, they were cremated. There were only ashes, so there wouldn't be anything to see. Old Cat encouraged him to generate a Geno armor with some haste. If he had a Geno weapon, he could kill a xenogenic. Before Old Cat left, Han Sen asked how he might contact the cat in the future. The cat responded he'd come back himself sometime, but he left no details on how he could be found. Han Sen kept on practicing, and he kept trying to understand more about Planet Kate and the Geno universe. Fortunately, there was an internet system. It wasn't as good as the Alliance's network, but it could send messages. Han Sen was able to learn some of their language, and he was soon learning quite a bit about the place. Because the xenogenic always wanted to kill, the universe was in some danger. And you could never tell when someone was going to become one of them. But once someone became xenogenic, they grew much stronger. Unless nobles came to help, people with Geno armors would be shredded. He learned that the society there had really come to admire nobles, too. To the commoners, they were true royalty. They were protectors, in a way. There were different classes of nobles, too. There were dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. The xenogenic had ranks, as well. Han Sen only found these titles on the internet, and he was so far unable to learn the differences between them. But there was one thing Han Sen knew for sure. If he encountered a xenogenic before he generated a Geno armor, he'd be killed. It looks like I need to generate a Geno armor quickly. Han Sen worked as a grave watcher, but practiced his The Story of Genes, Dongxian Sutra, and Blood Puc Sutra whenever he could. Most of his energy was exhausted on The Story of Genes, though. It was the fastest to practice with, so it would be the easiest way for him to generate a Geno armor. 1717 contract. That outsider really made the Geno tree chime. In a manager's office of Black Gold Group, Hardman asked his subordinates in shock. Those subordinates of Black Gold Group had been the two behind him in the test. I promise it's the truth. I heard it, a subordinate quickly answered. Do you know who he is and where he lives? Hardman asked. Beings that could make the flowers ring had a 50% chance of evolving. If Han Sen became a noble, he'd become quite the hot character. Black Gold Group needed someone like that. If they were able to recruit him, it'd be very good for Hardman. I am not sure, but I do know that he was in the company of Lan Se. And when they left, he even traveled in Lan Se's car. For obvious reasons, I could not follow, the subordinate said. Someone Officer Lan knows. That should be easy. Hardman let his subordinate finish and then dialed a number. He was calling the security department. Not long after, Hardman had acquired Han Sen's information. An outsider accidentally entered here. One from a nameless race. He made the flowers ring. This is a great opportunity. After Hardman read the profile, he stood up and continued, "Prepare a car for me. I am going to the graveyard." Han Sen was currently in the security room, learning the language. With his level of intelligence, he was able to start speaking the language in a mere few days. He might not have been fluent, but Old Ku could at least understand all that he was trying to say. Han Sen thought he would just have to make simple conversation, but he wished to learn more information off the internet. This required him to learn more of the language. Han Sen's communicator rang with Old Ku's voice. "Han Sen, someone called. He says he is the manager of Black Gold Group and he is looking for you." Han Sen looked at the CCTV images and saw that there was a black cat-eared man standing outside the graveyard. He had dressed up rather nicely. Han Sen was confused. He didn't know anyone here, so why would some manager come looking for him? He knew he couldn't escape this sort of rendezvous, and if something was going to happen, he would prepare to face it rather than shy away. So, he got up to go and meet with Hardman. "You are Mr. Han Sen. It is nice to make your acquaintance. I am the manager for Black Gold Group. My name is Hardman. This is my card." Hardman seemed to be quite the humble sort, as he gave his card out with both hands. Han Sen accepted it. He could read the simple stuff of the Kate language, and he was indeed the manager of Black Gold Group. "Why are you looking for me?" Han Sen asked Hardman, looking right at him. Hardman quickly responded by saying, "I want to invite you to join Black Gold Group. I want you to become a member of our hunting team. Black Gold Group is a powerful entity on planet Kate, and will give you a lot of money." Han Sen understood what the man was saying, but he had not had the time to investigate the factions of the planet yet. He wasn't familiar with who or what the Black Gold Group stood for. But Han Sen knew that in this universe, many companies had their own hunting groups. Many were tasked solely with the hunting of xenogenic. Those groups didn't always include nobles, and many were composed entirely of common warriors. They were often referred to as pawns. Hardman wanted to use a lot of money to buy Han Sen's cooperation and have him as a core member. But Han Sen did not have a Geno armor or a Geno weapon yet. Hardman already wanted to sign a contract with him and provide him money and resources to help his ascension. That way, when Han Sen did generate a Geno armor or Geno weapon, they'd sign another contract that would make him a proper member of the hunting team. It looked like the team was looking to pre-order Han Sen before he hit the market. They wanted to buy into the prospect of his future. They were planning ahead. If Han Sen managed to generate a Geno weapon, Hardman would pay him even more money. If Han Sen could not generate a Geno weapon, the contract would be pointless to sign. He'd still be bound, and he wouldn't be paid as much. Han Sen was not interested in opportunistic contracts like that, but there was one condition that made Han Sen change his mind and end up signing it. Hardman promised Han Sen he would not be observed in his work, and he would earn his citizenship. For an outsider, having those would make life much easier. And when he became a member, at least he'd still get a lot of money and resources. It sorted out all of Han Sen's problems, and it was especially great that he did not have to work. If Han Sen generated a Geno weapon and joined a hunting group, things wouldn't be all that bad. It would actually be a good thing to follow those with greater experience and see what battling the xenogenic was actually like. Han Sen had only been a grave watcher for 10 days, and 2 years later, Hardman had completed all the paperwork and necessary procedures. He gave Han Sen the best possible living quarters in the base. He also gave Han Sen a geno fluid that would help him generate a geno weapon. Han Sen lived in the black gold hunting base for the next 4 months, and every day, he'd spend some time soaking himself in geno fluid. The story of genes was showing a promise of leveling up. The Kate laws and contracts required Han Sen to undergo observation when leveling up. People like Han Sen, who made the flowers ring, had every chance of becoming xenogenic. So, they had to be watched until the process was over. Planet Kate sent people over to conduct the study on Han. Senator He Sun and Lan Se were amongst them. Chapter 1718, Finishing the Evolution Process. Translator, Nyoebo Studio. Editor, Nyoebo Studio. Hardman, your business is great. You have spent such a small amount of money on someone who has the possibility of becoming a noble. He Sun sat down next to a monitor and started a discussion with Hardman. Hardman laughed and said, "It is difficult to tell if you will be able to generate a geno weapon. Even with the flowers chiming, the possibility still stands on a 50-50. Everyone could hear the false humility in Hardman's voice. 50% was actually quite high, especially considering how few people could make the flowers ring. Lan Se observed Han Sen through the monitor and looked curious. She knew he had made the flowers chime, but she hadn't learned much more since then. She had looked for Han Sen in the graveyard, but Hardman had already come to him first and whisked him away. Lan Se was curious to see if Han Sen could become a noble. If he was truly able to, he'd have a near-infinite amount of wealth and fame. Han Sen started casting his skills. Nobody said anything now, and everyone focused closely on him. Han Sen used the story of genes and felt that his flesh, skin, bones, chest, and even genes were releasing some mystic substance. The substance was like a sprout coming out of the soil. His skin was that soil, and the black substance began to grow across it. It enveloped Han Sen, shredding all the clothes he had been wearing. The black substance kept on expanding, forming into a set of armor all around him. The more of that black substance arose, the more the armor took shape. Hardman looked at Han Sen and his geno armor, watching it as it changed. His palms were sweating in anticipation. He had spent quite a lot on Han Sen, and if this evolution failed, Hardman would be losing quite a bit on the gambit he had taken. But if he succeeded, he'd be far richer. The mere prospect of having a noble join Black Gold Group made him supremely excited. He could very well become a chairman. Everyone looked at Han Sen's armor in keen interest. Lan Se was curious, whereas He Sun remained emotionless. It was almost as if all this did not matter to him one small bit. 10 minutes later, the shape around Han Sen was completed. The black armor he was wearing was very detailed, and there wasn't a single seam around Han Sen's entire body. Just as everyone thought the process was finished, the armor began to twist. A black pattern emerged across its surface. If you looked closer, however, you'd realize it wasn't a pattern. They were symbols and words none of them could understand. They sank into the armor's surface like engravings when they were revealed. Han Sen's armor looked very mysterious. No wonder he made the flowers chime. I have never before seen a set of armor look anything remotely like this, Hardman said. Generating a geno armor was always a weird spectacle, but he had thought Han Sen could also generate a geno weapon. He Sun still did not say a word. He kept on looking at Han Sen and his geno armor. The patterns that had appeared on Han Sen's armor looked mystic and beautiful. They made Han Sen's armor a rather mesmerizing sight. Although there were no powerful energy readings, the geno armor had a strange energy of its own. Of course, the armor was brand new, so the energy wasn't very strong. 10 minutes later, the geno armor stopped developing. The process looked to have been completed. To Han Sen, it didn't really feel like armor. It actually felt like a part of his own body, generating this massive power flow. Han Sen's brain felt as if it was rattling, and then, all of a sudden, a voice started to ring in his head. Evolution process complete. Han Sen was shocked hearing this. It was the same voice he had heard all the time in the sanctuaries, and he thought it was something that only played within the sanctuaries. He was shocked it still existed, even out here. 1719 Xenogenic genes. Han Sen looked at the information available on the internet, but he could not find any others who were associated with the sanctuaries. It seemed no one else on Kate was. Han Sen wanted to know if things worked like they did in the sanctuaries. Where did genes come from? Were there beast souls to get? Stuff like that. When Han Sen exited the training room, everyone was gone. Hardman had already left, and everyone else had followed him out. They were not happy that Han Sen had failed, and they were not willing to sign any more contracts with him. But the contract was still not over, and despite knowing Hardman no longer wanted him, he knew he'd still have to stay until the terms of the contract were over and it expired. When Han Sen walked out, however, Lan Se was there. She had been waiting outside for him. When Han Sen approached her, she said, "You know my phone number. If you require more work, call me. The graveyard still has a free slot for you." Lan Se knew Hardman would not want to keep Han Sen on any longer than he had to because he had not become a noble. And she was afraid Han Sen might resort to desperate measures to survive that could bring harm to Planet Kate. She sympathized with him, and that was why she made the offer. "Thank you, Officer Lan." Han Sen actually felt quite touched. Returning to his room, he noticed the door was open. Someone was already moving stuff into the room. Hardman's secretary, who was wearing high heels on and stood with her arms crossed, appeared to be overseeing the move. "Secretary Lena, what's going on?" Han Sen asked with a frown. The secretary swung her black and white tail, and with her arms still folded, she said, "I am sorry, but there is not enough space in the base. It is a waste to let you live alone in this room. So, the manager will give you another place where you can live with a roommate." Han Sen knew that he had failed and Hardman no longer wished to invest in him. He couldn't stay in the best room any longer, and his benefits would be severely reduced. Han Sen had nothing, so he just picked up a few of his extra clothes and walked back out of the room. "Secretary Lena, where is my new room?" he asked. "I am too busy to take you there. It's room 702. Go there yourself." Lena did not look at Han Senator. She was acting completely different than she had before. Han Sen did not mind, though. He just took his stuff and left the room, headed for the 7th floor. The 7th floor was living quarters for the hunting group. But it was just an ordinary dorm room, where 4 people bunked together. When Han Sen reached 702, no one was there. He set up the room and got his own key for the place, then he took a shower and changed clothes. His old clothes had been destroyed, so he was walking around in his Geno armor. Wearing it did not cost him energy as it had in the sanctuaries, but he didn't really need to have it on right then. After the shower, Han Sen found an empty spot to put down his few possessions. To Han Sen's surprise, when he touched the bone he had found with Old Cat, he heard an announcement play. Xenogenic gene discovered. Old Cat had told him that the bones were useful outside the sanctuary, but he hadn't expected to have Old Cat's words confirmed so soon. "How do I use this?" Han Sen checked out the bone, not entirely sure how he'd earn the Geno points it contained. Han Sen ran his skills, but the bone remained quiet. He gave it a drop of real blood, but it also stayed quiet. The voice from the sanctuary had only spoken once, and it was now silent. Whatever it was, it couldn't help Han Sen anymore. "Do I have to eat this to make it work?" Han Sen tried to bite the bone, but it was so King hard, his teeth almost crumbled to pieces. That definitely wasn't going to work. It looks like I'll have to cook it, Hansen thought to himself. The bone was not very big. It was red and purplish, and it had a metallic hue. If Hansen had not have found it himself, he would not have believed that it had come from some creature's body. He planned to make a soup out of it, despite not knowing if that would work. There was no other way, though. Hansen wanted to at least try it, so he bought a small cooker from a shop and brought it back with him to the living quarters. Back in the living quarters, Hansen filled up a pot with water and tossed the bone in. He then put a lid on it and plugged the cooker in. He turned it on and allowed it to cook. As he was doing this, the doorbell rang. 3 Kate people, covered in sweat, came waltzing in. Everyone in the base knew Hansen had made the flowers chime and that Hardman had bought him in the hopes of gaining a noble. Even if they didn't know, the word that Hansen had failed to generate a Geno weapon spread like wildfire. Bud, don't take it too hard. It's okay if you didn't evolve twice. 99.9% of people don't, and you know what? We're still living. The Kate man patted Hansen on the shoulder. He didn't mean to mock Hansen, though. It was a genuine attempt at comfort. Thanks, but I'm okay. Hansen did not think failing was a big deal. When others failed, that was that. Hansen still had the Dongxian Sutra and the Bloodpulse Sutra to work with, so he still had another 2 chances. It would be no big deal even if Hansen failed completely. Hansen thought that he could always absorb xenogeneic genes to evolve, as well. There was more than one way to progress. You are welcome. But don't thank me. If one day you are in danger, and people come to your aid, it'll cost you more than a thanks, another Kate told him. Hen, what should I say? Hansen laughed, say nothing. Now, do you have cigarettes? A Kate asked, lying on the bed. No, I don't smoke. Hansen used to smoke, but he had been in the sanctuaries for too long. Since there were no cigarettes there, he was forced to stop. Is that yours? What are you cooking? The last Kate saw Hansen's cooker and just had to ask. 1720 Baron Gene, there was a problem generating my Geno armor. This is a medicine that should help, and so I am heating it up, Hansen said. The Kate men nodded and no longer seemed interested. The 3 of them settled in and then went for a shower, and Hansen watched them. It wasn't hard to get along with people from Planet Kate, and with Hansen's observational skills, he was able to tell that their fitness was greater than that of humans. But that seemed to be their only major advantage, their fitness. They were not as intelligent, and when it came to research and development, they were quite lacking compared to humans. Hansen hadn't seen the nobles fight yet, so perhaps they were much stronger than ordinary citizens. Hansen stayed in the living quarters. The names of his 3 roommates were rather strange, so he just called them Long, Soatu, and Kuan. They weren't hostile, but neither were they overly friendly. They were just average roommates, really. Hansen wasn't in a rush to open the cooker, so he waited until the next day, when the other 3 were out, to stop the cooker and lift the lid. It released a puff of fragrance and steam. When he gave it a sniff, Hansen noticed it smelled like blood. He knew that the cooker might not have any effect on such a hard bone. But now that he was taking a look, he was genuinely surprised. All the water had become purplish and red. It smelled like blood, and it was frothing. Hansen knew that should have been impossible, as when blood was boiled, it usually became solid. After poking around in the weird liquid with a spoon, he noticed that the bone was gone. There wasn't even a tiny bit left. He was even more surprised. That was just a normal cooker with a pot full of water. And yet, it had been able to cook the item successfully and melt the bone completely. Smelling that blood, though, Hansen wondered whether or not he could eat it. But since he had heard the unexpected voice of the sanctuary, Han Sen wanted to give it a try. He spooned up some of the soup and sipped it. Han Sen frowned. It tasted very bad. It was like drinking hot blood. Fortunately, he was used to eating bad things. He had grown accustomed to eating raw flesh, after all. A bit of blood wasn't going to put him off. Consumed a Baron xenogenic gene. Baron gene plus 0 foot. When Han Sen heard the announcement, he was delighted. It was working, but he had sipped such a small amount, it had added 0 points. Han Sen lifted the entire cooker and pot, and then he gulped it all down like a vat of soup. The heat was in his belly then, spreading out through his whole body. Han Sen's blood warmed and began to flow more swiftly. As his blood continued to surge, his entire body started to feel hot. He felt as if he was in a sauna, and his skin was red, burning with a constant sizzle. Han Sen had almost finished drinking it all, but he had yet to hear an announcement. It appeared that he hadn't gained a single point. Was it because the bone was too small? Was it not enough to give me even 1 point? Han Sen felt depressed about this, but he finished the last few swigs of the broth. Consumed a Baron xenogenic gene. Baron gene plus 1 inch. When Han Sen finished it all, he heard what he had wanted to hear. His gene tally had increased, and although it was only a Baron tier, which was the lowest, it was a good start, nonetheless. The heat inside his body lasted a whole hour, and after that, his body temperature returned to normal. Now, though, Han Sen was feeling much stronger. His spell armor, as he had begun calling it, didn't seem to improve. That surprised him. Xenogenic genes only increased the strength of Han Sen's actual body. They didn't improve his spell armor. As Han Sen was happily thinking about these changes, Kuan came back. He told Han Sen to pack a few things because they had been given a mission to hunt a xenogenic. Han Sen and Kuan packed up, as he, Kuan, and Long were a team. There would be 10 people going on this mission, all led by one leader. In the plaza, they found 19 other teams. A captain oversaw them all, and he directed them to board a ship to fly elsewhere. Han Sen knew Hardman used his people as pawns and little more. Han Sen was prepared for this, though, and he had been expecting it. Hardman only saw them as cannon fodder. Han Sen's contract put him in a slightly different role. Soldiers could only earn money, but if Han Sen killed a xenogenic, he could earn rewards in addition to the monetary sum. Han Sen didn't see any nobles amongst them. They didn't mingle with ordinary soldiers. Where are we going? Han Sen asked Soa Tuesday. Soa Tu merely shrugged and said, "We are just soldiers. We don't know where we're being deployed. We'll end up fighting no matter where we drop, anyway. If this is so dangerous, why are you joining the hunting group?" Han Sen wondered. "Because there is a lot of money involved," Soa Tu said. He then got out his wallet and showed it to Han Senator. It held a picture of a beautiful Kate woman and a little girl. They smiled joyfully. But the little girl had no hair or fur, and she looked bald. "My daughter has a genetic problem. A lot of money is required to heal her. She needs expensive geno fluid to stay alive, and that is why I am here," Soa Tu said calmly. Han Sen didn't say anything. He wasn't good at comforting, so he wasn't sure what he might say that would make the man feel better. "I tell you this not for sympathy. I just want you to know that you should be careful. If you are in danger, don't expect someone to play the hero and attempt to save you," Soa Tu said, pocketing his wallet. "You're not bad," Han Sen told him. He knew the man meant it as a genuine warning, not a threat. 1721 Cowfoot Valley. After half a day, the ship was still moving sluggishly along. It was slowly descending now, though, and Han Sen made sure to look out the window. The ship was in the process of landing close to a mountain. As they got closer, Han Sen saw that they were landing in a valley. When Han Sen looked down, however, a strange sight met his eyes. The valley was shaped like a large hoofprint, and the mountain near it had been cut at an angle of 90 degrees. Cowfoot Valley. There's a xenogeneic here. Long looked out and frowned. Long, you know this place. Han Sen looked at Long Suo too, and Kuan did so as well. Long said, I used to live in a city near Cowfoot Valley, and I frequently visited here. The legends say a noble once rode a green cow here, but a xenogeneic tried to provoke the noble. The noble ignored the creature, and the green cow stepped on it. The xenogeneic and the mountain were crushed beneath its hoof, thus giving the valley its shape. The noble continued on his way, atop the green cow, leaving behind a purple mist in his wake. It remained there for 3 days. Some villagers believe that the presence of that noble still resides there and that the xenogeneics will never dare to go close again. Many people moved close to the valley, gathering into a town that was aptly called Cowfoot Town. It looks like the noble isn't able to protect them anymore, though, considering that a xenogeneic has now come. Everyone sighed after hearing the story. Han Sen thought the story seemed odd, though. The noble mentioned sounded very familiar to him. It sounded like someone from the Alliance. The ship came to rest in the valley, and all the soldiers disembarked the airship and lined up in front of it. Weapons like guns wouldn't work on xenogeneics, so they were going to rely on melee weaponry. Aside from their Geno armors, they were each given a shield and a metal sword. They had a flare gun on their waists, but they weren't intended to be weapons. They were for giving a signal whenever the xenogeneic was found. Han Sen finally saw the Black Gold hunting group's noble now, too. He walked toward the captain. He was a middle-aged Kate man, and his ears and tail were yellow and white. The captain referred to him as Mr. Tiger. The captain and Mr. Tiger directed the team towards a nearby town. Before Han Sen reached the entrance, he saw a few corpses scattered around a field. They were the deceased residents of the town. They were all Kate, and they were all in grisly pieces. Many had their heads wholly cut off. It was a very bloody and gruesome sight. Han Sen examined their wounds and determined they had been killed by something's claws. Nine Life Cat said he was not welcome in the Geno universe. Is he a xenogeneic, maybe? Han Sen wondered to himself. Han Sen didn't think Old Cat did this, though. He didn't seem bored enough to attack random villagers, and the claws seemed different from those he possessed. Follow and maintain formation, the captain shouted, ushering them all on. Xenogeneics, powerful hunters and formidable assassins. Unless you had an advantage, finding them was impossible. After entering the town, the entire group had goosebumps. Blood, viscera, and severed limbs were everywhere. The town was an ugly depiction of hell. Even young toddlers had been torn apart, d*mn. Long shouted angrily. Suo too did not say anything, but gripped his sword tight with contempt. Han Sen could now understand the helplessness that commoners might feel when pitted against a xenogeneic. Not even Geno armor could defend against their claws. Only the nobles could, most likely. That was common knowledge. Mr. Tiger brought them through the town, but they were unable to locate their culprit. He spoke to the captain, and the captain ordered the group to split up into smaller groups, so they could search in a variety of directions. Mr. Tiger thought the xenogeneic had to still be hiding in the valley. If that was the case, then they'd have to kill it. Now was the time when soldiers like Han Sen came into play. Black Gold Group would use its grunts to smoke out the xenogeneic, so Mr. Tiger could be the one to kill it. The soldiers were expendable. Han Sen's team was searching to the southwest. They maintained formation, holding their shields to the side. They approached their designated locale slowly. None of the soldiers would risk their life for the others. The shields they used were tough, but they'd only survive a few strikes before breaking. At the most, Han Sen pulled out his Northern King glove and put it in his pocket. His spell Geno armor was not as powerful as the glove. The glove was a Geno weapon. It was a noble's item. Han Sen figured it was probably low level, but he couldn't use its full power regardless. The soldiers continued to walk past scenes of horrific violence, but they couldn't be distracted by the cruelty. Otherwise, they'd end up just like the townspeople. Han Sen was very focused, and although his Dongxian aura could not go very far, he felt he was all around better than the other soldiers. Pang! They moved forward slowly, but suddenly, there was a gunshot from the north. The wind carried the noise of gunshots and the sound of people shouting. Found it. Everyone head for the northwest sector. The communicator sounded with a voice. The captain acknowledged, then instructed the group to turn. But all of a sudden, Han Sen paused. He detected a shadow bolting through an alley, headed right for Soa Tuesday. Soa Tu was facing the captain, so he was unaware of the shadow coming right for him. Careful! Han Sen shouted. He ran in front of Soa Tu, but it was too late to pull the man away. Instead, Han Sen sent a kick into Soa Tu's back before leaping away himself. The black shadow went right past Han Sen and Soa Tu, almost touching them. When everyone heard it, their faces changed as they screamed, Xenogeniac. 1722 First battle with a Xenogeniac. Han Sen recognized what he was seeing. Judging from its appearance, it was a kate. It looked like a human, but it had cat ears and a cat tail, too. That meant it was a kate. But it was different from the other kate people that Han Sen had seen. It had no Geno armor, and its nails were half a foot long. They were like swords, and they shone with a fluorescent blue color. The eyes of the creature were glowing red, as well. The Xenogeniac did not stop after rushing past Han Sen and Soa Tu, and it went straight for Long. Its hands, each bearing 5 dagger-like nails, flashed toward Long's head. It was too fast, and Long didn't have time to dodge the strike. He shouted, lifted his shield, and blocked the attack. Catcha! The sharp nails obliterated the shield and pierced straight into his Geno armor and skin, leaving him with 5 lacerations that bled profusely. Fortunately, the shield had absorbed most of the damage, and the hits he had taken were not half as bad as what they could have been. Immediately after, the Xenogeniac went right for another soldier. That soldier had been in too much shock and had forgotten to dodge. His legs trembled as the Xenogeniac approached, right until the moment the creature annihilated his head and painted the surroundings with his brain. Fall back! Fall back! The leader fired his gun at the Xenogeniac. When the bullets hit the foe, they crackled against him like fireworks. They didn't even break the skin, though. Report. Xenogeniac discovered in the southwest. The leader barked his report into his phone, all the while shooting at the enemy. The Xenogeniac didn't even seem to notice the bullets. He just jumped back towards Long, who had only just gotten back on his feet. Long's face turned white. It was too late for him to dodge, and he had no shield. He lifted his sword and brought it down toward the Xenogeniac's hand. The Xenogeniac's hand grabbed the sword. The creature gently pressed on it, and it shattered. The creature's other hand was moving forward to grab Long's head, though. There was nowhere Long could run, and he abandoned all hope. He fell back, wanting to escape, but he was far slower than the Xenogeniac. Dodging was a futile endeavor. Just as the hand was coming down to plant itself on Long's face, a fist wrapped in black armor appeared above him. It punched the Xenogeniac right on its temple, knocking the creature away. The punch did not hurt the Xenogeniac, but it freed Long. And when he turned to look at the savior fist, he noticed it was the doing of no other than Han. Senator Long looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression. Han Sen was surprised by what he had done, too. He had gathered up all the strength of his spell Geno armor to deliver that punch. He punched the Xenogeniac's head, but all it had done was knock the creature off balance for a few steps. The Geno armor wasn't comparable to the Xenogeniac. The Zenogeniac looked at Han Sen and then jumped towards him. It was so fast, it was like a shadow. Run! Suatu picked up Long and shouted at Han. Senator Han Sen could not outrun their foe, though. Not that Han Sen planned on running. He was very calm and confident, and his steps were as gentle as the slithering of a snake. He lowered himself into a beautiful fighting form. The Zenogeniac's power was stronger than Han Sen's, but that did not mean he could not rival it. Han Sen's power and speed were nothing compared to what could be achieved in the Geno universe, but his combat skills were the best. Han Sen pushed his movement to the max, making his body bob and weave, left and right. No one could predict where he was going. The Zenogeniac tried to jump and catch Han Sen, but it couldn't lay a finger on him. Suatu and the team were frozen in shock at the spectacle. Although the creature was only a step behind Han Sen, he was not at all frightened. Each of his movements was made with absolute composure and calm, and he managed to avoid the Zenogeniac's attacks each and every time. It was rather difficult to believe. Han Sen's speed was not too far off Suatu's, but it was still quite slow compared to the Zenogeniac. But he could dodge the Zenogeniac's attack all the same, and the Zenogeniac couldn't even scrape his armor. It was very surprising. Han Sen used his abilities of prediction and judgment to lead the enemy north. Han Sen wouldn't be able to kill the vile thing with his own power, so he wanted to draw it to Mr. Tiger. Perhaps the noble could get rid of it. The soldiers had cameras, and when Han Sen's group was attacked, those at CIC could view the situation. D*MN. There are 2 Zenogeniacs. What do we do? Mr. Tiger is already dealing with one, and we can't deal with the other. We should have invited Mr. Allen. Commander Gurus' forehead was sweating. Wait a minute. There's a soldier leading the Zenogeniac at 11 o'clock, a moderator shouted. The commander could not believe that. No way. How can an ordinary soldier do that? When he saw it clearly, he was shocked. The soldier's body was moving left and right, and you could see that he was not scared. He was intimidating to watch. The Zenogeniac was chasing the man, unable to hurt him. The soldier was evidently leading it in a particular direction. Who is that soldier? Commander Gurus was frozen in awe. Han Sen was like an artist. He had never before seen someone move with such grace and dexterity. Sir, his name is Han Senator. He is the outsider Hardman brought in, the moderator said. The outsider that was able to make the flowers chime but failed to become a noble. Commander Gurus mumbled to himself. Then, his face changed. He grabbed the phone and said, "Don't draw the Zenogeniac to 11 o'clock, do you hear me? Answer me." Mr. Tiger was already fighting a Zenogeniac, and if another one joined the fight, he'd be in danger. If that occurred, the operation would be over. Chapter 1723 Killing a Zenogeniac. Commander, where should I lead it? Han Sen asked calmly. Gurus was shocked that the voice he heard was so relaxed. He barked down the line, "Go to the southeast and buy Mr. Tiger some time. Wait until Mr. Tiger is able to finish dealing with the other." As soon as he said it, Gurus realized that was one of the strangest commands he had ever given. It was odd telling a soldier to keep a Zenogeniac busy for some time. People would think he was crazy for issuing such an order, but he had no choice, given the circumstances. "Sure, but I can't make any promises." Han Sen agreed and changed direction, leading the beast east. "You do your best, son." Gurus gritted his teeth. He couldn't imagine that someone like Han Sen would delay the Zenogeniac long enough for Mr. Tiger to kill his own enemy and move in to help. And when Gurus reviewed Mr. Tiger's situation realistically, he wasn't even sure if the noble would be able to fight another Zenogeniac immediately after. And that just made the situation even more worrying. Han Sen moved his body and dodged the Zenogeniac's attack. He brought the Zenogeniac over to the southeast as he had been instructed to, but he wasn't planning on waiting for Mr. Tiger to finish dealing with his own xenogenic. After moving through several different streets, Han Sen dipped into a building. He deliberately broke his camera and his communicator to avoid the prying eyes of the others and keep them in the dark. As Han Sen had led the xenogenic forward, he had punched the creature many times. None of his hits were effective, though. The xenogenic did not have geno armor, but it was far stronger than an armored Kate. As a result, Han Sen could not deal any damage to the creature's body. After Han Sen evaded the next strike of the xenogenic, he put the glove on his hand. In the alliance, Han Sen hadn't been able to use the Northern King glove while wearing armor because he hadn't possessed his own geno armor. Now that he had generated his own set of armor, this was no longer a problem. So, Han Sen was able to put the glove on his right hand and make it look something more like a gauntlet. Han Sen dodged another of the xenogenic's attack, delivering a strike to the beast's belly as he did. Pang! The fist hit the belly, and it echoed like a drum. It didn't break the flesh, but the xenogenic coughed up some blood. It looked injured almost immediately. Not that the attack really slowed it down. It came at Han Sen with undiminished bloodlust. Han Sen was fighting and falling back as he did, retreating into the shelter of another building. He punched the xenogenic, whose body was scary. By this point, Han Sen had to have punched it with his glove a dozen times. And while the beast was bleeding a lot, it refused to die. It was a supremely powerful foe. If I had a sword that was sharp, I could kill them all, Han Sen thought, annoyed that he did not have a self-geno weapon. He couldn't use the full power of the Northern King glove. If he could, he would have killed the xenogenic with ease. Han Sen used up a lot of his energy in the fight. The Geno universe's power was too strong. His repeated castings were exhausting his energy at an alarming rate, and Han Sen fought the xenogenic with all the effort and energy he could spare. But a while after, he felt very tired. Just as Han Sen was about to give up and resort to taking the enemy back to Mr. Tiger, he felt something very hot on his back. It was the 9-life cat tattoo, sizzling on his back like a fresh branding. Han Sen felt immense pain due to it, but all of a sudden, his exhaustion vanished. Hot power surged inside him, and his body's cells erupted like a volcano. It made Han Sen feel like he was filled to the brim with power. Pang! Han Sen punched the xenogenic again, sending the creature flying. It smacked into a concrete wall and left a deep hole in it. The xenogenic fell down onto the floor, heaving up blood. The place on the creature's chest that had touched Han Sen's fist was scorched, as if the beast had been branded by his burning fist. Han Sen was, needless to say, happy about this. He ran forward and gave the xenogenic another punch. And where the next fist landed, the entire patch of the beast's skin was blackened. Han Sen punched it another 3 times, and eventually, the chest was broken and caved in. What was left was a black, gaping hole where the heart had once been. It was dead. Xenogenic Baron hunted, xenogenic gene found. Perhaps it was because he had left the sanctuary, but the rules seemed to have changed a bit. The announcements were starting to get vaguer. When the xenogenic died, the heat on Han Sen's back faded away. His condition returned to normal. Before he had the time to think about what happened with the tattoo, though, Han Sen leaped over to the creature and pulled out its 10 nails. The nails were where the thing had mutated. Perhaps because it was dead, the monster's body was far weaker. Han Sen was able to remove the sharp blue nails with ease. And after Han Sen took the 10 nails, the body became much softer. It returned to looking almost like a normal Kate. Its previous strength was all gone. Just as Han Sen wondered how he might deal with the body, it started to flare and burn. It quickly turned to ash, and when the wind blew, it scattered like dust on the breeze. Han Sen was frozen. He didn't know 9-life cat's tattoo could imbue him with such power. I need to find out what this whole nine-life cat business is about. Old Cat did say the reputation was bad. If it really is infamous, however, it should be easy to learn a thing or two, Han-sen thought to himself. Han-sen, answer me. What's going on? Gurus had seen Han-sen enter the building, but he hadn't seen what had transpired there. He had wished to send someone else to check on Han-sen, but no one had been willing to enter due to the fact that Han-sen had been tangoing with a xenogeniac. Soldiers were tasked with finding xenogeniacs, not hunting them. If they knew where a xenogeniac was, they wouldn't go near it before Gurus received a response, though, he saw someone exit the building. It was Han's senator. The xenogeniac that had been chasing him was gone. Chapter 1724. Signing a new contract in Black Gold Group's base, Hardman, Lena, Gurus, Mr. Tiger, and Alan were all watching a video. The video was of Han Sen's encounter with the xenogeniac, and his subsequent flight to the building. The video was not taken from one angle. There was a multitude of different views, so it was a little messy. Even so, it highly impressed those who were now watching it. Han Sen's speed and power were average for a Geno armor soldier, but the fact that he lasted so long without sustaining an injury was nothing short of a miracle. What do you guys think? After watching the video, Hardman looked at Gurus, Mr. Tiger, and Alan. Mr. Tiger and Alan were barons. Gurus was not a noble, but he was still very talented. All of them were qualified enough to speak on behalf of the entire hunting corps. Interesting man. The power and speed shown are normal, and so were the skills used. Theoretically, any soldier might manage to do what he was capable of. The fact that he was able to dodge the xenogeniac again and again made him look as if he was invincible, though. I don't think it was luck either. He must have something that makes him far better than the rest and enables him to do what he did, Alan said. You're saying this lucky dodging method is actually a skill? Hardman asked, after thinking for a long time. Mr. Tiger considered that and said, perhaps it is not a skill, but it could be his instinct. All creatures have instincts, and they can vary from creature to creature. Maybe that was an instinct belonging to his race. Hardman nodded and asked Gurus, what do you think? I think he is most certainly different, Gurus answered. Be more specific, Hardman said. Gurus quieted a bit, and answered, he gave me the impression that he was not new to this. It's like he has been through a lot, and he is a fighter who has endured many life and death scenarios. He has only just generated his Geno armor, so how much experience could he possibly have? You overestimate him, Lena said. This is just my opinion, of course. I could always be wrong, Gurus said coldly. Manager Hardman, if we can, I'd like to keep this guy, Alan suddenly said. Why? Hardman looked at Alan with a shocked expression. Alan was not prone to sudden outbursts. He's an interesting guy, and he may prove useful if we keep him around, Alan said. I'll consider it. Hardman nodded. The day's fight ended with Mr. Tiger killing his xenogeniac. Han Sen said the xenogeniac chased him into the building and then ran off. Where it had gone to, he did not know. Gurus and Mr. Tiger commanded the entire platoon to scour the rest of the valley for it, but when they were unable to find the other xenogeniac, they returned to base. Suatu and Long thanked Han. Senator Han Sen quickly became rather famous after that day, and people viewed him differently. Han Sen didn't think anything of what he had just been through. He had endured far worse in the past, so it mattered little. Han Sen spent a lot of time on the internet after that, but he couldn't find much information about xenogeniac genes. Ordinary people did not know anything about them. They were collected by noble and higher class sorts. Commoners didn't have much information on the subject. And Han Sen was not able to learn anything about the nine-life cat either. He could only find out that nine-life cat was also called cruel beast. But the information surrounding cruel beast was very vague, and he learned nothing concrete about nine-life cat. Han Sen planned on getting rid of the 10 claws, but before he was ready, someone called him into the manager's office. Han-sen went to Hardman's office, something he was getting used to now. Hardman smiled when he looked up. Han-sen, there was a misunderstanding. Please don't worry about what happened after you generated your armor. If there is anything you would like, please, do not hesitate to ask. I will satisfy all your desires. It's fine, Manager Hard. Just tell me what it is that you want, Han-sen said coldly. Hardman nodded and smiled. Straight to the point, this is a contract the group is willing to give you. If it's okay with you, you can sign it and become a proper member of Black Gold Hunting Group. Han-sen looked over the contract, and he found that its terms were great. He would earn far more money than any of the ordinary soldiers. Manager Hard, according to our current contract, I can't dissolve the contract for an entire year. But I remember the contract saying I should be treated like a noble. Han-sen put down the contract as he spoke to Hardman. Hardman laughed and said, Brother Han, you are excellent. I want to give you a better contract, but you didn't become a noble. That's the fact of the matter. If I gave you the same treatment as the nobles, they are bound to say something. You must understand this. If things are like that, then I can reject signing a new contract, right? Han-sen calmly said. Hardman's face changed, returning to normal. He smiled and said, Brother Han, I only ask that you think about it. This contract is very good. Ordinary soldiers will never receive a contract such as this in their entire lifetime. Okay, but I'm not an ordinary soldier. Give me a noble contract, or I'm leaving. The decision is yours to make, Han-sen said. Hardman saw that Han-sen had made up his mind. There was no room for further negotiations, so he said, Fine. We will use the standard noble contract with you. But I have done so much for you already. Once I give this contract to someone without a Geno armament, the chairman will begin putting great pressure on me. So, how about a 10-year contract? Han-sen was surprised. He didn't think Hardman had the pull to give him a noble contract. 10 years is far too long. Han-sen shook his head. The last contract he signed would only last for a year. 8 years, then. I must suffer so much pressure, Hardman said. Han-sen went silent, and then said, 2 years at the most. Okay. Hardman had the legal department write up the contract. A 2-year agreement for Han-sen to be treated like a noble, just like Mr. Tiger. But when Han-sen left, Hardman dialed a certain number and said, Chiao, I have a 2-year contract. We can trade now. Chapter 1725. Chiao Han-sen quickly found out that Hardman was loaning him out to a hunting group called Wizard. It was a very small team. It was run privately, too, by an owner called Chiao. The team wasn't a powerful enterprise, and the inferior members and equipment they used was a testament to that. Han-sen was moved to the western part of a city called Gran. He was told that he was being loaned out, but it looked more like a sale. Han-sen's contract was now in this team's possession, and if he wanted out, it'd be 2 years before he could terminate the contract. Kate's Law ensured this. In the manager's office of Black Gold Group, Lena laughed and said, Manager Hard, that was a good business move. You sold Han-sen for a fine price. You even earned back all the money you had invested in him. I can't imagine why Chiao wanted him so badly. Han-sen's good, but he's not a noble. There's no way he can kill a Xenogeniac. She spent so much money on this, and the ongoing fee for Han-sen in her employ. It seems so stupid. Hardman smiled and said, she had to. Old Wei is dead, so there are no others close to being a noble in Wizard. And no sensible nobles are prepared to go there. With that being the case, the team is practically done for. Somehow, she heard about Han-Senator. She paid this much in an all-or-nothing gambit. She's using someone like Han-sen as her last gamble. That's pathetic. Lena laughed. Although Han Sen is good, he is not as good as a noble. The way he fought with the Xenogeniac was very dangerous. If he made one wrong move, he'd have been killed. He was fortunate that luck was on his side that day. Han Sen said goodbye to Suatu, packed up his things, and left the black gold base. At the exit, there was a red car waiting to pick him up. When Han Sen neared it, the door opened. A black-haired woman with a white jacket and shoes stepped out of the car. She walked directly in front of Han Sr. "Hey, I'm Qiao. I am the manager and leader of Wizard. You belong to us now." The woman reached out her hand. "I'm Han Sr." Han Sen shook her hand. Her skin was delightfully delicate and soft to touch. "I know. Why else would I be here?" Qiao got back into the car and gestured to Han Sen, saying, "Come. I would like to show you something. It'll be very important for us. Perhaps it is the humble beginning of a bright and prosperous future for us both." "Our future?" Han Sen glanced at her, a little weirded out. After Han Sen got into the car, Qiao took him away from Black Gold Group. She drove them to West City. "Why are you buying me?" Han Sen couldn't help but ask as they drove. His salary was equal to that of a noble, and she must have had to pay Black Gold a lot of money. Hardman had already paid a lot for Han Sen, but Qiao had spent even more. Han Sen thought the entire situation seemed rather unbelievable. For all intents and purposes, buying him had been a terrible business move. Of course, with Han Sen's abilities and the items he secret owned, this might work out very well for Qiao. Hardman had screwed up in letting him go. Qiao did not beat around the bush. "To be honest, I had no choice. The price I can pay is something no noble is willing to accept." Han Sen flinched. She was very direct. "Lan Se and Guris recommended you, and I also researched the way in which you fought a Xenogeniac. After a lot of thought, I decided to borrow you," Qiao explained. "Officer Lan." Han Sen was shocked to hear that. Qiao smiled and said, "She is a very good friend of mine. She told me you were a nice person. Then I will have to thank her." Han Sen smiled. "But you should know that even if I can keep a Xenogeniac occupied, I am unable to kill them. That is why I need to show you something." Qiao looked excited. "What is it?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. "You will know." Qiao did not answer directly this time, but she looked confident. The car took them to a big house. Qiao got out and told Han Sen to follow her. They both entered the house, and then Qiao took Han Sen to a room on the second floor. The room was very old, and it must have been built a long time ago. Qiao walked over to a fireplace and crouched. She popped her head inside and rummaged around for a while, then she pulled back. She was covered in soot now, even her face. But she still looked very serious, despite her humorous appearance. Han Sen saw her hand and now contained a rectangular box. It appeared to have been made out of metal. Perhaps it had been burned for too long, but its color was black like soot. It looked as if it had just been pulled out of a tub of ink. Qiao placed it on a table and wiped her hands. She pulled out 2 contracts and said, "Sign these contracts and you may use the box." "What is inside?" Han Sen asked, looking at the box. "Open it." Qiao tossed Han Sen a key. Han Sen took the key and lifted the box's lid. It was rather heavy. Han Sen opened the box and saw a dagger inside. It had a handle, and the whole thing was about 1 foot long. It had a sheath, which was also made of metal. It was decorated with some additional leather trimmings, but Han Sen couldn't tell what creature the leather had come from. It looked like the hide of a snake, but a little thicker. The dagger's blade was curved like the horn of a cow. It was black and half-transparent. It looked very nice. Han Sen took it out of the box and looked at Qiao. Qiao nodded, and he pulled the dagger out of its sheath. The blade was the same as the handle, except it was even more transparent. The tip of the dagger was almost invisible. There was no color, but it broke the light like a diamond. It was created by a Baron-class xenogenic rhino. It is really powerful. Even Geno armor soldiers can pierce the flesh of a xenogenic with this. Baron-class xenogenics, of course, Qiao said, looking at Han Sen. Chapter 1726 Xenogenic Material. Now Han Sen understood why Qiao had bought him. With that dagger, you could kill xenogenics even if you weren't a noble. Still, it wouldn't work if given to the average soldier. They lacked the speed and physical prowess to match a xenogenic, and they would likely end up killed before ever getting a chance to use the weapon. Qiao must have studied the fight between Han Sen and the xenogenic and determined he was capable enough to wield the dagger effectively. It was the reason why she had bought him. So pieces of xenogenics can become weaponry? Han Sen asked as he fiddled with the rhino horn dagger. There are many different xenogenic materials, and most can be used to create weapons, Qiao answered without even having to think. Can we eat them? Han Sen smiled, as if he was joking. Qiao shook her head and said, I have never heard of an edible xenogenic material. And who would want to? Unstable genes can affect the genes of your entire body. Most ordinary people wouldn't even be able to digest them. Some xenogenic materials can be used for medicine, however. Han Sen was confused when he heard that. If nobody could consume xenogenic genes, how was he able to? And the stuff had melted through a simple boiling process. Han Sen wanted to see if he could cook the rhino dagger and eat it. Unfortunately, he knew it didn't truly belong to him, so he shelved the idea. He looked over the contract Qiao gave him, and one of the terms said the dagger would be lent to him for the duration of his time in Wizard. If he ever left the team, he would have to give it back. Han Sen signed it without hesitation. He had to work with Wizard for the next 2 years, and for the time being, that weapon was perfect. It was only after Han Sen became a part of Wizard that he realized the team was all sorts of bad. The training base had been sold, and the dilapidated old house they were standing in had become their new base. It was all that Qiao had. And the only other member of the team who was an old woman who had raised Qiao. She was in charge of housework, most of the time. That meant the only real members of Wizard were Han Sen and Qiao. Can the two of us slay xenogenics? Han Sen asked. They had no one to assist them, so there was the whole matter of even finding a xenogenic. Even if they knew where one was, they might not be able to force it out. Xenogenics were faster than ordinary creatures, and they were very good at hiding. That's why most teams used so many people to hunt for them. I have thought about this. The xenogenics are evil, but they won't risk anything unless they are confident. If a noble was out hunting them, there is a chance they would not dare strike. You are different, however, you aren't a noble, and there's every possibility they'd relish the chance to try to attack you. Before Qiao could finish, Han Sen understood what she was getting at. Han Sen slumped his shoulders. What kind of resource will I need to harvest for the production of a weapon? You need the right materials, and you have to find an expert to forge it for you. They are difficult to produce, so you need to enlist the service of a genuine professional. Otherwise, the weapon you produced might not even function properly. I hear 30% is the usual percentage for success in forging, due to the instability of the base resource. My father used up many resources through the years in forging endeavors, but he was only ever able to successfully craft this dagger, Qiao said. When should we go hunt? Han Sen asked, as he needed xenogenic genes now. I have been looking for a xenogenic. For the time being, you should rest. I will find us one before long. Qiao escorted Han Sen to a room that was to be his private place. This place isn't all that bad. It's better than black gold, leastways. Han Sen was satisfied. Although he needed to share half his rewards with Qiao, Chiao did all the mental heavy lifting. Searching for information and scouring for reports was what she did, and it was something Han Sen couldn't without help in such matters. Han Sen wouldn't be able to find any himself. And if he couldn't find xenogenics, he couldn't kill xenogenics. And Chiao had given him the rhino horn dagger, too. Now Han Sen could kill xenogenics with greater ease. It was more than right to give her half the loot. The 9-life cat was also a liability, since it didn't always work. He couldn't put his faith in it after killing the xenogenic. Han Sen had tried to activate the 9-life cat tattoo again but couldn't when Chiao left him to settle in. Han Sen locked the door and made sure no one was watching before he brought out his pot. He put the 10 blue metal claws inside, to cook them. The second day, when Han Sen opened the pot, he had to hold his nose. The water in the pot had turned to something that looked like swirling blue ink. It had a pungent stench. Han Sen used his spoon to give it a good stir, and he noticed all the nails had been melted away. Weird. If the xenogenic materials can melt this easily, the people here should know. There's no way they can be used for weapons. Something is most certainly wrong with all this, but what that is exactly, I can't say. Han Sen frowned. He couldn't figure out what was going on. There was nothing unusual about the pot or the water, so the problem had to lie with Han Senator, but Han Sen did not know what he had done to cause the ingredients to change in such a way. Han Sen drank the blue juice, and he immediately noted how different it was to the bone juice. It wasn't even hot, it was actually cold. It felt like he was freezing his own bones when he drank it. Consumed a barren xenogenic gene. Barren gene plus 1 inch. Han Sen's head began to emit a white mist. His hair and eyebrows were covered by a thick layer of frost, and his teeth began to chatter. Han Sen had to cast skills for over an hour in order to recover. The 10 nails had only provided him a single gene, so Han Sen frowned. It seemed that it did not matter how much of the material was consumed. He stayed there for the next 2 days, and eventually, Chiao called Han Sen with a quest. When Han Sen entered the car next, Lan Se was in the passenger seat. Han Sen, we meet again. Lan Se smiled. Officer Lan, why are you here? Are you a part of this quest? Han Sen asked. Lan Se smiled and said, remember the xenogenic that murdered the factory workers? You guys are going to kill it. I hope you don't wind up dead. Chapter 1727. Who reaps the benefits? A train's horn cracked the air, while powerful aircraft flew through the sky above. Han Sen was a little confused when it came to Kate technology. You could see old steam trains, but you could also see nuclear-fueled aircraft. Some people even rode creatures on the street. It was bewildering to witness the great mix of technology that coexisted. Han Sen scoured the internet to learn more about Kate's history. He knew Kate wasn't very well developed because they had been invaded a few times, and much of their technology was left over from other cultures. That was one of the primary factors that contributed to the mix of different technologies. The Kate people had only had their liberty for a few dozen years. It wasn't too long ago that they had been ruled by outsiders. Chiao's red ladybug car came to a stop before the abandoned factory. Chiao and Lan Se's faces darkened. A big truck was parked in front of the factory, and a few aircraft circled the airspace. It looked like someone had beaten them there. It's Black Gold Group. Chiao saw the symbol on the truck and frowned. Lan Se frowned and said, weird. Why are they here? No one else should know, except for the members of security. Chiao looked disappointed and said, with Black Gold's power, it's not a surprise they can grab information like this. As they discussed this, 2 people dismounted an armored truck and approached them. Han Sen noticed that the approaching figures weren't strangers. It was Hardman and his secretary, Lena. Hardman walked to the car and knocked on the window. Chiao rolled the windows down, and with a smug and boastful face, Hardman immediately said, Chiao, are you interested in the xenogenic here? It is a shame you are late. After that, Hardman glanced at Han Sen but did not say anything. It looks like you haven't got what you came for, though. That means it isn't too late. Sorry, we're in a rush. Can't talk. Qiao started up the car and drove past the truck. Hardman didn't try to stop them. He just looked at the car and laughed. They are for real. Qiao really thinks that Han Sen has what it takes to kill a xenogeniac. Like she said, they are in a rush. Desperate people will do anything. Lena laughed, too. Hardman shook his head and returned to the armored truck. Gyrus was inside commanding the operation. Lan Se observed the soldiers situated all around, and her heart sank. It looks like we won't have the slightest chance. Black Gold employs far too many soldiers. He'll find it before we will. Maybe they won't, and maybe it's a good thing. Qiao's eyes went bright, and she sped up. Sit tight. We are going to find the xenogeniac. The car kicked up dust while speeding ahead. How does Qiao know where to go? Lena asked in surprise. She watched the car through Black Gold's cameras. Qiao is a smart woman. Although I tried to position my soldiers to mislead her, she still found it. They used us to find the xenogeniac, Gyrus said. Hardman said coldly, it's fine. Let them go first. Tell Mr. Tiger to wait outside instead of going in. Gyrus frowned and said, Manager Hard, it would be great to get an easy kill. But Qiao and Han Sen aren't a threat that we should take simply. Commander Gyrus, you worry too much. Even if we gave them the xenogeniac on a platter, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Let them be our pawns to lure out this xenogeniac. It is better not to sacrifice our own soldiers, Lena said. Do what I say. With Mr. Tiger here, the xenogeniac will not reveal itself. It is better to let them die than our soldiers, Hardman said. Gyrus did not respond any further. He relayed the plan to the team and Mr. Tiger. Qiao, are you certain this is the way? The people of Black Gold aren't over here. Lan Se scanned the surroundings quickly. It must be here. Their little sham isn't fooling me. Qiao also looked around, while picking up even more speed. The car was leaving huge clouds of dust behind them. Aside from the abandoned factories in the area, there was a closed mine. They drove the car inside. Pang! They had only just driven in when a loud noise sounded above them. The ceiling was caving in, almost crushing the back of the car. Qiao and Lan Se were in the front of the car. They pushed their doors open and scrambled out. They looked up and saw a silver-haired, 3-meter-tall ape dropping down on the roof of the car. It jumped up and down repeatedly, crushing the ladybug car. The fuel tank eventually ruptured and exploded, but the explosion didn't even singe the beast's fur. Qiao and Lan Se were incredibly worried about Han Sen, because he was still in the back of the car. And amidst the attack, they had no idea what had happened to him. Good stomping. Let Mr. Tiger strike. Hardman had watched what occurred through a drone's camera. He was laughing his head off. Mr. Tiger, we have a lock on the target. You can go now. Gyrus told Mr. Tiger. They confirmed the big, silver ape was inside the mine. A few soldiers had gone there previously to scope the place out, but all contact with them had been lost. They had yet to be found. Now Han Sen had done them a favor by luring the xenogeniac into action. And now that it was in their sights, Mr. Tiger was running over. He was only a mile away. Hardman was still laughing, watching the battlefield. He loved nothing more than taking advantage of the work of others. Qiao and Lan Se then saw Han Sen exit what was left of the car. That brought them a feeling of safety. Seeing him emerge in one piece was quite relieving. The silver ape saw Han Sen and grabbed hold of the wreckage of the car. He threw it at Han. Senator Han Sen moved quickly, evading the car. The car flipped end over end until it was stopped by a warehouse, which promptly collapsed. The silver ape roared and jumped towards Han Sen with blinding speed. Han Sen went forward, going right for the ape. His eyes were calm like well water. The rhino horn dagger was in his hand, but he didn't unsheath it. His right hand grasped the handle as he went for the ape. "Kid, this is my prey." Mr. Tiger was already in the mine, sounding excited. Chapter 1728. I want this person. Hardman and Lena looked as if they were watching a movie. Until the Xenogeniac was killed, no one could tell who would take the beast down. They didn't think Han Sen could kill the Xenogeniac, and he had actually helped them draw it out. He was very nice. Hardman even lit up a cigarette to enjoy what came next. Qiao and Lan Se looked at Han Sen and the silver ape, hoping that the soldier she had chosen would be able to deal with the creature. Even though Mr. Tiger had joined the fray, there was still a chance that Han Sen could get the kill. Mr. Tiger roared as he ran, holding a tiger head sword. He lifted it as he ran up to the ape. He was quite a distance from the creature, and before he reached the foe, Han Sen had already run past the ape. When Han Sen passed the creature, there was a gleam of light across the ape's neck. It was so small that no one was able to see it. After he went past it, Han Sen stopped a few steps later. The big ape quickly turned around and looked at Han Sen furiously. It wanted to roar again. But when it opened its mouth, it only made noise for a single second. Its red eyes opened wide, as its neck suddenly split open, gushing blood like a fountain. The silver ape clutched its cut neck and fell to the ground as blood began to pool and run around. After a moment of writhing, the beast lay still. Mr. Tiger was only 20 meters away from the ape when he started to slow down. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The ape was on the ground, bleeding profusely. Qiao and Lan Se looked on in disbelief, remaining quiet in suspense. Inside the armored truck, Gura's eyes were shiny. Hardman and Lena had nothing remotely close to a smile, but their eyes were opened wide, staring at the monitor. They were fixed there, unmoving. It wasn't until the cigarette burned low enough to scorch Hardman's hand that he changed. The pain made him stop. He lobbed the remains away, and with a glum look, he asked hopelessly, "How was that possible?" "Xenogeniac Baron hunted, Xenogeniac gene found. Xenogeniac beast soul obtained." When Han Sen heard the announcement, he was dumbfounded. He had never expected that killing a Xenogeniac could grant him a beast soul. Nice job. Before Han Sen could check out the beast soul, Qiao and Lan Se came forward to compliment him giddily. Qiao had faith in Han Sen, and she had placed her hope in his abilities. But she still hadn't gotten used to Han Sen, and his performance made her believe she was dreaming. Lan Se looked at Han Sen in exuberant excitement. She did not have a Geno armament, but she was absolutely thrilled to see Han Sen perform so well. Then Mr. Tiger approached. Qiao's face changed as she moved to block him. She waved her phone and said, "Mr. Tiger, it's fairly obvious who this belongs to. I have sent a video to the official website already. The video is already uploaded, so please go." Mr. Tiger laughed and said, "I'm not the kind of person who would try something so cheap." Mr. Tiger looked at Han Sen and gave him a thumbs up. "That was good. Thank you, Mr. Tiger. If we ever have the time, we should chat about sword skills together." Han Sen might not have liked Hardman, but that did not mean he disliked everyone that belonged to Black Gold Group. Hardman didn't represent the individuals in his employ. "Sounds good. Give me your number, and I'll give you a call sometime," Mr. Tiger said. Han Sen gave him his phone number. Mr. Tiger then looked over to the body of the silver ape. After that, he looked to Qiao's broken car, laughed, and said, "There's no one else in the area, but I can give you a ride out of here." In Black Gold Group's meeting room, the video of Han Sen slaying the ape played repeatedly. It was slowed down, on a perpetual loop of playback. Hardman, Lena, Gurus, Mr. Tiger, and Alan were all there together. There was also a young man in the host's seat. The young man watched, while everyone else didn't say a word. They just watched the video with him. Finally, the young man paused the video. He looked at Hardman and calmly said, "Manager Hard, was this man once a member of a black gold hunting team?" Hardman developed a cold sweat, and he said, "Third Master, this man failed to become a noble. Chiao offered us a decent price, so, I want this person," the Third Master said. He stood up. "I'm going to join the next meeting. I'll be back in half a month. When I'll see him standing in front of me." After that, the Third Master left along with his people. Hardman sat down on a chair. His expression looked awful. "Manager Hard, you are in trouble." Gurus patted him on the shoulder. "You acquired Han Sen, but then you went and sold him. Why would you do such a thing?" Mr. Tiger was mocking Hardman, and not even he was happy about the fact that Hardman had shamelessly sold Han Sen off. "Why don't we just buy him back? With Black Gold's power, we can guarantee his return to the fold. He is merely a commoner wielding a xenogeneic weapon. I'm not really sure what the Third Mister thinks he sees in him." Lena lifted her lips in a sneer. "Shut up." Before Mr. Tiger could speak again, Hardman stopped Lena. Hardman was not a big-boobed woman with no brains, he was a very smart man. He knew what the Third Master had seen in Han Sen's performance. He knew the weapon was not the only thing that Han Sen wielded. He had offended Han Sen many times, so he wasn't sure if he could get Han Sen back. But he had to commit to the order given to him by the Third Master. He didn't even want to think about the consequences of failure. Hardman looked very nervous. Aside from Lena, everyone else eventually left. No one was able to help him out of this predicament, after all. The silver ape's body was in the warehouse. Han Sen did not have time to look at it, as he was investigating the xenogeneic beast's soul.